Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
The news that the Tsuneyashiro family's defense had been defeated again blew through the Tsuneyashiro family like the wind. Therefore, the fighting spirit of the Tsuneyashiro family Shinigami was almost gone. The usual ferocity and brutality of this group of bullies and thieves had all dissipated, replaced by endless panic. The elders in the family all understand that in the past few decades, on the surface, the family's power has expanded wildly, but in fact, the force guarantee to support the family's expansion has been seriously lacking. The 11th generation Kenpachi, who made people gnash their teeth every time they thought about it, cost them several captain-level spiritual pressure experts. Later, the Dark Swordsman invaded the family. Not only was the branch house severely hit, but the main family also lost several strong men. The founder of this top family that has stood in the Soul Society for millions of years once fought behind the Soul King. But over millions of years, as the noble bloodline has been continuously diluted, the descendants of the family have become worse with each generation. So they lowered their face to save Tsuneyashiro Tokunada. Now, it has fallen to the point where even Sue can step on it. Looking at the group of weird creatures, everyone could feel chills running down their backs. Those weird faces were so familiar that they made people feel frightened. They are all the people who live with me day and night, including servants, relatives, and friends. What the hell have they become now? The man wearing aristocratic clothing walked through the rain curtain and walked towards the direction of Tsuneyashiro branch house. The very kind smiles did not hide the danger of the terrifying spiritual pressure. The Metastasias stepped back and raised their blood-stained Zanpakuto, a gesture that made those who had learned Zanpakuto recognize at a glance that they were amateurs. The aristocratic man held a sword in one hand and used his family's sword to block the Metastasia's slashing blows. He swung the sword casually, and the chops flew out. The Zanpakuto hadn't stopped cutting off the three of them, and cut off their heads, by the way. They're really a bunch of trash. Can't they even solve such a trivial matter? The alarm bells in Metastasia's hearts rang loudly, and the entire attic was alarmed. Members of the Tsuneyashiro family who were avoiding the killings packed the corridors. At this moment, they all looked at the man. It's Tokunada who is under house arrest. He was released. Why are you here now, you low-ranking branch house B asterisk 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 D? Come and save us. We are the master's family. As long as you save us, we can plead with the elders to reduce your sentence. The members of the Tsuneyashiro family even shouted for help. Tsuneyashiro Tokunada ignored them and was already entangled with more than a dozen Metastasia. He ran wildly in the hall on the first floor, and no obstacles could hinder this man. Only the blood and corpses on the ground were like stinky garbage, and I didn't even want to take a second look at them. With a burst of speed, he disappeared before everyone's eyes like a phantom. The Metastasians were stunned, but they could only dodge in the crowd, grabbing anyone at random and using them as human shields. As artificial giants based on Metastasia, their strength is much inferior to their boss. But that's not important. They know in their hearts that even if the boss comes, he is no match for this man. When Tsuneyashiro Tokunada cuts off a human shield, he will stop and reveal a bright smile without knowing what he is waiting for. Everyone in the Tsuneyashiro family, who thought they saw hope, was confused. This guy is indeed a lunatic. Why are you still giggling if you don't kill them all and come to save yourself at this time? But they soon realized something was wrong. The Metastasias ran away from different exits, grabbing random passers-by along the way and wrapping their tentacles around them to block them. The smiling aristocratic man disappeared in a flash of his feet. His Shuanpa is extremely fast and can span several meters every time it appears. Like a ghost, it suddenly appears behind the Metastasias and cuts them in half together with the captured human shields. Metastasia is dying, and so are the members of the Tsuneyashiro family. This damn thing is crazy. He wants to kill us too. Someone screamed, and the crowd suddenly became commotion. The aristocratic nobles in gorgeous clothes were completely frightened from this moment on. This was not used to defend against foreign enemies. It was clearly a reminder for them. Facing those big voids, people with high spiritual pressure can use Shuanpa to still have a chance to escape. But facing this madman, they didn't even have a chance to escape. I originally wanted to wait for the opportunity to get rid of those old guys, but now it seems I don't have to worry about it. Tsunyashiro Tokunada turned to look at the towering attic in the distance. He just saw someone heading there. Judging from the strength he inadvertently revealed, he was an opponent that those old guys absolutely couldn't handle. I was only asked to protect the branch house, but I didn't say I would protect them. It was really a mistake. Tsunyashiro Tokunada was very satisfied with the way things were developing, which saved him a lot of effort. But there are a lot of them. It would be too troublesome to kill them one by one. This dissatisfaction only lasted for a short second. He suddenly thought of a good idea to get rid of these intruders and unsightly garbage at once. Drink from the four seas, occupy the ends of the world, exhaust all the eternal treasures, overwrite and cut, and beautify the mirror. Another liberating phrase that Yongjin would hate. The air is heating up. Both Kion and Shinigami are in a mess. Metastasias can't wait to get rid of the body they finally snatched so that they can have more legs and run faster. A bunch of idiot-like members of the Tsunyashiro family ran behind them, looking back from time to time with horrified expressions on their faces. It was obvious that there was a more terrifying monster behind them than the Kion in front. The wooden floor on the first floor was ignited, and the red flames made people feel hot, rising slowly and spreading to the walls and tall buildings. Ryujin Jaka. Some people on higher floors simply gave up taking the stairs and jumped down from the corridor. In Soul Society, these high-altitude people cannot fly and are pulled by gravity to fall from the sky to the ground. Tsunyashiro Tokunada opened his arms and admired the beautiful scenery. He was having a great time, seeing the miserable appearance of each of his fellow tribesmen. Just trying to survive, he felt happy from the bottom of his heart. But this alone is not enough. All their lives must be taken away in order for this pleasure to reach its peak. Yinluo Jingdian has been burning people who are crawling or walking to escape. The panic on their faces is just like those of their companions decades ago. He couldn't help but think of the woman named Gu Quan. That was his dead wife. What a simple and kind-hearted woman, as beautiful as the stars in the sky. Simply so beautiful that it is unbearable. In this dirty and dark world, she shouldn't exist. You actually said that you wanted to spell my dark clouds, and let me see the stars. I don't need anyone's pity, you stupid woman. Why don't you accept the darkness of the world? Why don't you show the same ugly face as me? He couldn't understand, and he became angry. In the outer area of Tsunyashiro's house, over an attic slightly lower than the main meeting hall, there were dark clouds, thunder and lightning, and heavy rain falling. Aozaki Mizuki stood alone in the rain, letting the rain wet her whole body. His fingers gently tapped the handle of Yongjin Senluo's knife, making a rhythmic sound as if it was integrated with the wind and rain. This loft has a total of 50 floors and is about 250 meters high. Standing on the edge of the building and looking down, everything becomes so insignificant, giving people the illusion of being detached from the world and overlooking the world. No one to disturb. This place is an excellent viewing spot. Many elders from Tsunyashiro's branch house were hiding in the towering building at his feet, trembling all over. The last defensive force of the branch house is closely guarded around it. As soon as the spirit at Aozaki Mizuki's feet dispersed, she let her body lean forward without any scruples and fell straight down. In a state of complete weightlessness, he quickly pulled out his Zanpakuto from his waist. As he swung it, the light of the sword flashed, as powerful as water and as fast as the wind. When Yongjin Senluo cut through the air, it made a sharp and piercing whistling sound. At this time, on the top floor of the attic, the family guards and warriors were already in full formation, sealing every entrance. No matter it was in the stairwell or at each door, there was no flaw to be found. The guards and warriors have been carefully cultivated by the Tsuneyashiro family since they were young. Their martial arts value is among the best among similar groups cultivated by many nobles, and the 80 or 90 people in this attic are even more extraordinary. Almost all the elite forces in the branch house gathered here, except for the man who is under house arrest. According to common sense, even if the invader has the so-called vice captain level strength, it is not easy to break through this place. After all, as long as you understand the characteristics of those weird and powerful abilities, it is not completely impossible to deal with them. Moreover, the number of enemies is not that large compared to the family warriors, and the actual combat power is not outstanding at the level of deputy captain. The guards really couldn't figure out why the elders were so timid. The last time we encountered an invasion, our opponent was an elite among captain-level warriors, and there was really nothing we could do at that time. However, the threat of the invading virtual group this time is not that high, and there is no need to be so afraid. How did they know that these old people were afraid of being cut by the double-edged sword? Hey, someone jumped off the building. Suddenly, a guard pointed in the direction of the window and shouted in horror. Before he finished speaking, everyone present broke out in a cold sweat. This is not the real world, and Shinigami cannot fly in the air in Soul Society. This place is already on the top floor, and there is no other exit above. So the question is, how did that person jump from a height of more than 200 meters? Most people stared dumbfoundedly at the figure stagnating in mid-air, as if time had frozen. Immediately afterwards, a gust of wind roared from the window, mixed with the sharp sound of wind and the restless sound of the spirit sun. Everyone was shocked. Is this the Shinigami who possesses the Qingfeng Zanpakuto, or the Quincy who can control the Reiko sky in the Reiko world? At this moment, a huge spiritual pressure suddenly tore through the hard wall, and brokenwood splinters flew everywhere. I saw the black shadow flying into the house as lightly as a bird, and the young man in a black cloak hovering in midair like a ghost, holding a Zanpakuto as white as snow in his hand. His appearance was like a storm, filling the whole room with a depressing atmosphere. With the push of a strong wind, he landed steadily on the ground, his movements elegant and neat. However, everyone soon broke this impression. He effortlessly threw a guard standing aside out of the building like trash. The guard was so frightened that he disappeared into the rain before he could react. This is the target location of Aozuki Mayuki's operation. When he was assassinated by the Tsuneyashiro family, it was the old foxes hiding here who were behind everything. As for the other members of the Tsuneyashiro family, he can leave it to the group of metastasias to deal with. But for these old guys who are the masterminds behind the scenes, he must take action personally to relieve his hatred. Although it might seem like a bit of trouble, he wouldn't be able to figure it out without dealing with these enemies himself. Revenge is the character of this narrow-minded man. There is still a lot of time. Aozaki Mizuki only needs to sweep this floor and kill those old guys. Under his spiritual perception, it was useless no matter how hidden those old guys were. There is definitely enough time. No one here can block his sword. The guards watched in amazement as the man in black raised a long sword that he didn't know was a Zanpakuto. Without any time to think, he drew out his Zanpakuto and surrounded him. The two leaders took steps at the same time. The sharp blades in their hands flashed with cold light, and they slashed hard at Aozuki Meisuke's head with fierce momentum. If measured according to the standards of the Godai 13, the strength of these two people has definitely reached the level of chief officers, and they can easily defeat more than a dozen ordinary team members. However, the enemy they faced this time was not an ordinary soldier, but Maya Aozuki, the captain of the 11th Squadron. Aozuki Jinua suddenly burst out with astonishing speed, and his figure disappeared instantly. When he reappeared, he was instantly behind the two guards. The two guards were shocked and tried to turn around to deal with it, but it was already too late. In an instant, two bloody heads rolled to the ground. Monster! Accompanied by the screams that came from nowhere, the originally noisy crowd suddenly became silent. Everyone swallowed hard in unison, with a look of horror on their faces. Immediately afterwards, a deafening roar resounded throughout the corridor. He is an intruder. Let's all come together and kill him." However, at this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded, "Don't worry." This voice came from Aozaki Mizuki, and his words seemed to have some kind of magic power echoing in the corridor. I saw that the snow-white long sword that was originally held in Aozaki Mizuki's hand and shone with cold light was now facing down. Everyone didn't pay attention and turned their heads to look around after hearing the sound. The guards all stood stunned, with expressions of disbelief on their faces. Creepy. The bodies of the surrounding companions had undergone strange changes at some point. The panels gradually turned green, and their eyes were shrouded in orange-red circles. It looks as terrifying and ferocious as those monsters possessed by voids outside. 4 Shinigami teams came to the corridor, with a total of 32 people. This was when the unsuspecting guards came over for reinforcements. Each of them had a fierce look on their face, thinking that it was an invading virtual breakthrough that came up to give them credit. If they killed one of them, they could directly become the squad leader. Aozaki Mizuki's expression remained unchanged. It didn't matter how many people came. The moment they saw the Kyoka Sujetsu hypnosis ceremony, it was impossible for them to get rid of it. An unconscious cognitive change occurs in everyone's brain. The panels of half of the guards and dead soldiers present began to glow green, and their orange-red eyes were symbols of monsters, and their bodies were instinctively occupied by fear. They didn't even notice the unusual change in the scene, and just went all out to slash at their teammates with their swords. In everyone's field of vision, in the shadow at the end of the corridor, Aozaki Mizuki withdrew his Zanpakuto, and his figure gradually disappeared into nothingness. The overwhelming storm and hordes of monsters, the guards and the dead soldiers were all in such an environment, and they had no way out. The guards and dead warriors swarmed forward. The fear of death caused their adrenaline to surge. They jumped up one after another. Zanpakutos, flashing with cold light, were crisscrossing the air. Their spiritual pressure penetrated the air, and the blue energy escaped. The spirit clings to the blade. Madness allowed them to exert extraordinary combat power, but unfortunately, their butcher knife was aimed at the wrong person. No matter how hard they fought, it was not Aozaki Mayuki who was injured in the end. Aozaki Mizuki shuttled through the crowd, avoiding the fights of the guards, and from time to time used the power of Hogyoku to insubstantialize the fallen guards. Something that happens easily. He's bound to die anyway, so it's better to use your remaining energy for him before he dies. The structure of the attic is hollow. Aozaki Mizuki jumped out of the corridor and jumped into the empty air. The spirits quickly gathered under her feet and became a foothold. He used these footholds to wander through the air, guided by a sense of Ryatsu that covered the entire loft. Facing this group of Shinigami who were going crazy because they didn't want to die, it would have been easier for him to make gestures, but it was completely unnecessary. Let them kill each other, and the effect will be the same. The result of death will befall them completely. A smile appeared on Aozaki Mayuki's lips, and a guy with spiritual pressure comparable to his 2 senior brothers approached. He just ignored a strange thing. The Tsuneyashiro family lacked an important combat force. To be precise, under the current circumstances, this combat power is indispensable. The air was tinged with a faint white color, like thick fog. It was raining heavily, and walking in the rain made people feel hot and stuffy. Even in midsummer, the air shouldn't be so hot. The metastasias didn't actually run away. Their bodies ignited with explosive flames, and they fell down at the same time, turning into ashes and scattering in front of Tsuneyashiro Tokunada. For a moment, he felt refreshed. Tsuneyashiro Tokunada raised the corner of his mouth slightly. This scene had a familiar feeling, using the strongest Shinigami's power to kill Shinigami. He suddenly smelled a familiar smell, a cold and sinful smell. The day he lost that woman's body, he smelled the same smell, the stench emanating from the expressionless old people. There was a chill of ice and snow under my feet. That woman's body should belong to him. It was his toy, but it was taken away by those old guys and then disappeared forever on a snowy day decades ago. Fear exploded in Tsuneyashiro Tokunada's heart, and the falling raindrops seemed to become softer. They only hit his face, but they were as gentle as a lover's touch. That gentle woman is really annoying. Why can't we integrate into this ugly world? Tsuneyashiro Tokinada suddenly understood that that woman was still in this world, but she had become a part of this world from a corpse. Makes the world a more disgusting place. Division 12, Technology Development Bureau. Under the overcast and rainy sky, a black hooded cloak was draped on a person, and a distorted light curtain enveloped the slender figure, stopping next to the white building in the open space. It was a single building built of pure white boulders, surrounded by patrolling Shinigami, and video bugs were almost everywhere in every corner. What is surprising is that in this tightly monitored building, there are only 3 teams of guards responsible for patrolling. The figure hiding in the darkness opened his legs and jumped up to the tall building with light movements. Lord Eisen, this is the map of the Technology Development Bureau. The laboratories in this building belong to ordinary team members like me. The really important information is hidden in the Underground Research Institute. In a simple laboratory in a white building, a young man named Yuro Ouch patiently explained, that's where the core of the entire Technology Development Bureau lies. You did a good job, Ouch, and I prepared what you need. Eisen Sosuke opened the curtains a crack and looked out. I am very optimistic about your research and hope you can get useful results. It's really an honor to be valued by Lord Eisen. Yusaka Osh smiled. But your research is the truly great creation. I look forward to the day when you succeed. Hi, Mr. Nirvana. How is your research going? The lazy man strode in and opened his arms to the mad scientist. It seems that the progress is going well. I still remember your frowning face some time ago. You are indeed an unpleasant guy, Urahara Kisuk. Nirvana glanced at him and took a step away from him. Have you finally given up on that so-called research? After all, he was a man who kicked me away after taking everything from me. He was really cruel. Having a special attachment to experimental products is an emotion that only exists for you, right? Urahara Kisuk stretched out a hand and put it on Nirvana's shoulder with an intimate look. If outsiders saw it, they would probably mistakenly think that they were a pair of close friends. So what brings you here? Of course, I'm here to ask you to eat. You haven't left the laboratory for a long time, right? You can't always ask me to help you, or I will get bored. Just let that brat take charge of the deputy captain. Nyeshuli said. That brat has the title of laboratory director. Shouldn't we find something for her to do? How can that be done? You will definitely fight and maybe even blow up the entire Underground Research Institute. It will cost a lot of money to repair it. Urahara Kisuk waved his hand. I'm not Jinue. I can ask the captain to help me repair the team building. Do you mean to think that I am a fool like Hiyori? Nisuri said calmly. I'm not the kind of kid who gets mad at every turn. But Hiyori, yes. Before Urahara Kisuk finished speaking, the alarm bell in the laboratory rang, and the alarm sound echoed throughout the Underground Research Institute. Ah, it seems I don't have time to eat. As expected of you, you still want to eat at this time. Urahara Kisuk. It's a pity that Maya doesn't want to give me food. It's too much. Urahara Kisuk said sadly, opening the laboratory door and walking out. Isn't he relying on this method to get involved with that woman, Hikifune Kiryu? Nirvana said displeased. Tsuneyashiro family. Tsuneyashiro Tokinada stood in the attic. The moment the guards rushed towards him, he ran with all his strength and stared straight ahead. The entire attic guard was reflected in his pupils. Looking at it this way, it seemed that all the guards regarded him as the last enemy and wanted to chop him with a long knife in their hands. It seemed as if the whole world was on the opposite side, and the world was full of malice toward him. He judged the current situation in an instant. The crazy guards had completely lost their minds in the torture of life and death. Everyone wanted to eat their flesh and drink their blood. A twisted smile rose silently along the corners of his mouth. His malice could no longer be suppressed. He started to kill. This is an indulgent party after being released from house arrest. When he was under house arrest, he stayed in the clan area and had nothing to do but torture and kill the servants he usually came into contact with, which already made him feel bored. now that he has finally been released, and it won't be long before no one can restrain himself. He can finally indulge himself. Only then did he regain the feeling of being alive again. The last time he came out was more than 30 years ago, and his opponent was the extremely noble head of the Siphon family. He wanted to chop off the opponent's head. At that time, the strength gap between the two sides was enough for him to do such a thing. It's a pity that the foresight old guys in the family don't allow him to do this. And this time no one could stop him. Those old guys who are doing evil, but not completely evil, are finally going to die. As long as he does it properly, he might soon become the head of the family. The people who hindered him from becoming the head of the family were the heirs and the family elders. The heirs have almost been killed, and now it's the turn of those old guys. The position of head of the Tsuneshiro family, one of the 5 noble families, is right in front of you and is within your reach. Tsuneshiro Tokunada disappeared from the spot at a speed that an ordinary captain-level Shinigami could never reach. Relying on the sharp, long sword in his hand and his own powerful spiritual pressure, he felt like he was in a deserted land. Yinluo Jingyan pierced and hacked at the guards and dead soldiers one after another, leaving their limbs and arms flying across the air. The scars left on the bodyguards and Shinigami were smooth, but their bodies were messy. There is no doubt that this is a massacre. Tsuneshiro Tokunada's figure was as nimble as a ghost. He exerted force with both hands and feet at the same time, and he climbed up the corridor along the edge of the hollow part of the attic as easily as a gecko. The guards standing on the top floor did not show the slightest panic when they saw the sudden appearance of Tsuneshiro Tokunada, as if they were already accustomed to such behaviors that violated common sense and escaped gravity. They tightly held the extremely sharp Zanpakuto in their hands, and some of the dead soldiers quickly pulled out short swords, chains, and other weapons from their waists and stood ready. Tsuneshiro Tokunada looked around, but his eyes did not focus on them. He was looking for the old guys hiding here and shivering. To him, these guards and dead soldiers who were sharpening their swords were like insignificant existences, not even worthy of being within his sight. They are just a piece of grass on the long road before the Overlord ascends to the throne. Their only function is to make people's feet more comfortable while walking on the road. It's like a child squatting in a corner or on the edge of the ground, observing with interest the colony of ants that are busy trying to survive. Children will use a branch or a glass of water to bring disaster to this group of little lives like a natural disaster, and then laugh with satisfaction, but they will never care about the life or death of a certain ant. He just wanted to laugh while walking on this road. Hot blood flowed all over the body when it came, and the hot flames lit up the bright blade. The guards did not retreat. Their perception of temperature was blurred, and even if their bodies were set on fire, it seemed that it had nothing to do with them. The elders fell down, and their dark pupils were looking at them indifferently. It was a condescending gaze, and the cold eyes made everyone's hearts tighten, as if they were being pinched by a big hand. If you dared to look directly at him, your heart would be crushed. The elders, who had always been in disbelief, suddenly looked frightened. They opened their mouths, not knowing if they wanted to scream, but their throats were blocked by the white viscous liquid spiritual pressure. The power of the void overwhelmed the remaining reason and wiped out the fear of the elders. The white spiritual pressure formed different masks on their faces, and the ferocious white-faced monsters got up. An all-round fierce attack with no blind spots, like a surging tide, came overwhelmingly from all directions at the same time. Aozaki Mizuki stood firmly on the spot, motionless. The monsters in front of him just started running. Before they took a few steps, they suddenly turned around and started a fierce fight with the monsters beside them. The hollow still cannot escape the false world of Kyoka Sujetsu. Aozaki Mizuki watched quietly for a moment, and then a huge burst of heat suddenly burst out in this narrow space. In less than a second, the temperature climbed sharply by thousands of degrees. Such an extreme high temperature instantly evaporates all the blood surrounding him. With Aozaki Mizuki as the core, a spherical space with a diameter of 10 meters rapidly expanded, tightly covering the entire meeting hall room. The family elders didn't even have time to let out a miserable howl, as the blazing flames that struck them instantly caused their bodies to disintegrate in an instant. Their bodies seemed to turn into tiny particles of dust, drifting away in the wind. The place was full of people just now, but in the blink of an eye everyone disappeared. The room was empty. There were flames dancing on the ground, and the air was filled with a burning smell. The raging fire mercilessly devoured the ancient building that had always protected the safety of the family. Even the solid walls that had been strengthened by multiple Keto blessings could not withstand the invasion of such scorching heat at this moment. Aozuki Mizuki held the Zanpakuto, exuding hot air with one hand, like a flaming demon stepping out of the abyss of hell, walking through the long and narrow corridor with few people left. The once majestic guards were now all reduced to ashes, but Aozaki Mizuki still maintained the posture of holding the sword, seemingly not affected at all. So, who else is worthy of wielding this long knife in his hand? If you wield this long knife again, it can only be for killing. As he moved forward step by step, the corridors he passed were ignited with blazing flames, making bursts of harsh burning sounds. This ancient building was finally a little overwhelmed. A faint creak sound could be heard, and it seemed that it would fall to the ground like a powerless giant at any time. In the eyes of Aozuki Zenzuki, those people who had been reduced to ashes were not visible at all. Only the dark corridor in front of them was dyed red with blood and filled with the smell of death. The guards stood there dumbfounded, at a loss as to where they should go. Their eyes were empty and there was no one in front of them, but the footsteps of death were gradually approaching. Chi, accompanied by a sharp and ear-piercing sound, a curtain of ice-cold water broke through the closed door in front of it at an astonishing speed, like a huge, surging wave, and swept towards this side overwhelmingly. A mysterious and powerful force is blooming, which is caused by some unknown flowing water Zanpakuto ability. The power contained in this current is heart-stopping, and its fierce momentum seems to tear apart and swallow everything. Obviously, Ryujin Jaka releases extremely hot temperatures, making those who come feel threatened. Looking around, the entire corridor was deserted, with only the ashes blowing in the wind and the dense fog that filled the surroundings. And that raging water wave was running straight ahead like a wild horse. Faced with such a fierce offensive, Aozuki Jinue just smiled slightly and didn't care. He waved the long knife in his hand easily, and the flames instantly evaporated all the water in front of him. At this moment, he was full of confidence and calmness, as if the enemies in front of him were just a group of vulnerable ants. He walked towards the end of the corridor step by step with a relaxed and casual pace. The closer to the end, the thicker the fog becomes, and the cold light of the cold sword radiating from it becomes more dazzling. At this moment, there was a sudden click-click sound from the door, which sounded like someone was strolling leisurely inside. However, not long after, the originally clearly audible footsteps suddenly stopped. Immediately afterwards, there was only a bang sound. The dilapidated wooden door was kicked open violently, and a large amount of rich white steam gushes out continuously. In this misty mist, a young man dressed in gorgeous aristocratic clothing slowly emerged. His appearance made the whole scene become more complicated and confusing. Under the red firelight, the face that seemed familiar but had never been seen before walked out silently, and was greeted by Aozuki Mayuki with a sunny face. When they met for the first time, Aozuki Jinue recognized him. Tsuneshiro Tokinada couldn't see his face, but there was an unusually familiar feeling in his heart. It was also more than 30 years ago that he saw a portrait which showed the face of a young man. He would never forget that appearance. He slowly walked into the corridor and walked towards Aozaki Mayuki with a ferocious smile. Is it because you can't feel spiritual pressure because of the cloak you're wearing? This cloak is really useful. Aozaki Mizuki took off the hood on his head, revealing a face that could disturb people's minds just by looking at it. The killing will continue next, and this man must die. There was a long-standing feud between them. You came late. The old people passed away peacefully. Aozaki Mayuki said calmly. It's just that the process may be a bit painful. Ha! Aozaki Meisuki, it's really you. Ha 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 ha! Tsuneyashiro Tokunada laughed heartily. Today is a double blessing. Those old guys from my master's family are going to die. I don't need to do anything about these old guys. Aozaki Mizuki looked at this madman without saying a word. In his perception, the spiritual pressure in the highest attic was rapidly decreasing, and of course it was Kachiki Xiangha who took action. The operation there went very smoothly. Aozaki Mizuki knew exactly what was going on. Aizen carefully designed the operation, and Kachiki Xiangha was the executor. As for Aozaki Mizuki, he came here to avenge his own personal revenge. And by the way, he did some advanced testing for the virtualization experiment that was about to officially start. Then shall we continue? Tsuneyashiro Tokunada, in front of him, suddenly stretched out his hand and pointed his Zanpakuto at Aozaki Mayuki and said with a sneer, Captain Jinue, actually I hate those old guys too. To be honest, we shouldn't be considered enemies. But I want to kill you. Aozaki Mayuki showed a disdainful smile and said calmly, So you will definitely die here today. Then there's nothing to talk about? Tsuneyashiro Tokunada's eyes turned cold, and he said solemnly, Then just go die. Yinluo Jingyan cut through the thick fog again and again with its fiery light and shadow, leaving transparent knife marks in the air. The knife lights crisscrossed like a big, airtight net. Snow-white blades came forward one after another, and countless firelights collided with the blades of the swords, tearing out countless bloodlines on Tsuneyashiro Tokunada's body. When the blade of Yongjin Senluo was covered with red blood, a layer of clear water infiltrated from the blade, washing away the scarlet. How can you be so strong? Tsuneyashiro Tokunada gritted his teeth with a mouth full of blood, somewhat unbelievable. His confidence was no less than that of his two classmates who were veteran captains, but now he was completely suppressed by a junior. The swords collided again, and his knees bent slightly. You have been locked up for too long. Aozaki Mizuki looked at him mockingly after a slight pause. The frog in the well doesn't understand the changes in the world at all. Aozaki Mizuki knocked back Tsuneyashiro Tokunada with one blow and cut a gash in his face. The sword drooped slightly and slowly fell with red blood droplets mixed with it. Hateful! More sword flashes followed, and Tsuneyashiro Tokunada had no time to disturb the opponent with words. Just like when my wife was still alive, she was already a mature adult, but I was always the child who never grew up. I don't want to listen to her teachings, and the other person's gentle words can only make me angry. Now he is still that child, but the words of instruction have turned into the light of swords and shadows that he is unable to resist. This feeling of powerlessness made him extremely angry. Damn it, why don't you die? I am one of the 5 nobles. Why not just die under my sword? At this moment, the layout of the main assembly hall has completely changed. The elders and guards in the assembly hall are lying on the ground in a mess. Some of them are wearing white masks on their faces, and their bodies have begun to collapse. Kachiki Xiangha has lost interest in these corpses. The Tauren Daxu next to him, who is difficult to communicate with, makes him want to draw a knife and kill them. Nyoto was Todd, rushed to the Kachiki River. He couldn't speak and kept shouting. That's enough, I know those guys are dead. Shut up. Kachiki Xiangha said loudly, raising his bloody left hand and hitting it on the head. Kachiki Xiangha felt a little irritated. He really didn't expect that Tsuneyashiro's family actually had masters. This battle was more brutal than imagined, and even he was injured. He glanced at the bull-headed Vashtod next to him. This guy was more miserable than him in the previous battle. He had an arm and a leg cut off, but he had fully recovered due to his high-speed regeneration ability. Roar! Nyoto Washidu pointed at the corpse on the ground and roared. I don't understand what you're saying. Can you shut up first? Kachiki Xiangha frowned. Do you still want to continue killing? No. He took off the clock on the wall and wiped the blood on it with his clothes. Please tell me the time clearly. We should retreat. The bull-headed Vashtod tilted his head and looked at him, then nodded. This guy can actually read a clock. Go Kwang, please listen to me. It's not night yet, and it's raining heavily. I can't see the stars at all. Tsuneyashiro Tokunada fell in a big pit and seemed to see his wife who had been dead for many years in a blur. He was buried by boulders and wooden walls. At this moment, only these impenetrable barriers could protect him. With his ear pressed to the ground, only the echoing heartbeat told him, "You are still alive." One punch, just one punch. That terrifying man smashed himself from the top of power in the Tsuneyashiro branch house to the bottom. "You're smiling so happily. I'm sorry that I'm still alive." Mr. Yamamoto, the old man, gave him a bone. "I really doubt whether he has such power when he uses it himself." Tsuneyashiro Tokunada panted. Not a sound came out of his mouth, but he didn't know who he was talking to. It was someone he didn't want to show weakness. "It hurts so much, my whole body hurts." "Is this what death feels like? Were you like this at the beginning? It's really embarrassing." "How many years have passed since then? 50 years? 60 years? Or 100? Year?" Tsuneyashiro Tokunada blinked, but a smile appeared on his lips. "I can't remember exactly, but feels really good." "Stop saying stupid things. Don't say stupid things to me, Gukwang." "Save me? I don't need your rescue. It's already this time. Can you please stop making me angry?" "I don't need you to dispel the clouds for me. I have been standing on the clouds from the beginning. I am the clouds myself. I am not a child who needs your teaching, and you're not my teacher. I went to school at the Central Spiritual Arts Academy. At that time, the dean was still the old guy Yamamoto, and he was also teaching me at the time. That old man Yamamoto is my teacher, but he failed to teach me well, so don't overestimate your abilities." Gukwang. He closed his eyes, as if he couldn't see those gentle eyes anymore. It was pitch black under the ruins, and the dark clouds were pouring rain like crazy. The wooden walls and stones still failed to bury him tightly, and the rain passed through the gaps and hit his face. Tsuneyashiro Tokunada did not expect that this place would become his own grave, nor did he expect that death would come on this day. Originally, today was a good day. After today, he would be able to take the position of head of the family. But now, the Tsuneyashiro family is probably going to disappear completely, and so will he. This temporary fortress could not give him any sense of security. He had no doubt that the man who ravaged him wantonly could destroy the entire Soul Society. Now Tsuneyashiro Tokunada just wants Aozaki Mayuki to destroy this world together with him, because he doesn't like this world at all. Tsuneyashiro Tokunada felt something was wrong from the moment he stepped into the high-rise building, plus that weird Zanpakuto, and then he learned that the man killed the elders of Tsuneyashiro Branch House. That man came for the Tsuneyashiro family, and he was so powerful that he was probably no match for him. At this time, running away was the best choice, but he didn't want to run away. He had known for a long time that the woman would take him away. Today might be the time. If not, he could still be happy for a while. Fortunately, he has done all the evil he should have done over the years, and he has not lost any joy he should have. If he really died today, it wouldn't be a loss. I will probably go to hell when I die. It is a good thing that I don't have to stay in the same world with this woman every day. To be honest, he actually had no feelings for that woman. That woman was a carefully selected experimental subject by the family, in order to test whether the offspring could inherit the fragments of the Soul King from their parents. He was the last person in the branch house, so naturally he had no choice, so he accepted the marriage with an indifferent attitude. He was not interested in the family's experiments at all, and wanted to see Gukwang's helpless and painful look after knowing the truth. So he told Gukwang the truth on their wedding night. But that hateful woman had already seen through everything, and she regarded him as a child who was ignorant of the world, and regarded his malice as a child's naughty. Tsuneyashiro Tokunada couldn't help but grit his teeth when he thought of this, thinking that he should have let that woman live and continue to experience the pain of the experiment, so that he would not have to think of her all the time. It's just that with that woman's character, she probably only smiles and doesn't say anything to comfort herself. The thought of that expression makes people angry. He turned his head, and the smile on his lips became even more twisted. A dark figure stood beside him. His speed is really fast, and there is no feeling at all. What kind of strength does this guy have? Those damn clothes prevented me from feeling the exact amount of spiritual pressure, but it would probably have the same result if I tried it again. The pouring rain hit the man next to him, and the water foam enveloped him like a shimmering light. The flames he used before were as terrifying as facing the old man Yamamoto. Tsuneyashiro Tokunada vomited out a mouthful of blood, but was unable to struggle anymore. The blood flowed out gurglingly. Excessive blood loss caused the brain to be deprived of oxygen, causing confusion and blurred vision. Although he was bound to die, Tsuneyashiro Tokunada felt that the other party did not want to let him go so easily. Those dark eyes are so beautiful, without a trace of mercy. Aozuki Mizuki was observing Tsuneyashiro Tokunada with a strong curiosity about the Yenluo mirror code in his hand, and he had the same ability to imitate the Zanpakuto as Izen Moriluo. But the former will consume the user's soul, while the latter does not have this drawback. Speaking of which, Yongjin Senluo is better. The soul is the origin of a person. Whether it is Shinigami, Hollow, or human beings, the foundation of existence is the soul. A little damage will have a huge impact. Tsuneyashiro Tokunada had just regained some consciousness, and before he knew whether he had returned to his original glory, he saw Aozaki Mayuki taking away the Yenluo mirror code. Are you going to kill yourself with that knife? That's really bad. Tsuneyashiro Tokunada sighed in his heart. The smile on his mouth remained unchanged. Killing yourself with your own Zanpakuto is simply the greatest insult to Shinigami. Although this knife does not belong to him, he is using it after all. It's such a disgusting look, it makes people not want to look at it a second time. Aozaki Mizuki raised the Zanpakuto in his hand, and the explosive flames ignited. Only then did Tsuneyashiro Tokunada realize that the other party wanted to completely erase all traces of his existence in this world. Aozaki Mizuki put Yongjin Senluo into her waist, held Yenluo Jingdian tightly in her right hand, turned around slowly, and walked towards the distance. The dark red flames that originally wrapped around him gradually dissipated, and the disgusting naughty child also disappeared, as if it had never existed, and as if it was just a pile of dust on the ground. It's useless to beg me. I don't want to use you, and I don't want to weaken my own soul. Aozaki Mayuki lowered her head and stared at the Yenluo Jingdian in her hand and said softly, "The purpose of reducing my soul is to maintain my own existence. If not, I would not be able to survive today." The tone was unexpectedly soft, even a little respectful. Division 12, Technology Development Bureau. The bright red and eye-catching alert characters on the big screen finally stopped flashing, and the deafening sirens that had been echoing everywhere in the Underground Research Institute also stopped abruptly. Urahara Kisuke raised his head and took a long breath of relief. I'm so lucky. All the important things are safe and sound. Fortunately, I had the foresight to store the experimental data and research results separately. He said softly to himself, Mr. Nyeshuli, how is the situation over there? Are there any valuables missing? I'm not the director. How can I have the qualifications to have a special place to store my own research results? There was no look of loss or sadness on Yeshuli's face. Instead, she sneered nonchalantly. It doesn't matter. I don't have anything valuable here anyway. All research is in its infancy. It doesn't matter even if those materials are stolen. Useless at all. It seems like the situation is not particularly bad. Urahara Kisuke's face became slightly more solemn, and he analyzed. The intrusion lasted just 10 minutes. The intruders first caused chaos on the ground to divert our attention, and then took the opportunity to sneak into the Underground Research Institute. Well, they moved quickly and neatly. Although we have not lost any important research results so far, we do not know what he did in these 10 minutes. Also, he caused a lot of losses to the Technology Development Bureau this time. The aftermath of this time is not easy to wrap up. Although I am very worried that the funds for the aftermath will be a staggering figure. But you know that the biggest trouble is not this. Nirvana, Lee said calmly. I don't know what you're worried about, but since your experimental results are still there, it means that he has not discovered your private room. If he has seen the experimental data, he must know that it is a result you obtained accidentally, and it is not necessarily something that can be created even if you have the data. That's right. Urahara Kisuk nodded. But this invasion still needs to be reported. It would be great if Captain Yamamoto could allocate some maintenance costs. That's none of my business, but this time the intruder obviously knows the Technology Development Bureau very well. You must find a way to deal with this matter. Nyeshuli said, my research is about to enter the next stage. I don't want this happens again. What are you talking about? Urahara Kisuk expressed dissatisfaction. You are the Deputy Director of the Technology Development Bureau. How could it be none of your business? It's ridiculous. I became the Deputy Director of the Technology Development Bureau. In addition to doing experimental research every day, did you give me other powers? Nyeyuli turned around and left, having no interest in continuing the conversation with this shameless guy. Aozuki Mizuki pushed the gate of opening, looked up at the heavy rain in the sky, wiped the rain from his face, and walked into the mansion given to him by the Tsuneyashiro family. The simple and elegant bathroom door opened, and the water temperature in the bath was just right. I sat in the bath and then turned around. Across the exquisite wooden window, there was a miserable rain curtain on the other side, and the cool breeze made him feel good. The woman with short pink hair stood in front of the window. Her dreamlike appearance seemed to dissipate with the soft wind. She looked here, took 2 steps to walk in front of her, and sat on the edge of the bath with a slight smile on her lips. You're pretty good looking, Aozaki Meisuke said softly, leaning against the edge of the bath and looking up at that moving face. This is my body you gave me. This is the image you wanted to give me in your heart. I just chose to accept it. Yin Luo Jingdian's voice echoed in every corner of the bathroom. You woman's personality has changed so much. You didn't have this attitude before. Aozaki Mayaki said jokingly. After all, it has existed for millions of years. Of course, you have to be flexible in your behavior. Now you can't get rid of me even if you want a dog, Shiob Jin S.A. Master. Yinluo Jingyan reached out and lifted Aozaki Mayuki's chin and shouted out the title that would make ordinary people feel ashamed. This woman is the Zanpakuto that has been passed down by the Tsuneyashiro family for millions of years. Aozaki Mizuki snatched her away from Tsuneyashiro Tokunada and retained the invisible sword spirit body. After the sword body lost its essence, it disintegrated into spirit fragments. He has already performed the operation of accepting the Zanpakuto-S body once. Yulu Julio still lives in his inner world, and now this woman is in the same situation. At this moment, there is obviously an illusory connection between Aozaki Meisuke and this woman. The master is not a joke, but a true portrayal of their current relationship. Yinluo Katanori, this Zanpakuto passed down from the Tsuneyashiro family, was unceremoniously possessed by Aozaki Mizuki. Yin Luo Jingdian wears a shining silver Valkyrie armor and a pair of slender silver armor boots. Extending from her waist down to her legs, she is decorated with a layer of white snow-like feathers like a feather fan. Covered. This kind of dress makes Aozaki Mizuki feel more friendly, because the person in front of her seems to be modeled after Sister Thunder. She and the sisters Yongjin Sunluo should travel together to the world of Final Fantasy and embark on a thrilling and enjoyable crystal fantasy adventure. Aozaki Mizuki thought. He has always liked the Final Fantasy series of games. The movie Final Fantasy VII, Advent of the Sun, led him into a world full of fantasy. Although the storyline of this movie is not complicated, its exquisite character models deeply attracted him. Since then, he has come into contact with this series of games and embarked on his own journey of crystal fantasy. I don't know whether the future development of this world will be the same as the previous life, but even the same thing seems to be of no avail. After all, he does not have the ability to develop games, and Square Enix has not yet been founded. It may still take decades before the game comes out, etc. With so many geniuses around me, it is really difficult to ask them for help openly when doing something secretive, but developing games does not seem to be a shady thing. Especially a playful guy like Urahara Kisuk will definitely not shirk. and maybe he will be grateful to me for coming up with such a brilliant idea. This armor is very similar to the ones worn by Quincy in the past. Could it be that you like Western Knights? But Yongjin Sunluo and the others are wearing kimonos. Your hobbies are really hard to figure out. Yinluo Jingyan lowered his head and looked at the armor on his body. Also, the design is really strange. I think the Quincy's armor covers the whole body tightly. If this armor leaks a little here and a little there, can it really have a defensive effect? You don't understand this. With our strength, why do we need the protection of armor? Aozuki Jinyu nodded. Half covering can show a hazy beauty. This is noble aesthetics. Aizen Sosuke stretched out his slightly trembling hand and slowly turned off the flickering electronic screen. As the only light source was extinguished, the entire laboratory instantly fell into endless darkness, as if shrouded in a mysterious and oppressive force. He stood there quietly, taking deep breaths silently, trying to calm down his mood. Time passed minute by minute, and finally, when he felt his heart returning to peace, he gently reached out and opened the glass cover, staring at the black coal briquettes that became larger and larger. Then he took 2 steps forward, elegantly taking off the black robe on his body, then put on the feathered fabric that symbolized the captain's identity, and carefully arranged his messy hair. For a moment, he exuded an unparalleled vigor, like a sharp sword about to be unsheathed, making people afraid to look directly at him. Standing in front of the mirror, Aizen Sosuke carefully looked at himself in the mirror. At this moment, he indeed looked like a gentle, affable, and good old man. However, only a few people know what kind of intentions in government are hidden behind this mask. Kuchiki Xianghe opened the door and was stunned when he stepped into the room. Aizen Sosuke was standing there upright, with an unusually bright smile on his face. On weekdays, this man always has a gentle smile on his lips, which is just a disguise he uses to hide his true emotions. He rarely smiles so sincerely. Such a situation today is really rare, and Kuchiki Xianghe couldn't help but feel doubtful. That smile can't be said to be ugly, but it is disgusting. Compared with the usual fake smile, it is simply too ugly. What good thing happened to this man that he was so excited that he couldn't even control his facial expression? At this moment, he seemed to have turned into a child, looking at the toy he had dreamed of, his face full of desire and expectation. Kuchiki Xianghe didn't know how to react for a while, but silently led Nyotu Washi into the house. After entering, he carefully closed the door and carefully checked the door lock to ensure that no one would break in unexpectedly. Then, Kuchiki Xianghe quietly stood behind the man, slowly taking off the blood-stained black robe with one hand and tightly covering his injured shoulder with the other hand. It was only a short 100 miles from Sunishiro's home to the laboratory, but in order to avoid the surveillance of the ubiquitous video bugs in the Godiai 13 garrison area, he had to take a detour and traveled all the way from a remote suburb here. At this time, the wound on his shoulder had begun to condense into a scab, but it would tear open again with a little movement, and a small stream of bright red blood slowly flowed down his arm. He took out the medical kit from the metal. He didn't know Kaido, and now he could only use these simple medical tools to treat the injury. He is a true man who has experienced the baptism of war. This little flesh pain is over with endurance. He has endured more serious injuries and completed the bandaging in less than a minute. Kuchiki Xianghe put on a clean, death-defying uniform, tied the camellia armband representing the 6th Division on his shoulders, and wrapped it in a red floral gauze, so that nothing strange could be seen at all. He stood in front of the mirror and looked at himself carefully. There seemed to be nothing abnormal about his appearance, but his face was slightly pale and lacked some rosy color. He did not hesitate to throw all the blood-stained clothes into the incineration chamber. Their experiments are related to biology, and this kind of facility dedicated to waste treatment is essential. After doing all this, he conducted a meticulous inspection of the entire laboratory to ensure that no trace was left behind. He knew that he must not let anyone discover any clues, because Kuchiki Xianghe was a completely different person after leaving this laboratory, an existence that has nothing to do with Aizen Sosuke. He is a model son-in-law who obeys the teachings of his father-in-law, loves to study kendo with his close friends, takes good care of his wife and life, and never flirts with women. Sometimes, even Kachiki Xiangha himself would lament that he had disguised his true self so perfectly that he no longer even looked like the original him. However, it was this image that won the favor of his father-in-law and his wife. If they understood what they were doing, they might no longer like themselves, and they might even view themselves as monsters. When I wiped out all the Tsuneshiro family, I was really happy. But no one likes monsters, and Kachiki Xiangha knew this very well. He didn't even like monsters himself, and he didn't feel any resentment. He chose to hide his true self and continued to cover up his cruel side. Because Kachiki Xiangha doesn't want to lose them yet, that's all. Aizen Sosuke wrapped the coal ball with a strange metal film. As the light of spiritual pressure flashed, the metal ball actually became transparent. What's the result of the experiment? Judging from your expression, it doesn't seem ideal. Well, it's still the same as before. Spirits with weak spiritual pressure collapse, while those with strong spiritual pressure become hollow. Kachiki Xiangha nodded. This experiment failed without a doubt. You don't seem to have any idea at all. Not surprised. You've done so many experiments. Why don't you tell me? You should have been mentally prepared. Then is this experiment about to be terminated again? Kachiki Xiangha asked with a frown. No, I have found a solution. Aizen raised the corners of his mouth slightly, showing a confident smile. His eyes were firm and bright, as if he had seen through everything. This sentence means that experimentation will not stop here, and those outdated technologies will be abandoned. Hearing this, Kachiki Xiangha's eyes suddenly opened wide, with a trace of surprise and doubt flashing in his eyes, but he soon regained his composure. He nodded to express his understanding. Well, I understand. Kachiki Xiangha had no doubts about the wisdom of the man in front of him. This man created many amazing achievements that are beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Although the previous hollow experiments may not have been completely successful, being able to transform Shinigami into a hollow and giving him a huge increase in power is already an extraordinary achievement. If this man is allowed to continue to study in depth, maybe one day in the future, he can really realize his ideal. You're looking forward to it too, right? Aizen suddenly turned to look at Kachiki Xiangha and said softly, Expectation. Kachiki Xiangha was stunned for a moment, secretly wondering what he was expecting. Aizen shook his head gently. The space behind him seemed to be torn open by a pair of invisible hands, and a huge oval black hole appeared. The cave is filled with thick fog, giving people a mysterious feeling. Black accent. This is a virtual space passage, equivalent to Shinigami's world-traveling gate. The one who walked out was not Su, but Dong Xianyao. Without even looking at Kachiki Xiangha, he raised the transparent metal ball and walked into the black cavity. This guy Aizen has even figured out Su's black accent. Kachiki Xiangha was shocked. It's really your bad taste. Yinluo Jingdian gently smoothed the hair around her ears, then slowly raised her head, her eyes as clear and bright as autumn water. Listen to what you said. Do you know me very well? Ao's Kijinua blinked, with a trace of doubt on his face. Yes, I understand. I am your Zanpakuto now. I get along pretty well with those girls. They like you quite a lot. Yinluo Jingdian sighed slightly. Her voice was as soft as a breeze blowing. Someone is coming. Don't worry, she is very gentle. Aozaki Mayuki stuck out her tongue playfully. You don't have to worry too much about me, my health is fine. To be honest, I've never made a loss-making business. Letting you live here now is actually equivalent to you renting my place. According to common sense, you should pay me rent. It's too early to say this now. Yinluo Jingdian chuckled. And you don't really treat this matter with your heart. Well, I see. So you want me to be sincere? Aozuki Mizuki hesitated for a moment, then gently slid his fingers on the water, causing ripples. Do you want to be with me? Do I establish a spiritual connection? Yinluo Jingdian lowered his head silently and leaned over Aozuki Jinue. He did not speak, but stretched out his slender hand and gently touched the face full of doubts. "Goodbye," Yin Luo Jingdian said softly. "Goodbye," Aozaki Meisuke responded, his eyes tightly locked on the woman who gradually became blurry and illusory in front of him until she disappeared. At this moment, a figure gently opened the door and slowly walked into the house. She lowered her head and stared at the steaming water in the pool. She stretched out her hand and gently smoothed her hair that was hanging down like a waterfall. He took off his yukata and walked towards a bath. Aozaki Mayuki quietly opened his arms, waiting for the woman walking towards him. Finally, she came to Aozaki Mayuki and sat lightly in the warm pool water. In the diffuse mist, the two of them were so close that they could clearly feel each other's breathing. Unohana Retsu's bright eyes are full of charm and charming, seeming to blend into the surrounding transparent water, making her whole person become softer. She raised her head and stared at Aozaki Mayuki. Her originally gentle face was now even more delicate and charming because of faint blush. The rain outside the house became more and more violent, and the pouring rain kept hitting the wooden windows, splashing countless fine water splashes. The downpour violently beat on the ground, splashing water, and the world was suddenly shrouded in a layer of mist. "You look very happy." Unohana Retsu leaned against Aozaki Meisuke and looked up at the ceiling. The mist-filled bathroom made her feel like she was in a fairyland. "It seems that things are going very smoothly." "It went very well." Aozaki Mizuki adjusted her posture and let Unohana Retsu rest on her shoulders, making it more comfortable to sit up. "The experiment was successful. I saw those old guys turn into crazy beasts with my own eyes." "Beast?" Unohana Retsu frowned. "She is the ultimate in skill, and turning into a beast is not an expected result. This is just the first step to break the boundary between Hollow and Shinigami." Aozaki Mizuki was silent for a moment. "After breaking the boundary, you have to defeat the hollow self in your heart, and then you can control this power." Unohana Retsu rolled his eyes. "You knew the method of virtualization from the beginning, right?" Aozaki Mizuki smiled. "Hey, of course I have the theoretical foundation, but practice is indispensable. The old guys in Yashiro deserve their death." Unohana Retsu leaned on the man's chest, looked at the pouring rain outside, and sighed. "I know about the grudge between you and the Tsuneyashiro family, but I never thought that you would actually take action against the Tsuneyashiro family. After all, they're the 5 nobles who rule the Suriidii." The sound of rain fell in patter, like a melodious piano music. However, Aozaki Mizuki did not respond, and Unohana Retsu also felt a little speechless. The two of them remained in a stalemate quietly. "Today, you've been staying with me." Unohana Retsu suddenly broke the silence and said, "Lai is so kind to me." Akijinua scratched her head and showed a smile. "In this case, I can't let Lai down. The virtualization experiment really needs to be accelerated. Let's continue the experiment tomorrow. I just happened to find 2 volunteers who are willing to participate in the experiment." Since merging with Hogyoku, Aozaki Mizuki has been waiting for evolution with peace of mind, but due to his inability to feel strong emotions of fear, his evolution speed is relatively slow. However, Aozaki Mizuki does not intend to use fear to promote her own evolution. Aizen's monster-like fusion state made him feel that it really didn't seem like a successful evolution. He decided to choose a gentler and more stable method to achieve evolution, and tried to explore whether there were other new evolutionary possibilities. He still has time now. In addition to collecting the Spirit King's organs, helping the girls increase their strength is also one of his current goals. The more strength, the more security. Volunteer. Unohana Retsu tilted his head. "Is there anyone willing to participate in such a dangerous experiment? Isn't it forced? You should know Lu Shuei and Izumo. They're the 4th and 5th seats of our squad." Aozaki Meisuke said. Unohana Retsu showed an expression of understanding, and even felt that this answer was a bit natural. The entire Godei 13 team knew that these 2 people were die-hard fans of Aozaki Meisuke, and it was said that they were also high-ranking officials of the male fan group, Moon no Hana of Aozaki Meisuki. That organization is full of ardent fans of Aozaki Meisuki, and the president is the famous Ikamaru Jin, the deputy captain of the 11th Division. No wonder, if you tell them both to die, they will be willing to do so. Unohana Retsu nodded. I never doubted their loyalty. There was no wave in Aozaki's voice. As long as they can successfully master the virtualization, it will be your turn next. I'm waiting for that day. Unohana Retsu thought for a moment. It has nothing to do with me anyway. The only ones who are sad are the children under you. They volunteered. Aozaki Mizuki sighed. Okay, you win. But Yoruchi and the others can really sleep. They haven't gotten up for so long. I used Mion on them while they were asleep. After all, they were too tired. From a doctor's point of view, they must have a good rest. They should be able to sleep for a few more hours. Unohana Retsu explained. Aozaki Jiue glanced at her in surprise and asked, Can you change your gentle expression? You can do such a bad thing without changing your expression. We are indeed a perfect match, Aozaki Mizuki said shamelessly. Unohana Retsu suddenly turned around and sat face-to-face with Aozaki Mayuki, pressing his shoulders with both hands. Hey, I'm just expressing my feelings. Don't be so excited, right? Aozaki Mayuki said hurriedly. This abnormally rosy look made him go crazy. He didn't want to fight with this woman in this situation. Their faces were very close to each other. You're right. Aozaki Mizuki was stunned for a moment, and his eyes fell on Unohana Retsu's face. There were two eye-catching blushes on Unohana Retsu's face, and Aozaki Miyuki noticed that Unohana Retsu's body temperature began to rise. It's okay, I feel a little happy, Unohana Retsu said lightly. Are you telling me about happiness now? This emotion can easily infect me. Aozaki Mizuki was shocked. Can he still leave this bathroom today? Go to I-13, Captain's office. There is a paper report on the long table, stamped with the seal from the 12th Division, which was delivered here on the night of the attack. Yamamoto put the file aside, closed his eyes, and pondered, and the atmosphere suddenly seemed a little solemn. Urahara Kisuke didn't dare to breathe. He didn't dare to act careless in front of such Yamamoto. On the way here, he knew what was happening. The ruler of Soul Society was attacked again, and the damage is under investigation. Last time the Godai 13 were able to rush to support, but this time when Tsuneyashiro's family was attacked, the Godai 13 didn't even know it happened. This was undoubtedly blamed by the nobles as the captain's fault. The most powerful force in the Soul Society who holds the name of the Godai was unable to protect the ruler of the Siriidii. The nobles have already accused Central 46. Yamamoto nodded. The Research Institute of the Technology Development Bureau needs repairs. I will apply for funding from Central 46. Do you need any other help? Thank you, Captain. As long as we have funds. Maintenance is a trivial matter for us. Urahara Kisuke waved his hand. We are not short of anything. We are just short of money. You don't have to worry about funding, Yamamoto said. Have you found out the identity of the intruder in this incident? No. Urahara Kisuke shook his head, but we found that a researcher is missing, which may be related to this invasion. We are sending people to look for him. You go to Captain Kairaku, Shunsui, and I will ask the 8th Division to cooperate with your search work. Yamamoto said calmly, and then his narrowed eyes opened slightly. We must not let these young people continue to trample on the dignity of the Siriidii. Do you understand, Captain Urahara Kisuke? Yes, I'll do it right away and go to the 8th Division immediately. Urahara Kisuke hurriedly lowered his head, more respectfully than ever before. Everyone could see that the old man was suppressing his anger. I am not a disciple of this old man, and now is definitely not a good time to get into trouble with him. Shuangsho Hill, underground training ground. Come here, Lu Shui Izumo. Aozaki Mayuki raised her head. The sound of footsteps sounded, and Lu Shui and Izumo walked in through the gate of opening and stood in front of Aozaki Mayuki. They had been waiting for a long time. This is a glorious evolution. Aozaki Mizuki glanced at them. I ask you one last time. Are you ready? It's still too late to regret now. Yes, Lord Jinhua, my subordinates are ready. The two people's eyes were full of enthusiasm and admiration, without any doubt or question. If you fail and become hollow, I will kill you myself. Having said that, Aozaki Meisuke is actually very confident in this experiment. In the original work, the masked legion was first reduced by Aizen, and then rescued by Urahara Kisuke using the half-finished Hogyoku. Now that he has merged with the awakened complete Hogyoku, there is no reason why he should fail. Please let us become a sharp sword in the hands of Master Jinhua, and we will not regret it even if we die. Lu Shuei and Izumo nodded firmly. Even senior-level Shinigami, like them, know that contact with the power of the Hollow is a dangerous thing. After all, Kaion is Shinigami's mortal enemy, and it is absolutely a grave sin to come into contact with this power without permission. But they do it anyway. Aozaki Jinhua nodded, stretched out 2 fingers, and lightly touched their foreheads. Hogyoku? Aozaki Mizuki was not prepared to let them know about Hogyoku's existence. It's not that I doubt their loyalty, it's just that the abilities that exist in this world are all kinds of strange, and sometimes whether others know what is going on in their minds does not depend on their own wishes. Not to mention them, even Aozaki Mayuki's lover didn't know that he had Hogyoku on his chest. This was the only thing that would be hidden when he was honest with her, nor did he know how powerful this gem was. The two of them quickly howled, and white liquid spiritual pressure covered their faces. Aozaki Mizuki stood in front of them, waiting for them to go berserk and then attack her, until she mastered the power of virtualization. The talents of the two are not very high. It took them hundreds of years to become high-ranking officials. It would take thousands of years to become the vice captain, but their current spiritual pressure is already at the level of the vice captain. This is the result of Aozaki Mizuki using the power of Hogyoku to guide their potential in order to complete the virtualization experiment. If you want to master the virtualization, deputy captain level spiritual pressure is necessary. Otherwise, you will be swallowed up by the huge spiritual pressure brought by the virtualization, and your spiritual body will eventually collapse. The eyes of Lu Shuei and Izumo suddenly burst out with scarlet light, as if they were swallowed up by an irrepressible force, and their sanity gradually blurred and dissipated. White spiritual pressure mucus, as white as snow, seeped out of their bodies in a steady stream, quickly spreading throughout their bodies like a tide, completely covering their bodies in the blink of an eye. As this strange change occurred, their bodies also expanded rapidly, and finally transformed into 2 behemoths nearly 3 meters high. Roar! Roar! A deafening roar suddenly sounded, like thunder exploding, setting off waves of surging air. These 2 roars were filled with endless violence and wildness, seeming to tear everything around them into pieces. Ryusei and Izumo are similar in age, but it is no accident that the former has a higher seat than the latter. Under normal conditions, Lu Shuei possesses the vice captain level strength of the 4th level peak spiritual power, but after becoming virtual, he has touched the realm of the 3rd level spiritual power, which would be said to have surpassed the category of ordinary strongman. In comparison, Izumo is slightly inferior. He possesses 4th level spiritual power and can reach the peak level of 4th level spiritual power after becoming virtual. But what can be seen is that the increase in strength brought about by the virtualization completed by awakening Hogyoku is simply terrifying. This kind of virtualization is more perfect than the massed military force in the original work, which is just Aizen's failed attempt. After Lu Shuei and Izumo completed the virtualization, their spiritual pressure level increased by more than half a level, which increased by more than 5 times. But the improvement of spiritual pressure is secondary. It can be seen from their actions that all basic abilities have improved dramatically. Yuji Philion. Along with this soft drink, the wind moved out of thin air and became violent instantly. Like a ferocious giant beast, it opened its bloody mouth and bit the blurred water and Izumo tightly, making it impossible for them to escape. In the blink of an eye, the wind field formed an indestructible cage, trapping them firmly within it. The terrifying pressure was as heavy as a mountain, so heavy that Lu Shui and Izumo couldn't move, as if they were being suppressed by an invisible mountain. Their bodies began to make heart-stopping, clicking sounds, as if they were about to collapse at any time. Aozuki Mizuki stood quietly on the spot, staring at the flowing water, and Izumo trapped in the wind field with bright eyes. There was a trace of expectation in his eyes, as if he was waiting for some miracle to happen. Time passed by minute, and an hour passed, but Lu Shui and Izumo still showed no signs of lifting the blur. Aozuki Jun couldn't help but frown, shook her head slightly, stretched out her finger, pointed at the two people's foreheads, and said to herself, "Did it fail? Which link caused the problem?" There was a hint of doubt and reluctance in his voice, and his originally tense expression became more solemn. He stared closely at the dissolving water and Izumo lying on the ground, not missing any slight change. Suddenly, his expression changed, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. On the white bones on the surface of Lu Shui and Izumo, a crack as fine as a spider web appeared. These cracks spread quickly, intertwined with each other, and were shocking. Immediately afterwards, there was only a crisp click sound, and the entire white skeleton collapsed and turned into countless fine powders, scattering on the ground. Having lost the support of their bones, Lu Shui and Izumo fell limply to the ground. Success? Is this the power of virtualization? We are probably many times stronger now than before. Both Lu Shui and Izumo had expressions of disbelief on their faces, but they were extremely excited inside. However, just when they were still immersed in joy, suddenly, the masks on their faces shattered without warning and turned into countless small fragments, falling down one after another. Now, if you can free the Zanpakuto and successfully perform Hollow, then your strength may be comparable to those of ordinary captain-level Shinigami who do not use Bankai. Aozuki quietly felt the spiritual pressure emanating from the two of them, nodded slightly, and then waved her hand, indicating that they could leave. You can find a place to practice at will, and strive to adapt to this power as soon as possible and extend the virtualization time. Okay, thank you, Aosaki-sama. Let's go find a place to practice and try to get familiar with this new power as soon as possible. Lu Shui and Izumo looked at each other and said in unison. Then, they turned around and left, preparing to find a suitable place to start practicing. Aozaki Mizuki let go of her spiritual pressure perception and found Ikamar Jin in the 11th Division. A week later, the first team was in the team building. Captain's meeting room. The captains of the Godei 13th Division gathered together. Except for Aizen Sosuke, the captain of the 3rd Division who was away on duty, the deputy captain Sentetsu, who came to attend the meeting instead of him. That's what happened. Without raising his head, Yamamoto handed the file he had prepared to everyone to see. Central 46 has found out the truth of the matter. Due to an internal experiment leakage accident, the Tsuneshiro family suffered unprecedented heavy losses. I'm deeply saddened. This is the dereliction of duty of our Godei 13 team. Hollowing? It is an act prohibited by the Suriidei. These nobles I've been researching it privately. No wonder I didn't ask for help from us. Kairaku Shunsui opened the file, which contained various investigation materials, each of which was stamped with the official seal of Central 46. Oh, with things like this, is there anyone left in the Tsuneshiro family? The Tsuneshiro branch house was destroyed. Several children of the main family survived. They are being protected by the Godei 13. Yamamoto glared at him fiercely, but his mood was much better than when he first learned that Tsuneshiro's family was attacked. After all, civil strife is different from external invasion. If it was an external invasion, it would indeed be a dereliction of duty for the Godei 13 to fail to protect them. But the Tsuneshiro family had played with themselves. It would be nice if Yamamoto didn't attack them when conducting virtualization experiments in the Suriidei. It is unjustifiable that the Godei 13 should be blamed. And Aozaki Mizuki's face looked a little strange. He flipped through several documents and could only sigh that Aizen was thoughtful and had no flaws at all. Yamamoto said seriously, "Next, announce the order issued by Central 46. What does this mean?" Jingraku Shunsui murmured in a low voice. "I have found out what else there is to say. Tsuneyashiro Tokunada, the last member of the Tsuyashiro family branch house. In this incident, he stole the family's treasure and massacred his relatives. This is an unforgivable crime." Yamamoto continued. "Starting today, the entire court is looking for Tsuneyashiro Tokunada, life or death. I hope all captains will inform all divisions." The more senior captains all showed surprised expressions. This matter was not recorded in the data, but they knew about Tsuneyashiro Tokunada. He was under house arrest for killing his wife and friends decades and nearly 100 years ago. The person who reported him at that time was the captain of Division 8 and his former classmate, Kayaraka Shunsui. He was a recognized lunatic. I didn't expect him to do such a thing. "Yes," the captains said in unison. "There are 2 more things to do next." Yamamoto looked around the entire conference room, saw everyone's performance, and nodded with satisfaction. Even the most naughty little disciple is respectful. It is conceivable that this incident did not affect his authority in the Godai 13. It's just that it's not a big deal if it affects him, but it will be a little troublesome to use his fist to establish authority again. Aozaki Mizuki didn't know what the old man was thinking. He just felt guilty, not that he was afraid of the old man. Not only did he kill Tsuneyashiro Tokunada, he also killed many members of Tsuneyashiro's family, and he was the one who took Yenluo Katanori away. There was nothing wrong with him, but a big pot was placed on the dead body of Tsuneyashiro Tokunada. He was afraid that he would not be able to help but laugh out loud. The first thing is that Captain Kuchiki Jinling will be transferred to Mao District, so he applied for retirement and deregistration. We recommend Kuchiki Hibiki, the deputy captain of the 6th Division, to be the new captain of the 6th Division. Do you have any objections? Yamamoto said. The captains all looked at Kuchiki Jinling, who nodded calmly. I'm getting older, so opportunities should be left to young people. Old people have said this, and the captains present naturally agreed. After all, everyone knows Kuchiki Shunga's strength. His performance on the battlefield is very impressive, and he has Master Bankai. In addition, the captain of the 6th Division is hereditary to the Kuchiki family. As the legitimate son, Kuchiki Sojin was transferred to the Mao District early due to health reasons. Kuchiki Jinling retires, and the only suitable captain candidate is Kuchiki Hibiki. This incident has sounded the alarm for us. Sometimes enemies not only come from the outside, but there may also be many dangers lurking within the Suriidei. When an accident occurs in the Suriidei, if the Godai 15 cannot respond in time, it may cause a catastrophe or even cause turmoil in the imperial court. So the second thing is that I decided to set up a special force to be responsible for the daily defense of Noble Street and Noble Territory. Yamamoto tapped the ground with his crutch, and the captains were shocked. This will undoubtedly cause an uproar. When the Godai 13 proposed to install video bugs in the Suriidei, they encountered fierce opposition from the nobles. Despite their glamorous appearance, there are actually quite a lot of dirty things going on secretly, and naturally they will not let those things be exposed to the sun. Therefore, the monitoring area actually only covers the team building of the Godai 13. This is also the fundamental reason why the Godai 13 did not respond to the attack on Tsuneyashiro's family. If surveillance could be installed at the door of Tsuneyashiro's house, even if they didn't ask for support, the Godai 13 would definitely be able to detect anything unusual if something went wrong. The nobles won't agree, right? Jushiro Yukitake asked in a low voice. They must agree this time. I don't want anything that will threaten the security of Suriidei to happen under our noses, but we know nothing and can't do anything. Yamamoto said coldly, with an unquestionable meaning in his tough words. Everyone was silent. No one has a stronger belief in protecting the world than this old man. This old man could have stood at the top of the world, a monster with the power to do whatever he wanted. But for the sake of this world, He voluntarily succumbed to a group of powerful people that he hated. But when the group of powerful people whom he personally promoted to high positions threaten the world, he will never be merciful. What the teacher wants to do now, we can definitely do it. Aozaki Meisuke said. Just tell us what you want to do. Yamamoto wants to set up such an army, and the nobles cannot stop him. Regardless of strength, there are almost no members of the Tsuneyashiro family. The family power has declined, and they have lost family support. The few sages and judges of Central 46 cannot make any waves. The remaining 4 of the 5 nobles, the Kachiki family and the Shihoin family, are staunch supporters of the old man. The Shiba family is far away from the center of power in Rakangai, and the Yomi family is not interested in power. The remaining minor nobles are nothing to worry about. The old man wants to form a force responsible for security and vigilance. Not only will Central 46 not object, but they may even provide strong support. Vice Captain of the shooting range, Captain Yamamoto shouted. My subordinate is here, Your Excellency, Captain. Deputy Captain Shintai of the shooting range nodded slightly and responded. I heard that the 3rd captain of the 3rd Division, Hobashirojuro, has learned Bankai. Is this true? Captain Yamamoto asked with a serious expression. If I get back to the captain, Captain Aizen and his subordinates can confirm that Hobashirojuro Sanshi has indeed learned Bankai. Vice Captain Sentetsu of the shooting field replied respectfully. Well, in that case, after the meeting, you ask Juro Hobashi to come to the first team. After I confirm that it is correct, I will officially appoint him as the captain of the first team's special security force. Captain Yamamoto nodded and said calmly, As for the members of the special security force, I will select some suitable candidates from each division. Above. Oh, the Tsuneyashiro family is so unlucky this time, and the virtualization experiment is really dangerous. Shaifinjuin Yoruchi walked out of the door, holding one arm of Aozaki Mayuki, and said enthusiastically. Unohana Retsu, who followed them, smiled and said nothing. Since the first protracted battle, Unohana Retsu has never been in a tit-for-tat situation with Shifu and Yoruchi. Instead, he has become more calm, as if he has placed himself in a higher position. That aura made the carefree Yoruchi feel guilty. Hollowing is indeed dangerous. I remember that some people are also conducting such dangerous experiments. Don't you think so, Kisuk? Aozaki Mizuki, who was afraid that the world would not be in chaos, said meaningfully. Hey, how did I know? I never touched such dangerous things. Urahara Kisuk hurriedly waved his hand and carefully looked back towards the conference room behind him. Seeing old man Yamamoto chatting with Kayaraka Shunsui, he breathed a sigh of relief. Really? But didn't you ask me for help in your last experiment to remove the void? Before Aozaki Mizuki could finish her words, Urahara Kisuk covered her mouth. Little ancestor, can you say a few words less? You will only be willing to have the captain kill me, right? Urahara Kisuk wants to cry, but has no tears. Didn't you see how old Mr. Yamamoto's face darkened when he heard the word virtualization in the meeting? Now, this is definitely something that cannot be mentioned in front of the captain. If the captain knew that he had developed something that could cause virtual blur, he might not kill himself for Maya Aozaki's sake, but it would be very embarrassing. Aozaki Mizuki mumbled and made a strange sound. I'll let go of you. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't ever mention the word virtual again. Urahara Kisuk was a little timid when he spoke, but when Aozaki Mizuki nodded in agreement, he cautiously let go. Unohana Retsu looked at the two people, slightly surprised, feeling that he had discovered the truth of the matter. She originally thought that virtualization was Aozaki Mayuki's own research, but now looking at the performance of the two of them, it is obviously not the case. This kind of treasonous thing was probably done by Urahara Kisuk. Look at how anxious you are. What are you afraid of? You coward, Aozaki Mayuki said disdainfully. As long as I'm here, as long as I say a few nice words in front of the old man won't embarrass you even if he finds out. With that bad mouth of yours, The captain will probably tear me apart as soon as you open your mouth. Urahara Kisuke gritted his teeth. Huh? Aozaki Maya glared at him in a long tone. Urahara Kisuke Shanshan smiled and said, I was wrong. You don't remember the faults of villains, so don't argue with me. It's more or less the same. Aozaki Mizuki crossed her arms and nodded. But the attitude is not sincere enough, and there are some minor flaws in the acting skills which still need to be practiced. How is that possible? I received professional training in the 2nd Division. Urahara Kisuke raised a fist and said proudly, then quickly bent down and rubbed his hands, flatteringly. But if you say there are flaws, then there are flaws. I will go back and seize the time to train. Children can be taught. Aozaki Jinyu nodded and said arrogantly, So what's the matter with you? Kisuke. Aozaki Mizuki called out this affectionate title with a serious face. Matsuki. Urahara Kisuke was a little confused by this sudden solemnity. Don't you think the world is too boring now? Aozaki Meisuki said with an expression of despair. Urahara Kisuke shook his head subconsciously, instinctively feeling that this boy might make him do some trouble again. You're also very busy, okay? You don't feel bored? I really misjudged you, Urahara Kisuke. I thought you were a man standing in the same dimension as me, but now it seems that you are still far away. Aozaki Mizuki sighed, but it doesn't matter. I just feel bored. I have a series of games that I want you to help me make. Game or series? Upon hearing game, Urahara Kisuke immediately became energetic. The man in front of me has no scientific research talent, but sometimes the ideas he comes up with are still very interesting. What's more, it's an entertainment project and requires strong support. Seeing Urahara Kisuke taking the bait, Aozaki Maya described it vividly. This is a role-playing video game series. It's a new type of game. It sounds interesting. Urahara Kisuke rubbed his chin and nodded. Final Fantasy. The name sounds good. Actually, I have some other ideas. I'll tell you when you finish this. Aozaki Mizuki said with a beaming eyebrow. His past life experience is so rich, and the hundreds of games in the game library are not in vain. Things like Red Dead Redemption, Monster Hunter, Gast, Dark Souls, Old Man Ring, etc., as well as Resident Evil and the like, must all be arranged. He provided the ideas, and Urahara Kisuke did the production, and it was a perfect fit. No problem, leave it to me, Urahara Kisuke vowed. But I've never done it before, so I can only try my best. He likes things related to fun the most, and his whole body becomes energetic when he mentions them. Yeah, well, I'll leave it to you, Kisuke. Aozaki Mizuki nodded, with some expectation in his heart. Think about it. If you become invincible in the future, you no longer have to worry about dangers like this, but you can only stay with women every day. How boring that monotonous life would be. Jinyu, since I'm doing you this favor, then you can also do me a favor. Urahara Kisuke put his arm around Aozaki Mayuki's shoulders, pulled him, and squatted in the corner and said, What do you mean by helping me? This is a win-win situation, okay? Don't think I don't know your virtues. Aozaki Mizuki looked at him with disdain. How many years have we been together? Who doesn't know who he is? Maybe this guy will be more addicted than him in the future. Tell me first what it is. I'll think about it. I want to leave that thing to you for safekeeping. Urahara Kisuke raised his eyebrows and said mysteriously, That thing? What are you doing for me? Aozaki Jinyu asked doubtfully. He knew he was talking about Hogyoku. Urahara Kisuke doesn't know the name Hogyoku yet, and has always hidden it like a treasure, only occasionally taking it out for experiments. Why are you thinking about leaving it to yourself now? You also know that thing is dangerous, and it's not safe to leave it here. I hope you can keep it safe for me. Urahara Kisuke whispered. Why me? Aozaki Mayuki asked suspiciously. Urahara Kisuke took a deep breath. If I guess correctly, your strength is now comparable to that of the captain, right? Is there a safer place in the world than next to you? I didn't expect that you would see me out after I hit it so deeply. Aozaki Mizuki sighed. Sure enough, I am as dazzling as the sun in the sky. No matter how I hide it, I am so eye-catching. Urahara Kisuke glanced at this narcissistic man with contempt. Even so, he still had to admit that the other party was right. Regardless of his personality, appearance, or talent, the other person is someone that no one could choose to turn a blind eye to. But since you have begged me sincerely, I will reluctantly agree to it. Aozaki Meisuke said. Urahara Kisuke's eyes twitched. He felt that the other party seemed to be getting a bargain and being nice, but this thing was indeed a hot potato. Aozaki Mizuki is not a fool, and he's indeed taking a lot of risks if he is willing to take over. I owe you a favor, Urahara Kisuke said. Huh? How can we say such things when we are all friends? Who are you looking down on? Apologize. Urahara Kisuke felt really touched, and was silent for a moment before saying, I'm sorry. I forgive you. Please remember to return this favor. Aozaki Jinue waved her hand. Give me back my touch. You be asterisk, 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 asterisk D. Are you free tonight? I'll give it to you directly. Urahara Kisuke took a deep breath and said, I originally wanted to fish. Aozaki Mizuki murmured. Forget it, I'll just try to squeeze in some time, and you can come to the team building to find me tonight. Urahara Kisuke hesitated for a moment. He did not want to give up his research results easily, but this research was too dangerous. He couldn't go on and destroy it. The last time the Research Institute was invaded, nothing was discovered. What about next time? You can't just gamble on luck every time. If this thing is really being targeted, it won't be safe no matter where it's hidden. It can only be left in the hands of this man who may be the strongest Shinigami in Siriidii. There is no safer place in Siriidii than next to him. I will deliver it on time. Urahara Kisuke nodded slightly, turned and left. What a naughty smile. Did you bully Kisuke again? The voice of Shifuen Yoruchi came from behind Aozaki Mizuki. What kind of bullying? Aozaki Mayuki raised her eyebrows and put her hands on her hips. I came to him with something fun to do, and he was very happy just now. You didn't tell me something interesting. What is it? Tell me quickly. Yoruchi Shifunjuin hugged his hand and said excitedly while shaking. Aozaki Mizuki was like a rock on the coast that was beaten by the waves, unmoved, glanced at her, and said lightly, Programming development or art design? Which one do you know? I don't even understand. Shifunjin Yoruchi said. That's it. Let's leave the technical aspects to Kisuke, and we'll just wait for the finished product to be released. Aozaki Jinue waved her hand and then asked, By the way, how is Yushiro? He's a third-class spirit, and I'm teaching him instant coaxing. Shifunjin Yoruchi said happily. Then I want to congratulate you in advance. You will feel relaxed soon. Aozaki Meisuke said with a smile. When Yushiro learns Shunku, I will give him the position of head of the family and the position of captain. Shifunjuin Yoruchi raised his eyebrows and put his head next to Aozaki Mayuki's ear, and the breath he exhaled made his ears itch. I will no longer be the head of the Shifunjuin family. If you want to become the head of the highest noble family, if you marry now, there's still a chance. I can reluctantly change from the head of the house to the wife of the house. How about it? Do you want to think about it? As soon as he finished speaking, a white palm grabbed the back of the little black cat's neck. Little Yoruchi is not a good boy. Looking back and seeing Uno Hanaretsu's gentle, smiling face, Yoruchi couldn't help but tremble. Sister Lai, I was wrong. I never dare to do it again. Please forgive me this time. Matsuki, Captain Yoruchi seems to have lacked exercise recently. This is not good. I will take her to the 4th Division to check her health. You should go back first. Aozaki Mizuki stood in front of the first team's gate, hearing the gentle words and calls for help that made her ears weak. She watched Uno Hanaretsu grab Shihoin Yoruchi's collar with one hand, lift it up, and turn around to leave. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the white-haired kid standing at the door, obviously waiting for someone, and Aozaki Mayuki walked over. The two of them were walking side by side on the road. Aozaki Mayuki asked softly to her vice captain, How does it feel? Fortunately, I haven't felt anything strange for the time being, and my body is fine. Ikamaru Jin replied calmly. He looked around to make sure there was no one else around. Then he lowered his voice and continued. Lu Shuei, Izumo, I can only last up to half an hour now, but Shiro has successfully broken through the 16-hour time limit. Aozaki Mizuki nodded slightly and said, "Keep working hard. This power is very important to you. The longer it can be maintained, the better. It can not only enhance your own strength, but also play an unexpected role at critical moments." Ikamaru Jin knew how powerful this power was, and secretly made up his mind to practice hard and improve his control over this power. Only in this way can we better protect ourselves and those around us. Aozaki Mizuki patted Ikamaru Jin's shoulder and encouraged, "Don't be too impatient. You can't rush things like this." Ikamaru Jin nodded vigorously. "Yes, I understand." "Why didn't you see that follower?" he muttered. On weekdays, when visiting the first team, Matsumoto Ranjaku would always pester Aozaki Meisuki and would never give up until Aozaki Meisuki was sent out of the team building area. Today, it was rare that she didn't see anyone. However, it would be troublesome if she was around. She would always pester Aozaki Mayuki and chatter endlessly. "I heard that she wanted to take leave again today." Not only did Chojuro not agree, he also treated her as a negative example and is now lecturing her. Aozaki Meisuki said, "You deserve it." Ikamaru Jin said angrily. He knew that Matsumoto Ranjaku was a big slacker, but how could he ask for leave every now and then? Sasakai Chojuro also had a temper, okay? It's simply more exaggerated than Aozaki Meisuki. Ikamaru Jin looked at Aozaki Mayuki's smiling face and suddenly became furious. No, it's not as excessive as Aozaki Mizuki. This guy is lazy and doesn't even need to ask for leave. He doesn't do any serious work anyway. Why did I end up with such two people? He didn't understand, but he couldn't look back because this man was the reason why he lived until now. It was so unlucky. Xiaoyin, if you have nothing to do, smile more. No girl will like you if you cry all day long. Aozaki Mayuki said with a smile. Forget it. You'd better stop laughing. It's your fault. Who do you think this is because of? I don't know. It's definitely not because of me. Late at night, the 11th Division team building. The yellow-haired man, wearing a white haori, came to the captain's dormitory under the guidance of the team members. After closing the door, he took out a blue-black gem from his arms and put it into another person's hand. The yellow-haired man burst into tears, as if he was saying goodbye to his lover. You don't need to be so exaggerated, right? It makes it seem like you really have a deep relationship with this broken stone. Aozaki Meisuki said. Aozaki Jinue pushed away the yellow-haired man who was holding his clothes. How bad would it be if someone saw two grown men having S*X with each other? What should he do if the news spreads and makes those male team members have bad thoughts about him? Dealing with those women every day is already very troublesome. Although he enjoys it, forget it as a man. Isn't this just to show its importance and make you pay attention to it? Urahara Kisuk retracted his indifferent image and looked serious. You must protect it. If it falls into the hands of a treacherous and evil person, the consequences will be disastrous. Okay, I get it. I've heard what you said 800 times, and my ears are about to get calluses. Aozaki Mizuki waved her hand, placed the jade that she was so familiar with, shook it in front of her eyes, and then put it in her arms under the gaze of Urahara Kisuk. Are you relieved now? You must pay attention to it. I see. Don't confuse it with the gadgets I usually give you. Shut up. Oh, but... Aozaki Jinue grabbed his face and lifted him up, gritted his teeth, and said, If you keep talking nonsense, believe it or not, I will go to the teacher and expose you. Why is this guy so nagging now? I made the mistake. Put me down first. Urahara Kisuk struggled to speak clearly. Aozaki Jinue glanced at him and let go. Urahara Kisuk landed firmly on the ground and rubbed his face with his hands. You guys are in so much pain. Who asked you to keep talking? Aozaki Jinue snorted coldly. Stop pretending. I didn't use much force at all. If I had known, I should have crushed your head just now. How could you, a clean person like you, blow my head off with your bare hands? How dirty! Urahara Kisuk's funny-looking face twitched slightly, not because of fear, but because of inner turmoil. He realized that the man in front of him had really become too strong. He was not careless just now. and was easily subdued by the other party's seemingly casual grasp. The strength between the two is obviously not on the same level. The stronger Aozaki Mayuki is, the safer Hogyoku is with him. So you can rest assured. Urahara Kisuke opened his mouth. About. Huh? Aozaki Meisuke glared at him, obviously asking him to think clearly before speaking. I have an idea about Final Fantasy. Do you want to hear it? Urahara Kisuke considered it for a moment and asked cautiously. Do you have an idea? Aozaki Mayuki asked suspiciously. Tell me about it. I plan to make the protagonist of the series of games look like you. Urahara Kisuke sighed. Aozaki Mayuki was about to refuse, but stopped when her words reached her lips. He is not a big star, nor is he short of money, so he naturally disdains selling his portrait as a product. But then I thought about it. If this thing could be popularized in the Seriidii in the future, everyone from the nobles to the common people would have access to it. Then when their daughters played the game, they discovered that the protagonist was them. As long as the protagonist's character image was slightly attractive, wouldn't it be equivalent to helping themselves gain favor? Genius. Urahara Kisuke is such a genius. If you use your image as the protagonist, people will definitely rush to buy this game, and it will definitely make a lot of money. Urahara Kisuke said, patting his chest. He himself is not short of money. But as we all know, scientific research is a money-burning job. There is too little that can be done with that little money every year. This kind of open-source opportunity must be firmly grasped. In this way, if we add 2 to 1 and make 5, I won't earn anything from you, but I'll share it 50-50. How about that? I want them all. Aozaki Mizuki's body was close to Urahara Kisuke, raising a hand and making a paw to make a click sound, which is a perfect replica of the leopard head in the 9-rank Sesame official. That's too much. The game is your idea, but I'm the one responsible for its production. Urahara Kisuke curled his lips and said, this way it's divided into 40 and 60. I'll have 4, and you'll have 6. Aozaki Mayuki looked at him with narrowed eyes, shook her head slightly, and said nothing. Urahara Kisuke said with a grimace, Sanshi, this is the bottom line. We really can't do more. 1928. Deal. Aozaki Mayuki said indifferently. Profiteer. No wonder Kakaku said you were a profiteer. Urahara Kisuke reacted and said with a look of sorrow and anger, is this how you do business in Rukongai? Of course not. In Rukongai, we mainly rely on our fists. Aozaki Mizuki spread his hands. It's useless to talk in a place like that. You'll get beaten. You should be glad that this is not Rukongai. Otherwise, I will talk to you with my fists. Aozaki Mayuki shook her head regretfully. So, I have to thank you for being willing to talk nonsense with me. Urahara Kisuke's eyes widened. He had never seen such a shameless person. If he couldn't beat the other party, he would have to teach him a lesson for speaking evil. Otherwise, the matter would not be over. After the game goes on sale, the annual accounts will be handed over to my Vice Captain Ikamaru Jin for review. Don't try to cheat. Aozaki Mizuki's casual words caused a big trouble for Ikamaru Jin. Why do you need to hand over the ledger? Urahara Kisuke was sweating a little on his forehead. Of course, it's to prevent you from cheating. You're too smart. I don't trust you. Aozaki Mayuki narrowed her eyes and looked at him sharply. Urahara Kisuke looked a little embarrassed. To be honest, I'm actually quite stupid. It's recognized by the 12th Division that I'm mentally ill, but I still have a certificate. Although the maintenance fee for the team building was indeed overstated this time, it was all done by Nirvana and had nothing to do with me. I don't know anything about making false accounts. You have to believe me. You still dare to make false accounts. Aozaki Mizuki looked distressed. How sad the teacher would be if he knew about it. Everything is easy to discuss. Captain Mayuzuki. Urahara Kisuke hurriedly reassured. Kisuke, you know that I am a perfect person without any flaws, right? Aozaki Meisuke asked. Perfect, you are the only one. Urahara Kisuke was stunned for a moment. Then he reacted and said firmly, yes, you are. Then the game characters can't smear me, right? Aozaki Meisuke said with a smile. Do you know what to do? Urahara Kisuke couldn't hold it back in his heart, and secretly sighed that Aozaki Mizuki was shameless. Even he was willing to be inferior. He patted his chest and said with a smile, "I understand, little one. Just wait for the good news." Well, Aozaki Miyuki nodded with satisfaction. Urahara Kisuke didn't know how to answer. He just wanted to escape from this place as soon as possible and stay away from this shameless guy. "Now, how's my senior brother?" Aozaki Miyu suddenly asked. "It's good. We checked him. It's not that there's no way to treat him. It just takes time," Urahara Kisuke said. "That's good." Aozaki Mizuki nodded. Although Jushiro Yukitake is a bit sinister at times, he is generally a good man and treats himself very well on weekdays. It can only be said that the old man has a good vision, and none of the disciples he has accepted is bad, including himself. Aozaki Mizuki thought a little narcissistically. In the early morning, there was silence in the secret laboratory below the captain's dormitory of the 11th Squadron. Aozaki Mizuki was naked and sitting quietly on the sofa, holding a familiar blue-black jade in her hand. He looked at this mysterious gem with all his concentration, as if exploring the mysteries hidden in it. At the same time, he felt the complete Hogyoku in his chest, letting it gradually emerge from his chest to the surface of his body. Because she had already had a successful fusion experience, Aozaki Meisuke's movement seemed familiar. He placed the gem in his hand on his chest, trying to communicate with the Hogyoku in his chest and make them fuse together. Although the size of this semi-finished Hogyoku cannot be compared with the Spirit King's kidney, it still possesses some of Hogyoku's special abilities, so Aozaki Miyuki made this attempt. However, when he pressed the half-finished Hogyoku to his chest, he found that there was no resonance between the two. It's really not that simple. Aozaki Miyu couldn't help but feel a little disappointed, and her originally hopeful eyes gradually dimmed. "Aren't you interested in this thing at all? Your requirements are really high. Could it be that only the Soul King's organs can be fused with you?" Aozaki Mizuki whispered softly, while glancing at the unresponsive, half-finished Hogyoku. He put it aside helplessly and stared at his chest, seeming to be thinking about something. Since this semi-finished product cannot be fused, Aozaki Meisuke's interest in it has naturally faded a lot. "What should I do now? Do I want to return it?" Aozaki Miyuki sighed softly. "It doesn't seem necessary. I don't know where Aizen went. It's safer to keep this thing with me for the time being." Aozaki Mizuki looked at the half-finished Hogyoku on the table and fell into thought. He does not lack the fragments of the Spirit King now. He also gained a lot when he invaded Tsuneyashiro's house, but it is really not enough to use them. The fragments of the Spirit King are something that can only be used less if you use them a little. Each piece is extremely precious. It can be said to be a treasure that can be encountered but cannot be sought. It would be great if Dao Yugen Aura was here. Aozaki Mizuki sighed. Dowager Aura. In the original work, this woman is Tsuneyashiro Tokunada's subordinate, and her soul contains the power of the Soul King's knot. Her achievements include, but are not limited to, after the death of Jinjo Kugo, in just a few years, the executive department developed into a large organization with 700,000 followers, and together with Yamada Sinusuke, created the artificial Soul King, and used the traces of Espada's existence to create Hogyoku, Espada. To put simply, she is at least a super genius on the same level as Nirvana. After all, Nirvana, not to mention creating the artificial Soul King, have put in a lot of effort to create the artificial Shinigami. However, what interests Aozaki Mizuki the most is the Hogyoku Espada she created. She can create an artificial Spirit King, and Urahara Kisuke can do the same, and he can do it independently. But the only one who built the mass-produced Hogyoku was Ora Mikihane. Urahara Kisuke may not have the will to create such a thing, but he can still see the outstanding talent of Ora Dohane. What's more, Urahara Kisuke doesn't want to touch Hogyoku now. As for a dangerous guy like Nirvana, he can't touch him even if he wants to. This makes Ora Dao Yugen's talent even more precious. It's a pity that Aozaki Mizuki doesn't even know whether she has been born into this world. Godiai, 13th Division, 8th Division Team Building. Aozaki Mizuki stood quietly in the distance, looking at the building as white as snow in the sun. This building looks solemn and solemn, giving people a mysterious and majestic feeling. This is the squad responsible for intelligence collection. It is heavily guarded. It can be said that there is one post for every 5 steps and one sentry for every 10 steps. The door to each room in the office area is closely guarded by more than 2 Shinigami, as if there are some unknown secrets hidden inside. As for the famous celebrity Aozuki Meisuki, her popularity in this division is extraordinary. Not only is he the younger brother of the captain of the 8th Division, but he also has a good relationship with the vice captain. It can be said that the relationship between him and the 8th Division is as close as a family. After all, it is an intelligence squad, and the team members all have keen observation skills. They were well aware of the affair between Aozaki Meisuki and their vice captain. It took Aozaki Mizuki, a slow guy, half an hour to complete the journey that originally only took 10 minutes. Along the way, he and Yadumaru Lisa each held a little hand, and the girl they held in the middle was none other than Division 8's treasure, Ayase Nanao, the niece of Captain Kairaka Shunsui. Her cute appearance makes people fall in love with her, as if the whole world has become brighter because of her. 2 adults and 1 child, although they are not related by blood, get along with each other as warmly and harmoniously as a happy family of 3. We are like a family now. Aozaki Mayuki turned her gaze back and said with a gentle expression, "What a family. Don't say such easily misunderstood words in front of the team members." Yadumaru Lisa's expression remained unchanged, but she involuntarily straightened her chest, like a proud white swan. Only her slightly excited voice revealed her inner joy at the moment. "I'm just telling the truth. Look at the cute little Nanao nodding her head. It seems that she thinks what I said is right." Ayase Nanao glanced at him, then nodded slightly and said, "Brother Zenzuki is indeed right." Aozaki Mizuki looked proud and nodded with satisfaction. Yadumaru Lisa's cold face twitched slightly, not because she agreed with the man's remarks, but because she was dissatisfied because the 2 closest people were colluding and excluding her. "Just kidding. Are you okay?" Aozaki Mayaki asked cautiously. "In your eyes, am I someone who would get angry over such a trivial matter?" Yadumaru Lisa sighed. Aozaki Mizuki shook her head. He has been with this woman for decades and knows everything about her, and he knows very well what kind of person she is. This is a woman who can remain calm even when reading strange books and periodicals in public. Her mentality makes Aozaki Maya feel ashamed. "Do you know how to get along with girls? At this time, you should hug me tightly, say some beautiful love words to me, and then use actions to move me to the point of speechlessness, such as pressing me against the wall. Go up and then..." Yadumaru Lisa Dundon's teachings. Feeling the strange looks from the surrounding team members, Aozaki Mayuki's forehead was sweating a little, and she hurriedly covered the woman's mouth. "That's enough. There are still children here. I'm not a child. It will be my 100th birthday in a few years." Ayase Nanao shook her head hastily. This time she had to refute. "She looks so small, but she's so much older than me. That's not the point." Aozaki Mizuki looked embarrassed. He felt that he was going to be regarded as a strange man who seduced an ignorant girl by the team members around him. Maybe the 10th Division was ready to capture him. You don't need to think about it to know that your uncle will definitely take good care of yourself when the time comes. Wait until you are 120 before you tell me this. At 120 years old, can I be like you? Ayase Nanao said thoughtfully. It depends on who you compare yourself to. There are many people who look like children when they are almost 200 years old. Aozaki Mizuki shrugged. Yadumaru Lisa felt a little relieved. It seemed that at least this guy had a bottom line. He was indeed too young to be in his early 100s. Actually, I have seen people who are 300 years old and still look like children. Some people develop early and some develop late. It's normal. Yadumaru Lisa continued. Don't worry, little Nanao. Hearing this, Ayase Nanao's face looked as if he had just eaten that 300-year-old child. Speaking of which, I think little Nanao seems to be growing up quite fast these years. Aozaki Mizuki looked at Ayase Nanao's little face, already aware that her mood was not right, and hurriedly comforted her. Ayase Nanao pouted, "But Shine is younger than me. This is a special situation for me. I have always been like this since I came to Soul Society." Aozaki Mizuki pinched her little face. Ayase Nanao lowered his head. She didn't have any problems. She is often pinched in the face by Aozaki Mayuki because she is too cute, so she wants to be pinched. She likes this feeling very much, just like she likes to be touched on the head by the other party. This is also a similar means of comfort, so she sometimes shows very intense emotions. And Aozaki Mizuki was also very cooperative, pinching her face and smiling at the same time, making Ayase Nanao embarrassed to look up. Actually, there is nothing good about growing up. There are so many things to worry about. Aozaki Mizuki grabbed Ayase Nanao's little hand and squatted on the ground so that she could see her face clearly. Her eyes looked left and right, but did not meet Aozaki Mayuki's gaze. Really, Ayase Nanao felt that this man didn't look like he was troubled. He lived a carefree and happy life every day, and I don't know how many people envied him. I'm also very tired. There are many things that I need to worry about. Aozaki Jinue flattened her mouth, like a child, with a wronged expression on her face. Many people need me, and I need them too. I always have their hearts in my heart, and they also have my place in their hearts. I can't turn a blind eye. Hey, what nonsense are you talking about to our lovely little team member, you hateful guy? Suddenly, a thick and powerful hand grasped Aozaki Miyuki's head tightly like an iron pliers. At the same time, an extremely lazy voice came into Aozaki Mayuki's ears. Adults have to deal with their own affairs. She's still a child. Why are you telling her such things? Hearing this voice, Aozaki Mayuki's body trembled slightly. This voice represents not only senior brother, but he may also call the other person uncle in the future. He got close to the other party's niece and was caught red-handed. No matter who was in this situation, I'm afraid they would feel guilty because of their parents. But thinking that Ayase Nanao didn't even know that there was such a relationship, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Ayase Nanao didn't even know about his uncle. So why should I treat this guy as my uncle? Under the gaze of many members of the 8th Division, Aozaki Meisuke was dragged into the captain's office by Kairaku Shunsui without mercy. After entering the room, Kairaku Shunsui first pressed Aozaki Mayuki onto the seat and then sat opposite him. With a half-smile expression on his face, he asked in a very kind tone, "My lovely junior brother, can you tell me, my senior brother, what is going on between you and Xiao Nanao?" Hearing this, Aozaki Mayuki's face became a little unnatural, but he still forced himself to calm down and asked, "Senior brother, you are not Xiao Chishu's parent. Why do you want to ask about these things?" Facing Aozaki Meisuke's question, Kairaku Shunsui was suddenly speechless. He really didn't know how to answer this question. Do you want to tell your junior brother that he is actually Nanao's uncle, who once promised her mother to keep her away from the ISC family's curse, and has been hiding the truth in order to cut off her contact with the ISC family? If he really said that, the junior brother would probably just think that it was a lie he had made up to break them up. But the cursed sword cannot be taken out easily. What should we do? Jingraku Shunsui sighed helplessly, muttering to himself, "Oh, it's really difficult." At this moment, Aozaki Mayuki suddenly changed the topic and said with a hint of ridicule, "The emotional problems of the team members have nothing to do with the captain. Senior brother, you should take care of yourself first. If you can't find a wife at your age, could it be that what you like is actually a man?" Aozaki Mizuki said forcefully. Now the initiative is in his hands. He and Ayase Nanao are in free love, and no one else has the right to interfere. No wonder you wear such sexy clothes every day. Please stay away from me from now on. Aozaki Mayuki said in disgust, and took 2 steps back with a look of fear. How dare you beat me up, that brat? The corners of Jingraku Shunshui's eyes twitched, and he couldn't say a word for a long time. You don't know how to appreciate it, he said viciously. No matter how many people want to learn my taste, they can't learn it. Even female team members like it so much. You brat, you know nothing. Whoever wants to learn can learn it. Anyway, I don't want to learn it. The coquettish route is not suitable for me. I'm more suitable for the handsome, cool, and elegant style. Aozaki Jinue waved her hand and said in disgust. Jingraka Shunsui was so angry that he almost jumped up. He thought to himself that he dared to question his own clothes. He must teach him a lesson later. But the most important thing now is to figure out what happened between him and Xiao Qishu. So he took a deep breath, tried to calm down, and then said seriously, "Okay, no more joking. Junior brother, I am serious. You must tell me what happened between you and Xiao Qishu. As the captain, I have the responsibility to care about the situation of every team member, and there may be some dangerous factors involved. I hope you can understand and cooperate with me." Aozaki Mayuki stuck out her tongue playfully. "Oh my, senior brother, a 1,000-year-old bachelor like you must not be able to understand the wonderful taste of love. You will naturally understand when you fall in love one day." After hearing this, Kairaku Shunsui couldn't help but feel a little angry. He was a well-known romance novel writer in Seriidii, but he was actually being questioned as not knowing how to love. This is simply an insult to his professional abilities. He retorted, "Humph, your senior brother. I am the author of The Rose-Colored Path. Do you know The Rose-Colored Path? It is the best-selling romance novel by Seriidii. How could I not understand love?" Seeing this, Aozaki Mayuki raised her eyebrows and responded with a slightly dissatisfied tone. "Since you know so much, why are you still asking questions?" Jingraka Shunsui was at a loss for words. He was stunned for a while before sighing helplessly. "Okay, let me talk too much. However, I still have a question to ask you. Junior brother, are you afraid of death?" Aozaki Mizuki shook her head. "Of course I'm not afraid. I have passed death countless times in order to get to where I am today. Why should I be afraid of it after I've become so familiar with it?" Jinglu Shunshui was stunned. He had forgotten that although his junior brother was enjoying great success now, he had experienced many hardships before that. Not to mention what happened in Seriidii. I heard that he used to be the boss of district in Rukongai. Kairaku Shunsui knew a place like Rukongai, and it was definitely a position that he had to fight for with his life. Speaking of which, this kid's life is really tough. Aozaki Mizuki smiled slightly and replied easily, "What, senior brother? Is it possible that you want my life just because you fall in love?" "Uh-huh. How could it be possible?" Kairaku Shunsui quickly waved his hand and explained, "If I told you that your life might be in danger if you and Xiaonanao were together, would you still be so determined?" "Yes." Aozaki Mayuki looked into his eyes. "It goes without saying, and my answer will never change. Senior brother, you came to me today not just to talk about these personal topics, right? Let's get down to business." Jingraku Shunsui looked into his eyes for a long time before sighing and saying, "I hope you won't regret it." Aozaki Mizuki didn't take his senior brother's advice to heart. After being fused with Hogyoku, it's really hard to die. He's not afraid of the ISC family's bullshit curse. "Actually, the old man asked me to call you here." Kiryu Shunsui took a deep breath and finally got down to business. "Old man," Aozaki Mizuki muttered. He didn't feel the old man's spiritual pressure. Kairaku Shunsui said, "The old man wants the Shiba family to return to the Seriidii." Aozaki Mizuki scratched her head. "Shiba family? How many years have they been away from Seriidii? Why are you thinking of letting them come back now?" "The few surviving young sons of the Tsuneshiro family are completely unable to control the remaining family power," Kairaku Shunsui said. "Now that the court is in turmoil, the teacher hopes that the Shiba family can come back to replace the Tsuneshiro family and maintain the stability of the Seriidii. There are only 4 members of the Shiba family left. How can we replace the Tsuneshiro family?" Aozaki Meisuki asked. Although the Shiba family has only a small number of members, Captain Ishin and Vice Captain Kaien are both outstanding talents, aren't they? Jingraku Shunsui glanced at him with a weird smile on his lips. "Not to mention you, the Monster 11 Generation Kenpachi are backing you up. Senior brother really thinks highly of me." Aozaki Mayuki curled her lips. The reason why the 5 great nobles are the 5 great nobles is not only because their ancestors once followed the Spirit King, but also because their noble bloodline allowed them to maintain an absolutely powerful force for a long time. Jing Luchun Shui said, "After all, this is a world where strength speaks for itself. Even if the old man ostensibly submits to the court, who among the rulers would really dare to regard the old man as a subordinate?" Captain Ishin has agreed, but he said that he can only represent the branch house, and he can't take care of the main family's affairs. It would be more useful to ask you, "Old man, why didn't you tell me yourself?" Aozaki Maya touched her chin. Jingraku Shunsui said, "The old man doesn't want to get involved in noble affairs, so he can only let me, the superior noble, speak. Isn't this just self-deception?" "Who says it isn't?" West Rakongai District 1, Run Junranen. The man wearing a white Haori walked out of the White Way Gate with a high profile, and the guardian of the Sirii Gate, Kinsaka Kidanbo, greeted him respectfully. While checking the man's ID, he greeted the visitor. As the caretaker of the White Way Gate for hundreds of years, he certainly knew the identity of this man who often ran away. But checking documents was a routine matter, and even when facing the captain of the Godii 13, he did not neglect his duties. However, verbal respect is indispensable. After all, although the war ended decades ago, there are still many people who remember this gentleman's great achievements. Therefore, Guanbon Sidenfang cannot be said to be flattering, but the respect he deserves is indispensable. This is the great hero who ended the war. Of course, as the guard of the Siriman, he would not be interested in Tamaki, who appeared inexplicably in his arms. His admiration was completely from the heart. He thought as he sent the man into Rukongai. As she slowly walked into the streets of Junranen, Aozaki Mizuki put her hands on her hips somewhat arrogantly. "Aozaki Mayuki. It's Aozaki Mayuki who is back. Is Boss Aozaki coming back to see my eldest sister again? Brother Aozaki is so handsome. One day, I will be admitted to the Central Spiritual Arts Academy and become a Shinigami." Aozaki Mizuki accepted everyone's compliments with peace of mind. Based on his relationship with Shiba Kakaku, the eldest sister, it was logical that he became one of Jun Junranen's eldest brothers. Jun Junranen, I remember this as Hitsugaya, Tashiro's hometown, right? Aozaki Meisuki was walking on the road, stroking his chin and muttering to himself, "I don't know if that kid was born." He was not interested in this person, but simply in his knife. Surrounded by everyone, Aozaki Meisuki walked toward Shiba's house. Junjinrainen suburb, Shiba home. As one of the 5 great nobles in the past, although the Shiba family has lost its lofty status, the blood still flows through the bodies of the family members. Although they have lost their former power, the comfortable life they have now is inseparable from the strong bloodline of their ancestors. Because of this, they were able to gain a foothold in western Rukongai and become the overlord here. Rukongai has always been known for its chaos and bloodshed. If it were not for the strong strength of the Shiba family, West Rukongai would probably not be the Rukongai with the best security. "We plan to get married next year," Shiba Kaien, who was kneeling on the ground, said with a serious expression. "We're getting married next year, I know, but what do you really like about your eldest brother? Obviously, he is very nervous, rude, not good-looking, and his ability as a Shinigami is not that good either. It's just a shortcoming. I never thought there would be people who like my brother." Shiba Kankaku shook her head, as if she had seen something unbelievable. The long, slender, and soft forehead hair was dangling in front of her bright and moving eyes. Shiba Kaien covered his face with his hands and said helplessly, "Can you take care of my face? Save some face for me in front of everyone." After hearing this, everyone showed a gentle smile on their faces, gently pushed their beautiful hair behind their ears, and said softly, "I know what you said is just superficial. In fact, Kaien is not only kind-hearted but also friendly and loyal. Many players in the team respect and admire him very much, and so do I. But brother," Shiba Kankaku seemed to want to continue saying something, but was interrupted by Shiba Kyan before he finished speaking. Cough, 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 cough. Kongha, sometimes you should know how to just let it go. Even as an older brother, I will get angry if I go too far. He was really frightened by his unabashed sister. It took a lot of effort for him to find such a good wife. But I'm worried that my sister is trusting someone else. Shiba Kankaku smiled mischievously, but at the same time he also understood that the joke should not be taken too far, so he waved his hand and said, "Okay, it was all a joke. But you came back at the right time today. Jinyue will also come over. I will introduce you to each other later." Are you talking about Captain Jinyue of the 11th Division? Du seemed to have thought of something and asked with surprise on his face. Will that big shot actually come in person? Born into an ordinary Shinigami family, she didn't even know that the Shiba family was once one of the 5 great nobles. Otherwise, she would be even more surprised. That's right. Shiba Kankaka nodded. Jinyue, that guy still dares to come? Shiba Kyan's eyes widened, and he slapped the coffee table in front of him. When he thought of the triumphant smile on that man's face, he felt annoyed. How come the little cabbage that I had worked so hard to grow was so easily taken over by that pig? If I had known when I first met this guy, I shouldn't have listened to his sweet words and just buried him alive. He comes here from time to time, and it's quite frequent. It's not like you, big brother, who always disappears for months or even half a year. Shiba Kankaku's face dropped. He crossed his arms and said angrily, "Maybe after a while, Rock Eagle and I will be forgotten by you. Don't I have too many things to do? After all, I'm also the vice captain now." Shiba Kyan scratched his head, showing a hint of embarrassment. Shiba Kankaku said with a dissatisfied look on his face, "Mizuki is still the captain. You don't understand the situation of that guy, Jinyue. Don't mention how cool he is after becoming a captain. Just like Uncle Isin, he doesn't care about anything and leaves all the affairs of the team to us, the vice captains." Shiba Kyan curled his lips and retorted with displeasure. "If you don't believe it, you can ask Ikamaru. He can vouch for me." After listening, Shiba Kongha felt a little funny, and he burst out laughing. "Haha, eldest brother is already a lot of years old. Why are you still acting like a child?" Shiba Kyan snorted coldly. He has been working hard in the Godei 13 for so many years, experienced countless ups and downs, and has long since sharpened his calm and perseverance. But whenever his thoughts touched that man, all his calmness would instantly fall apart. He sighed helplessly and muttered to himself, "That brat Yinjio, I haven't seen you for so long. He probably misses me as his big brother. Alas, I don't know where he is now." Shiba Kankaku, who was on the side, casually said, "Oh, the Wajiyu went to find Jinyue. They're getting along quite well now. The Rock Eagle is sensible now. In the past, when we trained him, he was still unwilling. Now he will take the initiative to ask Jinyue to help him practice. He's really grown up." Hearing this, Shiba Kyan couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eye. Why do you feel like you've been away from home all these years, and there's no place for him in this family anymore? The Wajiyu is still young, so there is no need to be too harsh on him. Shiba Kyan looked embarrassed. "If I have time, I will find an opportunity to come back and teach him." "So, big brother must be a very good teacher now, right?" Shiba Kankaku asked. "It depends on who you compare yourself with." Shiba Kyan shrugged. Shiba Kankaku touched his chin and said, "How does it compare to Shinzuki, who is 10th Dan in Zando, 10th Dan in White Hits, and 10th Dan in Kido? Oh, by the way, I heard that the Siphonjawan family recently established a Shunpa association, and he is still a Shunpa 10th Dan." Shiba Kyan's face looked as ugly as if he had eaten a fly. Is this guy just sitting around with nothing to do? What's the use of having so many levels certified? Do you lack that little allowance? Brother, don't be surprised. In fact, I am not interested in these false names, but the teacher insists on my certification. I have no choice but to show my skills to those old guys in the association who rely on their old age to show off their skills. The wooden door of the room suddenly opened. A young man with white feathers outside let a little boy in. The little boy stood obediently outside the door, but did not follow him in. The two muscular men behind him closed the door respectfully. "Matsuki, are you here?" Shiba Kankaku had a bright smile on his face. Is it really Captain Jinhua? They were all stunned, eyes wide open, looking at the man who suddenly appeared in front of them in disbelief. She originally thought that the girl in front of her was joking, but she never expected that it was actually the legendary 11th Kenpachi, Captain Aozaki Mayuki, who was here. What shocked her even more was that she seemed to have heard brother just now. There was only Kaien in this room just now. So, doesn't the so-called uncle refer to him? The Shiba family only has one female dependent, Kakaku. So Kakaku's sister-in-law is his wife? Aozaki Mizuki looked around at the people in the room, including the heroic Shiba Kokaku, the gentle and beautiful black-haired woman, and Shiba Kaien, who was full of envy and jealousy at the moment. You guy! Shiba Kaien stood up emotionally, and at the same time clenched his fist and swung it fiercely at Aozaki Zenzuki, and the target of this punch was Aozaki Zenzuki's handsome face. People who are too good are always easy to make others jealous. After Aozaki Mizuki sighed secretly in his heart, he casually stretched out his palm and firmly grasped the punch thrown by Shiba Kaien. He took a step forward, put his body close to Shiba Kaien, then leaned into the other person's ear and whispered, "I came here on the order of His Majesty the Captain." Although his voice was not loud, it was clearly heard by everyone present. Shiba Kankaku, who originally had a relaxed smile on his face, instantly softened his expression. She raised her head in surprise and looked straight here. Shiba Kaien's pupil shrank, and he was obviously surprised. However, he did not hesitate too much and quickly regained his composure, quickly put away his fists, knelt down, and sat back to his original position. "Why did you come now?" Shiba Kankaku asked. "I went to meet a little brother." Aozaki Mizuki said, "It's not an important matter. Why did the captain ask you to come here?" Shiba Kaien put his hands on his legs and asked with a slight embarrassment. Aozaki Mizuki looked away from Shiba Kaien and turned to look at the black-haired woman sitting next to Shiba Kaien, with a trace of curiosity in her eyes. "Is this the third seed of the 10th Division? What's the relationship between you two?" Facing Aozaki Meisuke's question, Shiba Kaien's eyes softened. He nodded slightly and replied firmly, "She is my future wife." Hearing this answer, Aozaki Mayuki frowned slightly, seeming to be thinking about something. After a while, he asked again, "So, can I consider her a member of the Shiba family now?" Shiba Kaien was silent for a moment, nodded slightly, and said slowly, "Okay." After receiving a positive answer, Aozaki Mayuki raised the corners of her mouth and showed a smile. "Well, since she is the wife of the Shiba family, then, as my brother-in-law, I naturally have no right to drive her away." There was a hint of ridicule in his words, which slightly eased the tense atmosphere at the scene. The corners of Shiba Kaien's eyes twitched slightly. He gritted his teeth tightly and asked with a hint of anger and dissatisfaction in his voice, "What on earth did Your Excellency, Commander-in-Chief, send this guy like you to do?" Aozaki Jinhua sighed, helplessly, seeming to be accustomed to such questions. He replied calmly, "Captain Ishin should have told you. The old man hopes that the Shiba family can return to the Siriidii as one of the 5 nobles." Aozaki Mayuki frowned slightly and continued, "And I was just invited by them to act as a lobbyist." Five nobles? They couldn't help but murmur in a low voice. She felt very unfamiliar with this title. As a commoner, she had never heard of the 5 nobles, but she knew about the 4 nobles. Seeing Du's reaction, Aozaki Mayuki explained with a smile, "Do you still remember the school motto of the Mao Spiritual Academy? Protect 1 king and 5 princes. The 4 nobles we usually call were actually called the 5 nobles together with the Shiba family before they left the Siriidii." While speaking, Aozaki Mayuki gently patted Shiba Kongzuru's hand in his arm to express comfort. Du's mouth opened slightly, showing an expression of surprise. She just found out that her future husband was actually the head of a top noble family. But when she thought about how carefree he usually was, she suddenly felt that it was no big deal. Shiba Kaien licked his dry lips, but was speechless and unable to speak. In his eyes, being the head of the Shiba family is not something worth bragging about. The so-called five nobles are just the descendants of a group of sinners who assassinated the Spirit King, and his ancestors admitted this crime. Uncle Eason did tell him about this, but he thought it was a joke at the time, so he didn't take it to heart at all. After all, that man has been unreliable too many times. To suddenly say that he wants the Shiba family to return to the Siriidii is really hard to take seriously. Shiba Kankaku was holding Ozaki Mayuki's arm at this time, and said with a smile on his face, "This kind of thing doesn't matter to me, but our eldest brother is the real head of the family. Of course, he still has to make the final decision." Shiba Kyan looked up at her. "This is actually equivalent to persuading yourself in disguise. Why do my sister's elbows always turn outwards?" Aozaki Jinue also nodded after hearing this. Shiba Kyan did not die as Shinigami, so Kakaku and Awajiu will naturally not have any repulsion towards Siriidii. Kakaku has already agreed that Awajiu has no opinion, so all he needs to do next is Shiba Kyan. In fact, Aozaki Mizuki had some vague guesses about the old man's thoughts. Maintaining the power stability of Siriidii may be only part of the reason, but is also paving the way for oneself. He is not a smart genius, but he is not an idiot either. After following the old man for so many years, how could he not see the old man's expectations for himself? Although the old man usually punches and kicks himself, he is really good to himself when he is good to him. Not to mention anything else. As a teacher, he really taught me everything he could. Even Bankai, who had not used it for many years, let me observe him and taught him all the tricks he used. And the old man knew his relationship with Shiba Kokaku, and let the Shiba family return to the center of power of Siriidii. He didn't believe it at all when he said it had nothing to do with him. Shiba Kongha and Shiba Kyan are not fools. They should be able to see what the old man means. But Aozaki Mizuki would not force it. After all, if he agreed to this, it would be a decision that went against his ancestors. Shiba Kongha agreed without saying anything. He had already expressed his attitude, which was enough. Do you know why the Shiba family left Siriidii in the first place? Shiba Kyan took a deep breath and asked. I know. Aozaki Mizuki glanced at Miyako and said calmly, because the Shiba family cannot agree that the five nobles can rule the Siriidii aloof after committing such crimes. So they came here. Such a sin. They all tilted their heads. Obviously, she couldn't understand what Aozaki Maya meant by sin. Aozaki Mizuki didn't answer her. If Shiba Kyan wanted her to know, he would tell her. Since you know, why do you want us to go back? Shiba Kyan asked. The Siriidii will change sooner or later, but not yet. Aozaki Mizuki slowly spoke. Now is not a good time for civil strife. The Quincy's are still hiding in the dark and watching, and Aizen doesn't know what they are doing. The old man is very old, and he may die one day. So before that, he can just try his best to protect the things he cares about. Besides, aren't you serving as the vice captain in the Siriidii now? This is different. It was just to continue the family. Shiba Kyan retorted. This is the reason why you asked Uncle Ishin to go to Siriidii. Do you remember? Of course I remember. Aozaki Mizuki nodded. This was one of the words he used to fool Shiba Ishin back then. And it was also the most important reason why Shiba Ishin was willing to join the Godii 13. Otherwise, for his lazy character, even if he had the strength, he would just want to hang around in Rukongai for the rest of his life. So we can't let that sin continue. Shiba Kyan's eyelids drooped slightly. This is not a sin. Just think it is for everyone. Aozaki Meisuki said. Everyone. Shiba Kyan was confused. The Tsunyoshiro family is undoubtedly a bunch of bastards. The Siriidii they rule has no future. Compared with them, the Shiba family is better. Aozaki Mizuki had no expression on his face as he said words that would have been punishable by death in the Siriidii. Just think that for the sake of everyone's future, let's completely crush that truly evil family. Isn't this why the omniscient and omnipotent spiritual king is willing to endure such suffering, whether it is as atonement or for the continuation of the family? Please hold on until the day the world changes. I saw you right. Aozaki Meisuki You are indeed my disciple." Yamamoto had a faint smile on his lips, and his eyes were full of admiration. Aozaki Mizuki secretly muttered in her heart, "You old guys just trying to put money on your own face. I'm so speechless. You just say, 'I'm my disciple,' and you want to take away the credit? How unkind." However, on the surface, he still maintained a humble attitude, bowed slightly, and said, "Teacher, thank you for your good teaching." Yamamoto sat across from Aozaki Mizuki, leisurely drinking a cup of hot tea, while Aozaki Mizuki gently blew another cup of tea. As the heat rose, the aroma of tea overflowed. The atmosphere between the old and the young seemed particularly harmonious, as if time had stopped at this moment. They were immersed in this tranquility, like a pair of close grandfather and grandson. However, they completely forgot about Kayaraka Shunsui and Jushiro Yukitake standing nearby. The two people were like forgotten light bulbs, standing there awkwardly, watching Yamamoto and Aozaki Mayuki enjoy the moisture of tea. Jushiro Yukitake couldn't help but arch his shoulders and said in a low voice, "Journey Shiro, the old man and the junior brother are really going too far. They're just drinking tea by themselves, and they don't even prepare a share for us. They simply don't regard us as human beings." Kayaraku Shunsui couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. He felt that Yamamoto had been very kind to him before, but now that he had accepted a junior disciple, he and Jushiro Yukitake seemed to have been left out in the cold. But he also admitted that what the old man wanted to do, how could they, the disciples, not know in their hearts? This old man is already quite old. What else can he do besides being spoiled? He gave Jushiro Yukitake a shoulder and said with joy, "Let's go have a drink later and have fun. It's okay to taste a little, but don't drink too much." Jushiro Yukitake covered his mouth with his hand. "I thought you would refuse again. It seems that your body has recovered well." Kiryu Shunsui said in surprise, "Recently, the Technology Development Bureau is helping me restore my physical function. Once my physical function reaches the standard, I can start the surgery." Jushiro Yukitake said with a smile. He really wanted to thank his junior brother, who gave him hope. How could he dare to hope for a healthy body before? Is the head of the Shiba family here? Since the Shiba family is willing to return to the Siriidii, as the captain, I should also meet with him. Yamamoto said. There was a slight tremor, and ripples appeared on the surface of the tea, making Aozaki Meisuke seem to see the waves caused by Nejibana. "Jinue, this is the last time. We must make an end this time." Shiba Kaien held up a trident-shaped spear and said with a serious expression. He started running with all his strength, as if a huge wave was coming towards him. Then, the screams swept through the entire forest, frightening the birds in the sky to twitch their wings and almost fall down. Aozaki Mayuki shook her head helplessly. He thought of his uncle, who had a bruised nose and face at the end. He looked really miserable, and Shiba Kankaku stood aside and laughed unbridled. My uncle must have been very sad at that time. There was an accident. He accidentally rolled down the mountain and is receiving treatment in the 4th Division. Aozaki Mizuki saved face for his uncle. How shameless would it be to say that you were beaten by your own brother-in-law? Alas, my brother-in-law is really thoughtful. My uncle will definitely be very happy when he finds out. Rolled down the mountain to the 4th Division? Is the vice-captain level Shinigami so fragile? Isn't it because you struck too hard? The eyes of the 3 masters and disciples twitched. Who would believe such nonsense? 1 year later, the bright moon hangs high in the sky, and the clear moon hangs silently high at any time, silently watching everything in the world. It is like a silver plate, exuding a soft and tranquil light, shrouding the whole world in a mysterious atmosphere. The former territory of the Tsuneshiro family has now undergone earth-shaking changes because of their private conduct of virtual experiments, although the remaining family members were not severely punished. However, more than half of the family property was confiscated, and part of the family territory was divided among the Shiba family, who returned to the Siriidii. Although the Shiba family's current power is still lagging behind that of other great nobles, it is still nominally one of the 5 great nobles. If you don't even have a piece of territory, wouldn't it be a disgrace to the nobles if word spread? Of course, the main reason is because the Tsuneyashiro family is unable to resist. They are now the meat on the chopping board and can only be slaughtered by others. What most people think about is not to help them keep their business. Only the Kasumiyaji family clearly opposed Central 40 SXS decision. Today, the Kasumadalu family is headed by a child, and the actual power of the family is in the hands of the elders. These old guys are all very ambitious. As their strength grows day by day, they're already dissatisfied with the status of the family's superior nobles. They have always been eager to attack the position of the 5 nobles and become the highest-ranking family of power. However, in the face of the joint pressure from Kairaku, Shunsui, and Aozuki Mizuki, even the top noble among the 5 nobles had to give in. Yamamoto can still spare some respect for nobles like them, but this 11th-generation Kenpachi never strikes lightly or harshly. During the war, anyone who dared to oppose him, regardless of his origin, would basically die at his hands, directly or indirectly. There are even conspiracy theories among the Siriidii that he was responsible for the downfall of the Tsuneyashiro family. Isn't this slander? How can you say nonsense without evidence? The beautifully shaped sedan slowly moved forward on the territory of the Tsuneyashiro family. Looking around, under the washed blue sky, there are only masonry and lacquered wood of different colors. Kasumiyaji Rurichiyo, the head of the Kasumiyaji family, was bored and admiring the dazzling scenery around him. It could be seen that the guys who once lived here lived a life of extravagance and extravagance. She is the current head of the Kasumiyaji family. She has been well-fed and clothed since she was a child. The Kasumiyaji family is not as good as the Tsuneyashiro family, but it could be considered a top noble. She was already tired of these, so she had no interest in the scenery full of desire and confusion. But she knew clearly that the owner here had changed. That family's reputation in history was not bad, but it did not know how to cherish power more than any other family. There's also an interesting guy there who is stirring up trouble in the Siriidii. She was bored by the boring life day after day, and she wanted to meet those people. Today, she finally had this opportunity. Instead of being trapped in a prison surrounded by high-rise buildings, she had obtained permission from her elders to see the world outside Kasumiyaji's home. Rurichiyo-sama, we are here. Looking at the sedan slowly stopping at the door, retainer Yunjing Yaojue hurriedly stepped forward and helped the girl walk through the door. Yunjing was very proud because everyone around them looked at them with respect. This lady knows. Kasumiyaji Rurichiyo moved her steps gently, looked around, and said calmly, "It's quite lively here." Looking at the flattering expressions of the people around him, Kasumiyaji Rurichiyo frowned subconsciously. She has seen this kind of expression too many times, and it has been the same since she was a child, and she even feels bored. After all, the 5 great nobles are back, and everyone should come to congratulate them. This is normal. Yunjing said respectfully. Kasumi-aji Rurichiyo couldn't help but frown when he heard his tone. Komoi was the retainer who stayed to assist her before her parents died. She was usually very stern due to this status, but today's respectful and submissive appearance was a bit difficult to adapt to. Previously, she was scolded that as the head of the house, she should be careful about her words and deeds when going out. But when she walked out of the house, she looked like a groveling servant. But she didn't think about it for too long. The woman in the hall attracted her attention. Looking at the elegant Shiba Kankaku, Kasumiyaji Rurichiyo suddenly felt a deep sense of despair in her heart. No wonder the rumored Kenpachi had a good relationship with her, and even personally tried to scare several families in order for the Shiba family to return to the Siriidii. Just looking at her every move, Kasumiyaji Rurichiyo felt a deep pressure coming on. The opponent's strength was too strong. Just raising his hand and turning around casually made him feel helpless and frustrated. Can you become like this when you grow up? But the eldest daughter of the Shiba family can't even put on clothes? Why does she look so weird? In fact, it was Kasumiyaji Rurichiyo who misunderstood. The reason why Shiba Kongzuru appeared in a messy kimono was because he had just finished playing with Aozaki Mayuki in the room. I only had time to tidy it up hastily, so it looked a little inappropriate. Koma doesn't like wearing such complicated clothes, and he's not good at it either. Ah, there's actually a cute little sister. Is she from Kasumiyaji's family? A male voice suddenly sounded from behind, making everyone's eyes widen. This, sir, Miss Rurichiyo, is the head of my Kasumiyaji family. Please show some respect to the head of the family. Yinjing looked back, but when the figure outside the door walked in, not only Komoi, but even Kasumiyaji Rurichiyo, who was about to lose his temper, was stunned subconsciously. How can such a person exist? Watching Aozaki Meisuki slowly walk into the house, it was like the only bright light in the dark night. Staring blankly at the man who came in from outside the house, Kasumiyo Rurichiyo glanced at the young masters and ladies from the houses next to him. These gentlemen and young ladies have been optimized by countless generations of blood. They are not bad individually, but compared with this man, so ugly. Looking at the many glamorous young ladies, Kasumiyaji Rurichiyo had this idea for the first time. This is the captain of the 11th Division, the 11th generation Kenpachi, Ozaki Mazhisa. Yunjing explained patiently, with a hint of fear in his tone. Not only that, he is also a newly promoted superior noble, the so-called emperor and his ministers. Although the Shiba family is not the emperor, Aozaki Mizuki is not a minister either. But inviting the Shiba family back to the Siriidei is obviously a great achievement, and the status improvement is also worthy of it. Aozaki Mizuki's noble status was improved after the return of the Shiba family. The nobles had different expressions, and some looked frightened. This is one of the strongest Shinigami today, and he is a sharp young Shinigami, not a sluggish old man like Yamamoto. Some families have received his care in these days, and it is impossible to say that they are not afraid. It turns out to be Captain Aosaki. I didn't expect to see you here. It's such an honor. With a flattering smile on his face, Komoi stared intently at Aozaki Mayuki in front of him, as if he was seeing a golden mountain. I heard that Captain Aozaki was recently promoted to a higher-level noble. This is a great news. I, Yunjing Yaojiwe, would like to express my most sincere congratulations to you on behalf of the Xia Dalu family. Yunjing's words surprised everyone present, especially Kasumiyaji Rurichiyo. Her eyes widened with disbelief on her face. This retainer who had been respectful to me just now stood up so boldly and congratulated others on behalf of the entire Kasumiyaji family. On the side, Shiba Kongha, Shiba Kaien, and Shiba also looked at each other, full of doubts in their hearts. They really couldn't understand. How could a little servant dare to say such words on such an occasion? However, Yuma didn't seem to care about other people's reactions at all. He only had Ozaki Mayuki in his eyes, as if as long as he could please this man, nothing else mattered. At this time, Kasumi Aji Rurichiyo frowned and was secretly angry. She never imagined that Yunjing would make such an outrageous move at this time. Where has the previous respect for myself gone? Why did he behave so abnormally when facing this man? Yunjing didn't care what they were thinking. There was only one thought in his mind. He must try his best to win over the man in front of him. In fact, he has always had an ambition to steal the power of the Kasumidalu family. This is exactly what he has done in these years. Except for a few die-hard loyalists of the family head, he basically holds the power of the family head in his hands. Aozaki Mizuki is undoubtedly an important chess piece that can help him realize his ambitions. If we can get the support of Aozaki Mizuki, it will become very simple to realize this ambition. And now is a good opportunity to win over Aozaki Mayuki. Congratulations in the name of the Kasumidalu family are undoubtedly sincere. In his opinion, although Aozaki Mizuki is also a superior noble, he is only an individual after all, and the Kasumiyaji family is the most powerful superior noble today and the family closest to the 5 major nobles. In the next words, Aozaki Mayuki poured cold water on him. Since when can a servant represent the Kasumitaji family? Don't the Kasumitaji family even know how to discipline their servants? If that doesn't work, let me, the captain, help you discipline them. The fee is very cheap. Aozaki Mizuki blinked at Kasumiji Rurichiyo and said lightly. Kasumi Aji Rurichiyo couldn't help but nodded with satisfaction. This man still took the head of my family seriously, and even helped me say things that I usually didn't dare to say. Yunjing always regarded herself as an elder and always regarded herself as a child. She really didn't take her status as the head of the family seriously. But Captain Aoz, Kumoy said with a frown, talk too much. Did I let you talk? Aozaki Mizuki raised his eyebrows, and a vague pressure rushed straight to Yunjing, causing him to lose consciousness and fainted in an instant. Everyone present was trembling in their hearts. The spiritual pressure just now was not directed at them, but just a vague feeling made them break out in cold sweat, as if they had just been pulled back from a circle in hell. I haven't introduced you yet. Feeling Aozaki Mayuki's gaze, Kasumiyaji Rurikayo seemed to have just come to her senses at this moment and mustered up the courage to say, I am Kasumiyaji Rurikayo, the head of the Kasumiyaji family. Wow, you are so powerful. Aozaki Mayuki seemed to be coaxing a child. I am Aozaki Mayuki. Hello, Miss Rurichiyo. Aozaki Jinue looked at the girl in front of her. The girl lowered her head and was silent for a while. Miss Rurikayo, let's go in first. Shiba came to Rurikayo on Kasumiyo Road in time. Kasumi Aji Rurichiyo reluctantly glanced at Aozaki Meisuki and left with 2 guards supporting the unconscious Kamoi. Little girls nowadays are really big as little people. Shiba Kankaku said with a smile. How do you say it? Aozaki Jinyu asked. Come on, you guys won't be able to tell. Shiba Kongha curled his lips. That girl is obviously plotting against you. I see. I should be happy to say so. Aozaki Mizuki pretended to have a look of realization, which made Shiba Kankaku roll his eyes angrily. You have such a good attitude toward the head of Kasumida Road family. The rumors are indeed true. I must go back and report to the head of the family. Does the family still have any suitable female relatives? Everyone looked at the 2 people talking and laughing, and their minds couldn't help but become active. Why, are you angry and sad? Aren't I still with you? Looking at Shiba Kongha, who turned away from him, Aozaki Mizuki directly put his arms around her slender waist and whispered in her ear. The 2 of them ignored the strange looks from everyone and walked towards the house while talking and laughing. Come on, Master Shiba. Well, this is really good wine. Taking the initiative to fill a glass of wine for Shiba Kaien in front of him, Komoi then took the initiative to pick up the glass and said, Kuinjing is too kind. Shiba Kaien pretended to be happy and drank all the wine in his glass, but in fact he really disliked the man in front of him. But the other party is sitting here on behalf of the head of the Siadala family. He can't go and get the little sister back to drink. Why don't you see Mr. Aozaki? Yumoi said with a smile while drinking wine. It was all my fault just now. I was still thinking of apologizing to Lord Aozaki. This guy is also flexible and flexible. Shiba Kaien thought. If he was humiliated like Aozaki Mayuki in public, even if his strength was far inferior to him, he would never say that he wanted to apologize to him in front of everyone. Shiba Kaien doesn't understand that sometimes dignity is worthless in the eyes of some careerists. It turns out to be Mr. Aozaki. A childish and soft voice came from behind. A smile appeared on Aozaki Mayuki's face, and then she turned her head. In the garden, a girl wearing a pink kimono was walking slowly. The edge of her skirt was embroidered with delicate peach blossoms, which seemed to be swaying gently in the breeze. This girl, named Kasumiji Rurichiyo, is like a bud that has not yet bloomed among the flowers, exuding a fresh breath. It turns out to be Miss Rurichiyo. Aozaki Mayuki stared at the girl in front of her, raised the corner of her mouth slightly, and said softly, Shouldn't Miss Rurikayo be discussing important matters with the head of the Shiba family at this moment? Why are you here alone? I don't understand the things they talk about. Besides, I never like the smell of alcohol, so Kasumi Aji Rurichiyo lowered his head slightly seeming to feel that he was a little willful, lowering his head and looking at his toes. So I left there alone. Aozaki Mizuki gently sniffed the fragrant scent of the flowers and suddenly understood why ancient Western poems were always keen to associate women with flowers. Isn't there a girl as green and lovely as a flower bud standing next to him? Faced with the girl's shy behavior, Aozaki Mizuki, who has had countless flowers, naturally understands it. I have nothing to do. That kind of banquet would be enough if Yunjing is there. Kasumiyuji Rurichiyo tightly grasped the corners of her clothes, slightly pouted her mouth, and muttered. Kuinjing has always been responsible for handling these matters. Oh, what's going on with this pitiful look? Aozaki Mizuki did not express any opinions, but stared with interest at Kasumiyuji Rurichiyo in front of her, her eyes full of curiosity and inquiry. He really wanted to know what plans this cute little sister had. Aozaki Mizuki's unabashed gaze was like an X-ray, carefully examining Rurichiyo from head to toe, which made her heart tremble. Rurichiyo only felt as if she had been completely seen through by the other party. Miss Rurikayo came to see me specifically. Didn't she know that I might be able to help you with something? Aozaki Mizuki walked in the garden and looked at the absent-minded Kasumi Oji Rurichiyo. Gate of opening said straightforwardly. The girl that Aozaki Mizuki remembered as being very willful was particularly shy today. If she continued to spend the whole night, she might not be able to talk about anything serious. He just came out to get some air. Shiba Kikaku was still waiting for him in the room. Well, that's it. After glancing at Aozaki Mizuki secretly for a few times, Kasumiyuji Rurichiyo completely understood the meaning of "from now on the king will not come to court early" in the classics of the great Western countries. If Aozaki Mizuki can marry into Kasumiyuji's family, Kasumiyuji Rurichiyo may think that the head of the family is inappropriate. I heard from my cousins that Mr. Jinyue is the boss of Wanshu. Kasumiyuji Rurichiyo's voice became smaller and smaller. My cousin said that as long as Wanshu has money, he could do anything. Aozaki Mizuki felt that if this were in an anime, this girl would have smoke coming out of her head. He probably understood what the other party meant, and couldn't help but complain in his heart. This cousin has such a big heart. Aren't you worried about teaching bad things to the kids? What? This kid is older than me? That's okay. Actually, it's nothing. I can do this business thanks to the help of all my sisters. Of course, I also choose people to serve, but Miss Rurichiyo happens to be within the range. How can I help? Aozaki Zenzuki waved his hands and said modestly. His expression was a little strange. That cousin whose name he couldn't remember really saved him advertising expenses and promoted his business to the head of the family, which was admirable. And it seems that the young lady in front of her has obviously been led astray. Can I do it too? I have a lot of money. Kasumiyuji Rurichiyo's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but feel grateful to that cousin. He was willing to tell me such a good thing. Otherwise, he wouldn't know what to do if he met this man. This lady wants you to... It's really bold. Aozaki Mizuki couldn't help but mutter in his heart, and he had already automatically made up the second half of the sentence. Then he subconsciously glanced at Kasumiyuji Rurichiyo, who was squatting on the ground. I have to say that the life in Kasumiyuji's family is really good for beauties. Miss Rurichiyo, just tell me what you have to say. As long as I can do it, I will definitely do my best. Aozaki Mayuki raised the corners of her mouth slightly, showed a polite smile, and said softly, "Of course, it is up to him to define whether the thing can be accomplished." Kasumiyuji Rurichiyo felt Aozaki Mizuki's gaze gently sweep over her, and a shy blush instantly appeared on her cheeks. Her body was slightly stiff, and she spoke with some embarrassment. "I'm afraid Ogidano doesn't know. In fact, I have been a bit naughty since I was a child. Mr. Komoy has always been strict with me." At this point, her voice gradually became sinking, seeming to contain a little remorse and uneasiness. Then, Rurikayo paused for a moment, took a deep breath, and continued. "Although I am surrounded by many attendants, their relationship with me is limited to master and servant. There was a hint of loneliness and longing in her eyes. Finally, Ruri Chiyo mustered up the courage, raised her head, looked directly into Uzuki Miyuki's eyes, and said firmly, "I hope that Lord Jinyue can become my friend. I have a lot of money. Your Excellency Jinyue can give you a price." Her tone revealed a kind of sincerity and expectation, hoping to exchange money for a sincere friendship. This, Aozaki Mizuki couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. He thought the girl would make a bolder request. There's nothing wrong with being friends, but it's not necessary if you give money. Aozaki Meisuki said seriously, "This lady is really rich." Ruri Chiyo Kasumiji put her hands on her hips and raised her chin confidently. She raised her head and closed her eyes and said coquettishly, "No matter how much money you want, I can't give it to you. Or are you saying that money can't satisfy you? That's right, you are now a higher-ranking noble." That lady, he stopped abruptly mid-sentence. Aozaki Jinyue also knew that she couldn't talk anymore, so she simply took over the conversation. "Then say it beforehand." He cleared his throat and then said solemnly, "Since I will be your friend from now on, I should be able to find you at any time, right? If I have to go through 5 levels to find you at your home, forget it. It's too troublesome." Hearing this, Kasumi Aji Ruri Chiyo nodded repeatedly, with a bright smile on his face, and said happily, "Yeah, no problem. As long as you want to come and play with me, you can do it any time." Aozaki Mizuki looked at the innocent and cute girl in front of her, and couldn't help but feel a touch of softness in her heart. He smiled slightly and said softly, "That's good." Then he stretched out his hand, gently placed it on Kasumiji Ruri Chiyo's head, and stroked it gently a few times. "I'll leave as soon as I have something else to do." Kai inside is probably about to end as well. His voice was calm and gentle, but there was a hint of imperceptible urgency in his eyes. It seemed like there was something important waiting for him to deal with. "I'll go back soon." Kasumiji Ruri Chiyo jumped up happily, like a cheerful deer. She deliberately gave his hand a gentle squeeze, with a happy smile on her face. "I will go and tell Yunjing now. If he doesn't agree, just tell me, and I will find a way to make him agree." Aozaki Miyuki nodded. Finally, he reached out his hand inadvertently and gently pinched Ruri Chiyo's pink little face. The moment his fingers touched his cheek, a warm feeling came over him. It felt very soft and smooth, slightly hot. He couldn't help but feel something in his heart, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "I'm leaving first." As the words fell, he turned and left, and his figure gradually disappeared from sight. Kasumiji Ruri Chiyo was left standing alone, watching the retreating figure until he could no longer see it. Siriidii, the new house of the Shiba family. In the brightly lit corridor, it was eerily quiet. At this moment, Yunjing was standing in front of the window, quietly staring at the bright moon in the night sky. His figure looked particularly gloomy in the moonlight. As a qualified careerist, Yunjing knows the importance of power and status. After years of hard work, he finally gained the trust of Kasumiji Ruri Chiyo's parents and successfully took control of the family lineage after their death. Under his careful planning, the strength of the main family gradually grew and even began to suppress those old people from his hometown who once held real power. Yunjing gently stroked his beard, secretly thinking about his future plans. He knows that in order to truly stabilize everything under his control, he still needs to solve some thorny problems. Among them, the one that gave him the most headache was Ruri Chiyo. "Sir!" Suddenly, a slight sound of footsteps broke the silence in the corridor. A man in black hurried over, knelt on one knee, bowed his head, and reported to Yunjing. "How's it going? Have you found Ruri Chiyo-sama?" Yunjing turned around, frowned, and stared closely at the man in black in front of him. These dead soldiers were all trained by him personally and were the most reliable force in his hands. However, at this moment he was dissatisfied with their performance. "We found it." The man in black lowered his head, with a hint of nervousness in his voice. He didn't dare to look up into Yunjing's eyes because he knew they almost made a big mistake. Yunjing's face turned gloomy. He clenched his fists hard, and his joints made a crisp sound. "How did you do this?" You actually let Ruri Chiyo-sama disappear under our noses. Cold sweat broke out on the man in black's forehead, and he quickly explained, Sir, please calm down. This is what happened. We found Ruri Chiyo-sama in a garden. Ruri Chiyo-sama is safe and sound, but the soldier responsible for secretly protecting Ruri Chiyo-sama has died. His body was dissipating when we found him. Oh, that's interesting. Didn't you hurt Ruri Chiyo-sama? Yunjing gently stroked his beard. He still relies on Ruri Chiyo to control the Kasumiyaji family, and he doesn't want anything to happen to her now. Do you know who did it? I don't know. When Lao Chi died, he didn't even have time to send out a signal. But the only person here who has the strength to do such a thing is Aozaki Meisuke. So that's it. Yunjing suddenly realized, did he like the head of the family? This is a bit troublesome. Thinking of the rumors about Aozaki Maya's love affair, Komoi fell into deep thought. Then, sir, should we deal with him? A trace of cruelty flashed in the dead man's eyes, and then he asked cautiously, No, don't do this. Yunjing waved his hand quickly to interrupt the dead man. This is the bad thing about dead soldiers. They have been trained since childhood. In order to make them loyal and obedient, it is inevitable that they need to undergo brainwashing and other programs, which makes their brains difficult to use. How to deal with Aozaki Mizuki? I'm afraid it's better to be exterminated. If Lao Chi is dead, he is dead. There is no need to worry about it for the time being. Yunjing said in a cold tone. Dead soldiers are just consumables. As long as the behemoth Kasumi Dalla family is still around, they can have as many as they need, so there's no need to feel bad about them at all. Don't you all appear in front of that man in the future. I still don't believe that he really dares to do anything to Lady Ruri Chiyo. After Yunjing pondered for a long time, he snorted coldly and said to the dead soldier behind him, After I build the Taparaya sword and take control of the Kasumiyaji family, I will come back to meet this upstart of the Siriidii. Inside the extremely spacious room, every detail reveals a particularly rough atmosphere. But in this roughness, you can vaguely feel a touch of magnificence. This is the unique beauty that Shiba Kongzuro loves. Shiba Kakaku was lying alone on the bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Like Aozaki Mayuki, she is not keen on various social activities. It's okay to let her drink, but she really can't be interested in accompanying those people to compliment each other. It was all talk, and she knew there was no sincerity without even listening. Although the place where she lives now is much more spacious than the previous house, her residence alone is even as big as their entire home. But deep down, Shiba Kankaku still prefers the small house located in the suburbs of Rakongai, where she feels more free and at ease. Well, she couldn't help but let out a long sigh, as if there was endless sorrow in her heart that could not be relieved. What are you sighing about again? Tell your husband. A low and gentle voice suddenly sounded in her ears. Then, a pair of familiar arms stretched out silently and hugged her tightly. She was slightly shocked and wanted to break away, but when she felt the familiar breath and voice, her body relaxed involuntarily. Shiba Kankaku turned his head and looked at Ozaki Mayuki in front of him, with a trace of helplessness and anger in his eyes. You have so much energy. There was a hint of reproach in her tone, but there was a hint of endearment in her eyes. Aozaki Mayuki chuckled, hugged Shiba Kankaku tightly, and said softly, I'm here to help you exercise. Haven't you noticed that your spiritual pressure has increased again? This is all the result of my hard work. He lowered his head, sniffing the unique body fragrance emanating from Shiba Kongha, feeling her soft body, and felt particularly happy. A blush appeared on Shiba Kongha's face, and he said coquettishly, You always have so many strange theories. Can't you just let me have a good rest? Aozaki Mizuki smiled and did not answer, but hugged Shiba Kakuru harder. The two hugged each other quietly, enjoying the tranquility and warmth of this moment. The spiritual pressure has indeed increased. Shiba Kankaku's eyes flashed with joy. You are not the legendary cauldron, are you? Hey, have you read my novel too? I thought only Lisa would be interested. Aozaki Meisuke said with a surprised look on his face. You should watch it to relieve your boredom when you are bored. Shiba Kankaka blinked, smiled slyly, and said, Who told you a bad guy like you to disappear from time to time? Aozaki Jinue smiled helplessly and said nothing more. No matter how good his time management is, this situation will inevitably happen. By the way, you just want to see the eldest lady of the Kasamadaji family, right? Shiba Koa hesitated for a moment, then asked, You also know this? Aozaki Mizuki looked at Shiba Kongha with some suspicion. He just let go of his spiritual perception and was sure that Kongha had been lying here. I can smell her scent. Shiba Kongha wrinkled his nose as if he was trying to smell something. Tell me, what does she want from you? She wants to be friends with me. Aozaki Mayuki replied calmly. No more. Shiba Kongha's eyes widened, as if he couldn't believe what he heard. No more. Aozaki Mizuki shrugged, saying that it was that simple. It shouldn't be, Shiba Kankaka muttered to himself. Is it because my feeling as a woman is wrong? She should obviously have a lot of thoughts about you. That girl is quite shy. Maya Aozaki scratched her face. I see. Then you agree? Yes, I agreed. Aozaki Jinyu nodded and asked, Why are you unhappy? It's weird to be happy about this kind of thing, but it's not like you don't know her identity. Just don't screw it up. Shiba Kankaku rolled his eyes angrily, obviously full of resentment. The head of the Kasumiyaji family, the power of the Kasumiyaji family is not comparable to that of the current Shiba family. Is it useful to be powerful? The worst-case scenario is sending them to accompany Tsuneyashiro's family. Aozaki Mayuki lowered his head and looked at Shiba Kankaku lying in his arms, and said proudly, It only takes one sword to kill Yunjing Yaojue, and it only takes one sword to destroy the entire Xiaodala family. Is it useful to have great power? Are you willing? That girl will be sad. Shiba Kongha raised the corner of his mouth and looked at Aozaki Mayuki and said, Shiba Kakaku also knows Aozaki Mayuki. After all, the two have been sleeping in the same bed for decades and have almost no secrets in front of each other. After knowing each other for such a long time, Shiba Kazura knew that Aozaki Mayuki often seemed cruel and cold. But when facing certain people, he will still give his feelings. This is also the time when Aozaki Mizuki's humanity is most obvious. Don't let her know. Just solve it secretly. Caressing Shiba Kongha's hair, Aozaki Mayuki said softly. Shiba Kankaku's expression couldn't help but condense. The objects that this man cared about were classified individually, not as a group. The people he cares about are the people he cares about, and other people related to these people may not necessarily be taken into consideration by him. Others are just part of his love for certain people. Not to mention the Kasumiyaji family. Even if one day, Aozaki may need to make a life and death decision between herself and her eldest brother Shiba Kaien, he would probably choose himself immediately without any hesitation. He is willing to indulge his elder brother's daily willfulness because of his own existence, but this does not mean bottomless tolerance. Her eldest brother had been beaten violently many times, but his willfulness was not so willful that he had to pay the price with his life. So, this is nothing to worry about. Aozaki Meisuke said patiently. Then what are you going to do next? You can't really want to be friends with her, right? Shiba Kankaku asked. Of course I want to slowly develop her courage, but I still want her to be more willful towards me. Aozaki Meisuke said. You are really a bad man. Shiba Kankaku chuckled. Thank you, my wife, for the compliment. Aozaki Mayuki said shamelessly. Who did you learn this shameless attitude from? I really shouldn't have fallen in love with a guy like you in the first place. Shiba Kankaku, who was laughed out of anger, could only complain angrily. I learned it from your Shiba family. I'm a master of Uncle Ishin's true teachings. Looking down at Shiba Kongzuru in her arms, Aozaki Mayuki kissed her gently on the lips. At this moment, any gorgeous words are redundant, and the purest emotional catharsis is the best sweet talk. That's it? Do you want to get away with it? Shiba Kongha licked his lower lips lightly, pouting with displeasure written all over his face. Who do you think I am? If Yoruchi and the others find out, they will not think that I am worse than them. Is this also a competition? Recalling the cute and energetic cat, Aozaki Mizuki couldn't help but laugh, and looked helplessly at the highly competitive Shiba Kongzuru in front of him. That's right. You don't know how arrogant Yoruchi is in front of me because of his powerful white hits. Shiba Kakaka muttered and complained. Isn't that because you neglect to exercise? Look at you. How can you do it with such a weak body? Aozaki Mizuki sighed helplessly, then gently lowered his head and kissed her tender lips as delicate as cherry blossoms again. This woman's talent is actually very high, and it may not be much worse than Yoruchi's. It's just that she usually doesn't pay much attention to practice and only focuses on studying fireworks. But even so, her spiritual pressure is almost reaching the level of deputy captain. Isn't it enough to have you? It's a cauldron anyway. Shiba Kongzuru looked at Aozaki Mayuki in front of him with a blushing face and whispered shyly. After listening to her words, Aozaki Mayuki raised the corners of her mouth slightly, looked at her with a half-smile, and said jokingly, "Oh, it seems that someone is still not very honest. He needs a good education." Shiba Konga's face blushed even more when he heard his words. She looked at Aozaki Mayuki with suspicion and asked coquettishly, "Oh, what are you going to do?" Aozaki Mizuki did not answer her question, but stretched out his hand and gently touched her face, his eyes full of tenderness and love. Then he slowly approached her ear and whispered, "Madam, it's late at night. It's time for us to rest." The sound of talking gradually disappeared in the room. "Miss, where have you been? This really worries me to death." Seeing Kusumiyaji Rurichiyo coming out of the garden, Komoi finally breathed a sigh of relief. This is the source of his power, and now is not the time to give it up. Kusumiyaji Rurichiyo was accompanied by 2 guards, giving her a sense of security. "This lady is here to see Mr. Jin." "Then have you seen him?" Yunjing asked cautiously. "See you," Rurikayo said excitedly with his hands on his hips. "We are friends now." "Friends?" Yunjing muttered to himself, frowning tightly. This was not a good sign. As a friend of this lady, Shinetsu can freely come and go to Kusumiyaji's house from now on. Kusumiyaji Rurikayo said with a smile and a nod. "Absolutely not," Yunjing shouted anxiously, even forgetting to maintain the proper dignity of master and servant in front of others. It is too risky to allow such a dangerous person to have such privileges. Please think twice before taking action. But I have already agreed. Rurikayo glanced at Komoi, who had an eager look on his face, and replied casually. She didn't know why she suddenly felt so confident, but just thinking about that man made her feel at ease. "Your Excellency Jinyue also said that if Mr. Komoi doesn't agree, you can go to him yourself. He will naturally have a way to make you change your mind." "Method? What method? Could it be that he wants to tear this old man apart?" Yunjing thought to himself. Komoi sighed helplessly, and when he mentioned Ozaki Mayuki, he knew that he could not make the decision in this matter. Time passed by like a fleeting moment, and unknowingly it had been more than a year since the Shiba family returned to the Siriidii. During this long period of time, Urahara Kisuk and Nirvana worked tirelessly, or rather under the coercion and inducement of Aozaki Mizuki. These 2 crazy scientists actually successfully developed an epic-making technology, and its influence was enough to change the medical system of the entire Godii 13 team. You know, what they face is not only the tremendous pressure from Aozaki Mizuki, a pressurer who is eager for quick success, but also the severe urging of Yamamoto, a grumpy old man. So, the 12th Division's experiment has been completed. Now that they have mastered the mature technology, can they restore Jushiro to health? In the first team building, Yamamoto stared thoughtfully at the smiling young disciple opposite. In a corner next to him, Kairaka Shunsui poked his head out curiously, looking eagerly at the 2 senior brothers who were ecstatic in front of Yamamoto. Different from the previous laziness, there was a rare hint of seriousness in his eyes at this time. The focus of his attention was undoubtedly on Jushiro Yukitake. Can Jushiro really recover? After hearing Yamamoto's words, Kayaraka Shunsui showed unconcealable joy on his face and even laughed involuntarily. He and Jushiro Yukitake have known each other for hundreds of years. The two are not only brothers who studied in the same school, but also close personal friends. With such a deep friendship, how could you not feel excited when you hear the news that your friend is about to recover? Captain Kaio Band, please pay attention to your image. Now that the official business has been handled, return to the squad as soon as possible so as not to embarrass yourself here. Captain Yamamoto glanced at his proud disciple out of the corner of his eye, his palms trembling slightly. He picked up the teacup and took a sip. Although he seemed calm and composed on the surface, Yamamoto was actually as excited as Kayaraku Shunsui. Just out of the reserve of being a teacher, he still tried to maintain a steady posture. But all this did not escape the eyes of the three attentive disciples, and they couldn't help but feel warm in their hearts. That kind of thing doesn't matter anymore, old man Sean. At this moment, Kayaraka Shunsui had already forgotten about other things. He strode into the room and asked Aozaki Mizuki passionately, "Mizuki, are you sure Near Yuri has really developed a technology that can cure Jujuro? Is this a reliable technology?" Jingraku Shuinsue's questions represented the doubts and worries in his heart, which fully exposed his distrust of Nirvana. After all, Nirvana is a mad scientist who came out of the place called the Nest of Maggots. It is indeed difficult for Kayaraku Shunsui to trust him. However, Jingraku Shunsui still believed in his junior brother. Therefore, he eagerly wanted to get a clear and affirmative answer from his junior brother. At the same time, next to Kayaraku Shunsui, Jushiro Yukitake's originally pale and paper-white face turned slightly red at this moment. He looked at Aozaki Mayuki with equal expectation and a little nervousness, seeming to place all his hopes on this answer. Aozaki Mizuki took a sip of tea, then put down the cup and said firmly, "Both the captain of Division 12 and I can guarantee that this technology is absolutely effective and can definitely cure senior brother Jushiro. Kisuke has personally conducted a strict inspection on it, and there is definitely no problem." After saying these words, he couldn't help but secretly sighed. Today's tea tastes quite good. Old Man Shan's tea ceremony skills seem to be getting more and more sophisticated. In that case, it won't be too late. The crutch in Old Man Yamamoto's hand hit the ground hard, making a crisp sound. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and then said, "Don't delay any longer. Shinzuki, take Shiro to the 12th Division immediately." Old Man Yamamoto's voice was calm and firm, with unquestionable majesty. "I hope to hear the good news you bring as soon as possible." He opened his eyes were burning, and he stared closely at Aozaki Mayuki and Jushiro Yukitake in front of him. "I hope that the next time we meet, the disciple who appears in front of me will be an intact disciple." This time the tone was full of concern and expectation. After hearing what Mr. Yamamoto said, Jushiro Yukitake knelt down on the ground without hesitation and kowtowed respectfully. "Teacher, please rest assured that when we meet next time, I will stand in front of you in good health." Kiryu, Shunsui on the side, fell into silence. He muttered to himself, "What about me? Old man Sean, have you forgotten me?" Thinking of this, Jingraku Shunsui opened his mouth to say something. He opened his mouth and was about to speak, but Yamamoto shouted back, "You just stay here, don't you want to leave? Then just wait here with me for the news." Yamamoto held the hot tea leisurely, glanced at Kayaraku Shunsui casually, and took a sip. Jingraku Shunsui looked at the two people's backs as they drifted away and sighed helplessly. "Old man, it's already reached this point. Why do you bother to do this? Don't you realize how much Jushiro likes his junior brother now? There's no need to bother with this." Just as he was about to lift one foot, a somewhat majestic voice came from the opposite side. "Sit down. Okay. Old man Sean, why do you need to be angry? Look, this is just a trivial matter." Kayaraku Shunsui quickly and obediently sat back on his seat, holding the teacup tightly. The words that came out of his mouth made Yamamoto's face soften a little. "I have full confidence in my junior brother. Let them go and deal with it. I will just wait here." After a long silence, Yamamoto sighed and said calmly, "Chun Shui, I always thought you were my smartest disciple, but it's a pity that you just like to act lazy. I often think that it would be nice if you weren't a slacker. Old man Shan, this disciple will be sad if you say such things." Jing Luxuan Shui's eyes twitched. "You clearly know that I don't want to be the captain, but I still listen to your words and don't follow you. Isn't it too much for you to attack me personally?" Yamamoto shook his head helplessly. He just hates the fact that iron cannot become steel. If Kayaraka Shunsui has this intention, even if his strength is a little inferior, in his opinion, he is still the best candidate for captain. Although Kayaraka Shunsui is sometimes out of tune, he is essentially a conservative like him. A more professional view would be that he belongs to the conservative reformist group. And sometimes even he couldn't understand what Aozaki Mayuki was thinking. Maybe this is the difference of the times. Division 12. On the way to the Technology Development Bureau, Jushiro Yukitake was filled with anticipation and nervousness. Finally, he arrived at the door of Deputy Director Nyeshuli's private laboratory. Because he had been notified by Aozaki Mayuki in advance, Nirvana has been waiting here for a long time. Even Urahara Kisuk made a special trip and carefully explained the precautions for the experiment before leaving with peace of mind. Listening to Urahara Kisuk's professional and detailed introduction, Jushiro Yukitake's originally uneasy mood gradually calmed down. After all, Urahara Kisuk is a genius recognized by Hikifune Kiryu, and his words are naturally more convincing and reassuring than Niryuri, the deputy director who was born as a prisoner. At this moment, Jushiro Yukitake was full of confidence in this experiment. He believed that as long as he went through this experiment, his body, which had been tortured by illness, would be able to return to being like a normal person. Thinking of this, Jushiro Yukitake took off his clothes without hesitation and lay down on the experimental table resolutely. He looked at Aozaki Mayuki and Niryuri with firm eyes and said sincerely, "Jinue, Director Niryuri, I leave everything to you." When calling Nirvana, Jushiro Yukitake showed extremely high emotional intelligence and deliberately omitted the word vice. However, this move did not make Nirvana feel the slightest joy. He just curled his lips disapprovingly. Nirvana was not interested in such flattering words at all. He waved his hand, then took out a syringe. A strange smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and said with a strange smile, "Captain Jushiro, I'm going to inject you with anesthetic. Please relax and don't resist. This syringe is specially made, but even so, it can't break through the captain-level spiritual pressure defense. I don't want to waste such precious experimental equipment." Hearing this, Jushiro Yukitake couldn't help but cough slightly and said helplessly, Okay, I understand. It's just anesthesia. Can you stop showing that scary smile? It's really scary." After hearing this, Yuli did not respond to him. Instead, she turned around silently and put the syringe in her hand back to its original place. Then, he opened the drawer and took out a larger syringe. This syringe looks particularly eye-catching. When you push the handle gently, you can see a strange lavender liquid sizzling, spurting out from the tip of the needle. Jushiro Yukitake stared at the huge needle that was as long as a palm with wide eyes. He couldn't help swallowing and asked with a slightly trembling voice, "Isn't this right? Director Niryuri, you don't want to take revenge on me, do you?" "How could it be? I, Nirvana, am not that kind of person." Nirvana turned to look at Jushiro Yukitake with that sickly smile on his face again. "Then, Captain Jushiro, it's time to start. Don't be afraid. I'll be very gentle." Nirvana's tone sounded very gentle, but in fact it made people feel a bit chilly. Before he finished speaking, the needle in Nirvana's hand quickly pierced Jushiro Yukitake's butt. Jushiro Yukitake's facial expression instantly became distorted. His mouth opened, his eyes were closed tightly, and his body began to tremble slightly, and then he fell limply on the experimental table and lost consciousness. Senior brother, why do you think you have to provoke him with your bad words?" Aozaki Mayuki shook her head helplessly. Nirvana Lee was clearly taking the opportunity to retaliate. The needle was so thick that it hurt just to look at it. However, for Jushiro Yukitake, perhaps it is not the physical pain, but the psychological discomfort. This kind of psychological pressure often has nothing to do with personal strength. Even the strongest person will inevitably feel uneasy when facing such a situation. Then, Captain Jinue, you can do whatever you want from now on. After you finish, the treatment will officially start. I will go out first, Nyashuli said expressionlessly, as if he had no guilt at all for his actions just now. No, you can stay. Aozaki Mizuki looked at Nirvana, the corners of her mouth raised slightly, revealing an imperceptible smile. If something unexpected happens later, we may need Director Niruri's help. Nirvana frowned, feeling that the other party was mocking him. I didn't expect Captain Jinue to trust me, Nyayuli said in a stiff tone. I just believe in myself. Aozaki Mayuki showed a confident smile, and his body exuded powerful spiritual pressure. Nyayuli only felt that her breathing was stagnant, and she felt a great pressure. Aozaki Mizuki raised her right hand, and her 5 fingers instantly condensed 5 spiritual pressure balls. These spiritual pressure masses are beating and flickering like transparent flames, containing amazing energy. Aozaki Mizuki's eyes were determined, and he aimed his arm at the place where Jushiro Yukitake's lungs should have been. Without any hesitation, he inserted it suddenly. In Nirvana's surprised eyes, a black thing vaguely appeared on Jushiro Yukitake's chest. It was a kind of pure darkness that seemed to be able to swallow up all the light around it. It is also a kind of sacred black, with endless majesty and mystery. At this moment, everything around seemed to have lost its color. No matter whether it is light, air, or dust, they can leave no trace on this black mass. It squirmed quietly like a black hole in the universe, attracting everyone's attention. Immediately afterwards, an extremely weird and suffocating spiritual pressure began to spurt out from Jushiro Yukitake's body crazily. This spiritual pressure is definitely not something that humans can possess. It is an extremely powerful force. It surged, as if it was about to submerge the entire world. Nirvana's eyes widened, with a look of disbelief on her face. He never thought that Jushiro Yukitake had such terrifying power hidden in his body. What the hell is going on? Why does this sickly man have such earth-shattering abilities? Along with the crazy surge of spiritual pressure, countless black lines suddenly appeared on Jushiro Yukitake's body surface. These lines were densely intertwined, covering his whole body like a spider web, which was creepy. What's even weirder is that these lines are like living things, twisting and twitching from time to time, as if something hidden in Jushiro Yukitake's body is awakening. His whole body was shrouded in dark spiritual pressure, and the rich dark aura was like a thick layer of armor, tightly attached to his skin, almost substantive. What the hell is this? Nirvana's eyes widened. He stared at Jushiro Yukitake in front of him. His hands couldn't help but rest on the table, and his body was shaking slightly due to excessive excitement. His eyes were full of excitement and madness. He only has one idea now. He wants to thoroughly study Jushiro Yukitake inside and out. Aozaki Mizuki ignored Nirvana. His eyes always fell on Jushiro Yukitake, where there was a dark single eye that was gradually taking shape. I can't let you continue to mess around. I swore to that old man that I would cure him. If he is put to death, the old man might cry, make trouble, and hang himself. Then I can't stand it. Aozaki Jiue tightly grasped the Soul King's right arm, and a substantial touch told him that she had not grasped it wrong. I caught you, come out. The corners of Aozaki Mayuki's mouth raised slightly, and her arms suddenly exerted force. The violent collision between the spiritual pressures caused the air to stir wildly like a violent storm, as if it could trigger countless air explosions and shock waves every second. Near Yuri, who would normally go crazy with heartache when seeing this kind of situation, didn't care at all at the moment. His eyes were fixed on Aozaki Mayuki's arm without blinking. Under Yuri's gaze, Aozaki Mayuki's arms began to slowly retract and bend. He successfully pulled the strange thing out of Jushiro Yukate's body. Nirvana stared at the dark, ink-like object like an arm, and the curiosity in her heart became increasingly uncontrollable. But when I think of Aozaki Mayuki's extremely terrifying spiritual pressure, I can't help but feel a wave of fear in my heart, and I dare not make any small moves. He could only watch helplessly, his throat rolling up and down unconsciously, and he silently swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Aozaki Mizuki had completely torn out the Soul King's right arm. At this time, Nirvana Lee finally saw the full picture of this monster. It is indescribably ugly, and at the same time exudes a creepy and terrifying pressure. Just standing in front of it, there seems to be a heavy sense of oppression in my heart. This monster's body is as black as ink, and its arm-like shape is constantly twisting. And in the palm of his hand, a huge eye was slowly opening, staring at the two people in front of him. To be precise, it should be Aozaki Mayuki. Yuli just glanced at that eye and felt an indescribable strong sense of oppression rushing towards her face, and her consciousness seemed to freeze instantly. What a terrible thing! Streams of black spiritual pressure that was so rich that it couldn't be dissolved flowed out like ink. Ryatsu continuously emerged from the strange arm and spread towards Aozaki Mayuki's body. Does he want to change a host? Nirvana immediately made such a judgment. Her pupils shrank suddenly. Aozaki Mizuki, be careful. He wants to parasitize you. He absolutely cannot let the captain's two disciples encounter accidents in his laboratory. Then he and his research will be finished. However, the next moment, Nieshuli's mouth opened wide. A look of astonishment appeared on his face, and his whole person was stunned. The moment the dark mass of spiritual pressure was about to touch Aozaki Mayuki's body, a shield as transparent as glass and emitting dazzling green light suddenly appeared in front of Aozaki Mayuki, steadily blocking the erosion of that dark spiritual pressure. 1,000,000 dong. The surging spiritual pressure hit the spiritual pressure shield hard, but was like raging waves crashing on a hard rock, unable to cause any harm to Aozaki Mayuki's body. Aozaki Mizuki glanced at the Soul King's right arm. Immediately afterwards, without any warning, the million shields suddenly made a loud noise and shattered into pieces. The spiritual pressure instantly turned into a huge black wave, completely covering him with overwhelming force. Nirvana opened her mouth, but found that she didn't know what to say. The shield seemed indestructible just now, so why did it suddenly shatter? But in the next second, the surging spiritual pressure receded quickly like a tide, revealing the figure of Aozaki Mayuki. At this moment, his clothes were in tatters. But what is surprising is that these clothes were automatically repaired in the next moment, as if they had never been damaged. Seeing this scene, Nirvana breathed a sigh of relief. This shows that Aozaki Mizuki's current condition is quite good. He knew very well that the suit of clothes Aozaki Mayuki was wearing was given to him by Ashatara Senjimaru, and it had the miraculous function of self-healing by relying on spiritual pressure. But now, Aozaki Mizuki actually still has the intention to use spiritual pressure to repair his clothes, which means that he is not seriously injured. However, what really makes Nirvana interesting is the posture shown by Aozaki Mayuki at this time. The guy whose skin was so fair that even women would be jealous of him. Now his right hand has become extremely dark. It was like wearing a set of pitch-black gauntlets that wrapped the entire arm. It was in sharp contrast to his original skin color and looked particularly abrupt. At the same time, in the laboratory, the various complex devices connected to Jushiro Yukatake suddenly glowed red and sounded a sharp and piercing alarm bell. The moment he lost the Spirit King's right arm, Jushiro Yukatake's body began to rapidly deteriorate. For a long time, he's been relying on the power of the Spirit King's right arm to maintain the normal operation of his body. Now, this key force supporting his body's survival suddenly disappeared, putting Jushiro Yukatake's body in an extremely dangerous situation. The Soul King's right arm replaced Jushiro Yukate's damaged lungs and became the key to maintaining his life. Without the Soul King's right arm, Jushiro Yukate's body will gradually move towards death due to the loss of this important internal organ. Leave it to you. I hope I can see a healthy senior brother when I come back. Nirvana replied in a panic. You don't need to tell me. I know that I will save him. If Jushiro Yukate dies, Nirvana doesn't know what kind of severe punishment he will face. I have finally come out of that hellish place of a maggot nest, and my restarted research project has just started, and I must not die at this juncture. In contrast, he hopes Jushiro Yukate can survive even more urgently than Aozaki Meisuke. Seeing Niruri's nervous look, Aozaki Mayuki nodded with satisfaction. Jushiro Yukate was indeed an incurable disease in the past. However, after a long period of in-depth study by Urahara Kisuke and Nirvana, treatment is no longer difficult. Before that, what really hindered Jushiro Yukate's recovery was the Soul King's right arm. Because it replaced Jushiro Yukate's lungs, Jushiro Yukate's body could not be healed through conventional means. To heal Jushiro Yukate, the Soul King's right arm must be removed from his body. Now that the only obstacle has been solved by Maya Aozaki, the next thing will be much simpler. Aozaki Jinue raised her right hand and glanced at it. Looking at the dark eye in the palm of her hand, she couldn't help but smile. I've done so much, isn't it just for this? With a thought in his mind, his body disappeared in a flash. Shuangsho Hill, underground training ground. Deep in the rock forest, a daunting monster stood there. The spiritual pressure kept pouring out as if there was no limit, as if it had reached another level. Unimaginable, huge power pours into the body like tide. For a long time, Aozaki Mizuki has been at the ultimate level of Shinigami. The slowly increasing spiritual pressure seemed to have suddenly broken through some kind of limit and began to increase crazily at an alarming rate, continuing to improve. Aozaki Mizuki moved her hands with indifferent eyes. He could feel his body shaking slightly. A change that cannot be observed with the naked eye is taking place from Hogyoku, quietly acting on the body. His soul seemed to be awakening, and the shape of his life seemed to be undergoing subtle changes. Aozaki Mayuki suddenly lowered her eyes and looked at her chest. There's a mysterious blue-purple pattern, like blood vessels. It began to spread vaguely and gradually spread all over the body. At the same time, his spiritual pressure, spiritual body, and other aspects have been improved unprecedentedly. It's obvious that Hogyoku has successfully absorbed the Soul King's right arm, the power that seems to be able to destroy everything at will. No wonder Aizen no longer uses the trick tactic of complete hypnosis after evolving to this stage. This kind of power can indeed easily give people the illusion of being invincible. Aozaki Jinue murmured to herself and waved the knife in her hand casually. Suddenly, a majestic sword pressure surged out, and the ground seemed to be torn apart by an invisible giant hand, and a huge hole instantly appeared. While talking, his body began to change. A stream of milky white spiritual pressure spurted out from his body, like a volcano erupting, instantly covering his entire body. In the blink of an eye, Aozaki Mayuki put on a milky white coat, and her whole body was wrapped tightly. Only a pair of bright eyes are exposed, just like the chrysalis of insects during evolution. However, something unexpected happened. The next moment, Aozaki Jinue actually raised the hand holding the knife and without hesitation smashed the handle of the knife to his head. With a muffled sound of bang, the originally complete milky white spiritual clothes were suddenly covered with fine cracks, and these cracks quickly spread throughout the body like spider webs. In just a few seconds, the entire spirit garment was completely shattered, turned into countless tiny particles, scattered in the wind, and disappeared without a trace. Due to my preconceived notions, I subconsciously thought about whether I could evolve like Aizen. Fortunately, I noticed the abnormality in time. Otherwise, I might have evolved in human characteristics. Aozaki Mayuki found a mirror from nowhere, looked at herself in the mirror, and kept her original appearance, and couldn't help but secretly feel happy in her heart. After some careful observation and thinking, he came to the conclusion, compared to Aizen, he doesn't seem to have to go through such a weird and terrifying process of change. Not only that, but all of his abilities are far beyond what a Shinigami should be. After seeing the current physical condition with his own eyes and confirming that his appearance was not affected, Aozaki Mayuki breathed a sigh of relief. The blue-purple blood vessel patterns that originally covered the entire body gradually dissipated and finally converged into Hogyoku. However, in the center of the chest, there are still a few very inconspicuous blood vessel-like lines remaining, connected to Hogyoku like a beating heart. Aozaki Mizuki truly felt an unparalleled surge of spiritual pressure, and his basic abilities in all aspects also increased explosively. Aozaki Mizuki is very sure that his current level of life is completely superior to that of Shinigami. While silently familiarizing himself with the body, Aozaki Mizuki concentrated on controlling Hogyoku with his mind to sneak into the body and hide it. At the same time, his eyes shined with intense black light. Then, a completely transparent barrier appeared in front of him. Super Spiritual Pressure Wall. This is one of the abilities Aozaki Mizuki gained after evolving. When he uses this ability, his eyes will flash with a mysterious black light. Then a completely transparent spiritual pressure wall quickly formed around his body. Any object that hits this spiritual pressure wall will be instantly shattered. In the original time and space, Aizen once used this ability to crush the high-density spiritual pressure entity Jutsu in the Broken World. However, unlike Aizen's eyes that flash with white light when he activates his abilities, Aozaki Mayuki's performance when he activates his abilities is obviously more obscure. After all, his pair of dark and deep eyes have always been loved by people. For this change, he could only attribute it to the influence of the Spirit King's right arm. However, after he absorbed the Spirit King's right arm, the evolutionary effect was far more than that. I saw him turning his head slightly, the black light in his eyes flashing dazzlingly, and his eyes fell on the corner of the training ground. After a while, the breeze blew gently, and a small stone fell from the steep rock wall, hitting the ground with a crisp sound. Aozaki Jinue seemed not to care about this, as if she had foreseen all this. He didn't let Yuji do anything. Briefly predict the future. This is the ability brought to him by the Soul King's right arm. The ability of the Soul King's right arm goes far beyond that. This is just one of the abilities he brought to Aozaki Shine. The Soul King's right arm controls the Soul King's stillness power. It can make Aozaki Mizuki stay in a certain state forever and never change. In other words, the state that Aozaki Mizuki is in at this moment can almost be called eternal. He felt the powerful power surging in his body. An imperceptible smile appeared in his eyes, and endless heroic feelings surged in his heart. He even had the urge to imitate a certain legendary immortal and shout loudly, "Who can kill me? Who dares to kill me?" However, when he thought that he might be plotted because he was too complacent, he immediately gave up the idea. Speed, strength, defense, spiritual pressure, and other aspects have completely grown to another brand new dimension. Compared to the past, I am probably more powerful than I am now. After moving her body for a while, Aozaki Mayuki clenched her fist with great satisfaction. He could clearly feel that his spiritual body quality and spiritual pressure had improved dramatically. The most critical point is that his own limits have been successfully broken. Judging from Aizen's evolutionary process, Aozaki Mizuki believes that he should be roughly in the third fusion state. Next, Aozaki Mizuki's power will usher in a period of rapid growth. It will continue until the power of this stage reaches saturation, and then it will smoothly enter the fourth fusion stage. It's time to go back. If senior brother wakes up and finds that I am not by his side, he may be blocked in a corner by that pervert Nirvana and shivering. Aozaki Mizuki returned to the Technology Development Bureau. About an hour later, the pale Jushiro Yukitake woke up slowly, and his consciousness seemed not to be fully awake yet. Captain Jushiro, how are you feeling? Nirvana threw a bunch of organs into the incinerator, walked up to Jushiro Yukitake, and asked with a strange smile. I feel. My butt still hurt a bit, is that okay? Jushiro Yukitake's eyes were a little confused, and he subconsciously touched his butt and responded. Yes, of course. Nirvana smiles brightly. This is normal. When I gave you the injection just now, I accidentally used too much force and broke the needle inside. What? Rao was the captain of the 13th Division who had experienced hundreds of battles. Hearing these words, he couldn't help being frightened, and his brain suddenly became much clearer. Revenge. This is definitely revenge. In an instant, he had already thought of countless counterattack plans in his mind. Haha, just a joke, Captain Jushiro. Nirvana spread her hands. Your body is not damaged at all now. As for the pain in the butt, it may be a psychological effect. But speaking of which, my new invention is pretty good, right? Of course, this still requires further experimentation and improvement, but I believe it has great potential. Perhaps the Godii 13 should provide support. What do you think, Captain Jushiro? Nyeyuli said excitedly, with passion shining in his eyes. Jushiro Yukitake listened to Nirvana's eloquent talk and smiled bitterly in his heart. This guy is like this, full of enthusiasm and confidence in inventions and creations, and he obviously wants to take advantage of this opportunity to knock the Godii 13 down. However, he had to admit that Nirvana was indeed a genius scientist. This invention of his can indeed bring a lot of help to Soul Society. A very good idea. Jushiro Yukitake resisted the discomfort in his buttocks and answered perfunctorily. That's it. I knew Captain Jushiro would agree. Nirvana smiled proudly. Then for the future of countless young lives of the Godii 13, how much money do you plan to provide to support my next research? Well, you'd better find a teacher. Jushiro Yukitake said hesitantly. You two had a lot of fun. Aozuki Mizuki leaned aside with a look of helplessness, looking at the two people playing around, and couldn't help but ask, Brother, how do you feel now? Hearing the sound, Jushiro Yukitake turned his head, and when he saw the figure of his junior brother, a smile appeared on his lips. He propped up his body and slowly sat up, shook his dizzy head, and said softly, Compared to before, my body seems much lighter. Even breathing used to cause endless pain, but now I only feel a burst of comfort. Moreover, the dull pain in my body has disappeared, and even the urge to cough up blood is gone. As he spoke, Jushiro Yukitake gently clenched his fist, feeling the changes in his body. Although the body cannot use any strength, it can still mobilize the spiritual pressure in the body. He moved his arms, and his originally pale face was even more bloodless now, as if the word weak was written directly on his face. Aozaki Mizuki handed Jushiro Yukitake the prepared Death Tyrant clothes and Haori and watched him put on the clothes, feeling a little relieved. At this time, Jushiro Yukitake was very happy. This unprecedented sense of relaxation made him full of expectations for the future. Weakness is definitely there. Nirvana explained seriously. After all, after that thing leave your body, you're missing a lung. And it's not just that. In fact, other organs in your body have also been seriously damaged. You have always relied on that thing to maintain your life. Therefore, after it leaves your body, I will directly replace all the internal organs for you. I see. Then the pile of internal organs just now are my original ones. Jushiro Yukitake looked shocked. Yes. How about it? Captain Jushiro still wants to keep them as souvenirs? If I had known better, I wouldn't have destroyed them. As Nyashuli spoke, he raised his hand and touched his chin, showing a somewhat regretful expression. Sensing the increasingly strange looks from the two people in front of him, Jushiro Yukitake quickly waved his hand vigorously. No, don't misunderstand me. I'm just a little surprised. You could just deal with these things as you like. Upon seeing this, Aozaki Mayuki and Niryuri smiled and nodded. Jushiro Yukitake looked at the two of them. His eyes gradually became moist, and his voice began to tremble slightly. He bowed deeply to them and said, Jinue, and Deputy Director Niriyuri, thank you very much. Jushiro Yukitake was frail and sickly since he was a child, and even nearly died from the disease. He has always longed to have a healthy body, especially after becoming a disciple of Mr. Yamamoto and serving as the captain of the 13th Division of the Godiai 13th Division. This desire became even stronger. He longs to shoulder the responsibility of being a captain, rather than lying in bed, doing nothing all day long, and leaving all matters to the team members. Aozuki Jinue waved her hand and said with a smile, Senior brother, why are you so polite to us? If your body is in trouble again in the future, just go to Nirvana. The corners of Nye Yuli's mouth twitched, and she muttered in her heart, You are so rude. Although his heart was full of resentment, Nirvana nodded helplessly and agreed. Right? Jushiro Yukitake suddenly clapped his hands, then pulled Ozuki Mayuki to his side and asked in a low voice, Where did that being go? Who exists? Aozuki Zenzuki looked confused and seemed to have no idea who Jushiro Yukitake was talking about. Seeing this, Jushiro Yukitake quickly explained, It's the one-eyed god-tier Mimi Haki. One-eyed? You mean that big hand with eyes? Aozuki Mizuki shook her head and replied very calmly, It disappears after it leaves your body. Aozaki Meisuki secretly muttered to herself that she was not lying. The Soul King's right arm did disappear after leaving Jushiro Yukitake's body, and it disappeared completely and without any trace. It's as if it has never appeared in this world. Jushiro Yukitake listened to Aozaki's words, pondered for a moment, and then nodded, indicating that he understood. After all, that is the right arm of the Spirit King. What terrifying power it contains! How can it be withheld and resisted by a mortal body? If you want to leave, no one should be able to stop you. It was impossible for him to imagine that that noble arm had been devoured by the seemingly harmless little junior brother in front of him and turned into nutrients for his own evolution. Since there's no problem, then you can rest for a while, and then we will go to the first team. The old man and brother Chun Shui are probably waiting impatiently. Aozaki Meisuki said with a smile. First team, captain's office. Yamamoto Jinryu Sai Shigekuni sat opposite Jushiro Yukitake. His deep and sharp eyes seemed to see through everything through Jushiro Yukitake's body. His voice was calm, and he slowly asked, In other words, Jushiro, you have fully recovered? Jushiro Yukitake met Yamamoto's gaze, nodded without hesitation, and replied firmly, Teacher, Deputy Director Nyeshuli has done a detailed examination on me. There is indeed no problem with my body. Yamamoto nodded slightly to express understanding, but the doubts in his eyes did not completely dissipate. At this time, Jingraku Shunsui on the side interrupted. Jushiro, are you really sure that there is nothing wrong with you? Do you want your senior brother to come and check it again in person? As he spoke, he stretched out his hand to touch Jushiro Yukitake, as if he wanted to verify whether he was really okay. Seeing this, Jushiro Yukitake quickly stretched out his hand to stop Kairaku Shuinsue's movement and said helplessly, Chun Shui, stop making trouble. What does it look like to pull things like this in public? There was a hint of embarrassment on his face. After all, this was the captain's office, and such an act was really inappropriate. Yamamoto, on the other hand, looked at these two precious disciples with disgust and sighed secretly in his heart, as if to say, Why have I never discovered that they are such people before? Jushiro, how do you feel now? Compared with Kairaku Shunsue's bluster, Yamamoto's inquiry seemed more calm and restrained, but he was actually also very concerned about Jushiro Yukitake's current status. When they heard the teacher's question, they seemed to have briefly returned to their youth, and the two of them stopped fighting. Jushiro Yukitake felt Yamamoto's concern and felt warm in his heart. He took a deep breath and answered seriously, Teacher, I feel very good now. I don't have any physical discomfort. I'm just a little weak after just finishing the treatment. According to Deputy Director Nirvana's opinion, it only takes about half a month to recover, and he should be able to return to a state that is no different from ordinary people. Speaking of this, Jushiro Yukitake couldn't help but glance at Aozaki Mayuki, who was drinking tea next to Yamamoto. Thanks to this little junior brother, I can live like a normal person. The next few days passed uneventfully. Every day is an ordinary day with my lover, and occasionally I take some free time to go to Urahara Kisuk to ask about the progress of game development. Although this kind of life is a bit monotonous, it can be regarded as quite fulfilling. As for the team's affairs, it is natural to leave them all to Ikamaru Jin. Aozuki Mizuki attaches great importance to this young genius, so he deliberately allows him to adapt to the pace of life after becoming the captain in advance. This is how Aozaki Mizuki deceived Ikamaru Jin. Ikamaru Jinxin didn't believe it, but I don't know, but Aozaki Mizuki herself believed it. Until one day in the underground training ground occupied by Aozaki Mayuki, the atmosphere became a little tense. Are you ready? Aozaki Mayuki stared closely at Unohana Retsu, who was warming up. They are about to launch a virtual experiment. In fact, the virtualization process of the girls is coming to an end. Even Shiba Kankaku, who did not like to practice, successfully raised his spiritual pressure to the deputy captain level with the day and night efforts of Aozaki Mizuki, and successfully completed the experiment. Strictly speaking, the Siriidi's resistance to the power of the Hollow is actually more due to political considerations. In fact, there are not many people who really do not recognize this power from the bottom of their hearts. The only one among the girls who is a bit troublesome is Kotetsu Yun. This girl is usually too timid and would even wake up when she dreams of disgusting fish cakes in her dreams. She really doesn't dare to violate Siriidi's prohibition. But faced with the persuasion of Aozuki Meisuki and Unohana Retsu, the two figures she admired most, and being attacked from both sides, she finally mustered up the courage. But none of this matters, because the real protagonist today is Unohana Retsu. In fact, Unohana Retsu has never carried out virtualization experiments before, not because Aozaki Mizuki was worried about being unable to defeat her. What really worries Aozaki Mayuki is that if this strong woman falls into a state of madness after being transformed, her attacks may lose the limitations of her skills, causing unpredictable consequences. Unohana Retsu, as a strong man with normal first-class spiritual power, even a casual attack is enough to cause a big disturbance. Not to mention that after becoming virtual, its various abilities will be greatly improved. Thinking of this, Aozaki Mizuki's originally dark and deep eyes shone with a dark light at this moment. The transparent spiritual pressure walls quickly assembled and instantly surrounded the entire space where they were. Super spiritual pressure wall. Look, it's about to begin. Shifuju and Yoruchi happily lay on the shore of the hot spring, dancing with excitement and shouting. I didn't see the two of them fighting last time. We can't miss it this time. Do you need to be so excited? Shiba Kankaku gently hugged Shifu and Yoruchi's slender waist from behind and smiled softly. Zenzuki will definitely win. Even Bankai can't beat him, and it's even more impossible to become a pure hollow. At the same time, looking at the Shinigami sisters in the hot spring, Shiba Kankaku murmured in his heart. She now seriously suspects that the reason why Aozaki Meisuki allowed her to return to the Siriidii was because she thought it would be easier to do things closer. Shifu and Yoruchi held his fluffy hair, smiled, and said, "We already know the outcome, but the fight should still be interesting, right? I don't spar with Jinyu very much now. Every time I make a move, he has to let go. It will be very uncomfortable. That's because you haven't worked hard enough." Shiba Kankaku raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a sly smile. "Look how fast I'm progressing. I'm about to reach the 3rd level of spiritual power. You're not strong enough, so there's a lot of room for improvement. I'm almost at the 2nd level of spiritual power. Can I be the same as you?" Shibao and Yoruchi rolled his eyes at Shiba Kuzaku in annoyance. "I'm ready. Let's get started." Unohana Retsu took a deep breath, then slowly closed his eyes, allowing himself to completely relax. Aozaki Mayuki stepped forward, gently held her chin, and kissed her soft lips. Next is the familiarization process. The spiritual pressure surged, and the white spiritual pressure condensed on the face to form the mask of hollow, and the body gradually began to take on the characteristics of a monster. It's different from Izumo Ryusei, who turned into a tall monster. She basically still maintains her human form, but has a white mask on her face that looks like a Shura ghost. The panel has become a little paler, but the figure is still as beautiful. Aozaki Mizuki admired it for a moment, and Uno Hanaretsu suddenly raised his head. Dangerous spiritual pressure poured out and hit the super spiritual pressure wall, but failed to cause any waves. Aozaki Mizuki licked her lips and raised a smile on her lips, seemingly provoking the murderous evil Shura ghost. Boom! Suddenly, there was an earth-shaking loud noise. Uno Hanaretsu suddenly stepped on the ground, and the whole earth seemed to tremble. Her feet sank instantly, forming a huge sinkhole hundreds of meters deep, as if it had been stepped on by an indescribable powerful force. Immediately afterwards, Uno Hanaretsu's figure teleported out like lightning, with a speed that was so fast that it was blinding. In the blink of an eye, she was like a cannonball, slamming into Aozaki Mayuki's arms. Aozaki Mizuki opened her arms to welcome Uno Hanaretsu's arrival, as if she fully expected this seemingly sudden impact. His whole body was knocked out by Uno Hanaretsu, and his body drew a long arc in the air. In this brief moment, Uno Hanaretsu relied on its unparalleled power and inertia to move Aozaki Mayuki rapidly. In less than a second, they had arrived thousands of meters away. Such amazing strength is really unbelievable to everyone. Uno Hanaretsu has always been about pursuing the ultimate technique. If she regains her sanity and can free the Zanpakuto, it is simply unimaginable how powerful she will be. You still want to hug me at this time? It's such a passionate love. Aozaki Mizuki was held by Uno Hanaretsu's waist with one hand, and the other hand gently stroked Uno Hanaretsu's long hair. In his gentle eyes, Uno Hanaretsu still seems to be the gentle and considerate lover, not a violent monster who has lost his mind. That's all. If you hug other men in this way again, I will be jealous, Aozaki Mizuki said softly. His body leaned back slightly, then suddenly leaned forward, his forehead facing Uno Hanaretsu at close range, and the distance between the two was less than a finger's width. Bang! With the violent impact of the head, an astonishing force burst out. The speed was staggering, and the impact was extremely terrifying. Under the impact of this force, the air seemed to be torn apart, and dull sonic booms resounded all around. When the forehead collides, the surrounding air also distorts and deforms, forming circles of air waves visible to the naked eye that spread outward. Although the scene looked extremely rough, Aozaki Mizuki was actually merciful. If it weren't for his current strength, Uno Hanaretsu might not be able to withstand even one of his blows if he attacks with all his strength. Boom! At this moment, a loud noise came and the whole space trembled, including Shaifinjuin Yuruchi, the captain who was about to enter the second-class spiritual realm. No one at the scene could see clearly what happened. They only felt a strong wind roaring towards them. Aozaki Mizuki bent down, but Uno Hanaretsu's figure seemed to be pulled by an invisible force and disappeared in front of everyone in an instant. A piece of fine sand and gravel rose up from the ground, and they flew everywhere like frightened birds. The earth also shattered under the action of this powerful force, forming a long snake-shaped crack, as if it had been slashed by a huge sword. The smoke and dust filled the air, blocking the view, making it impossible to see clearly what was going on. And in a distant place, the towering super-spiritual pressure wall also trembled slightly, as if something violently hit it. When the smoke gradually dispersed, a pale, human face gradually emerged. Uno Hanaretsu's expression was obviously dull, and it was obvious that she did not expect such a situation to happen. Her mouth was slightly open, but she still didn't make a sound. The milky white spiritual pressure covered her face again like a layer of gauze, quickly repairing the broken mask as before. Hiss! The girls finally came back to their senses as if they were waking up from a dream. They all gasped and their scalps felt numb. Do you see it clearly? Hachyeongin asked with a trembling voice, his face as pale as paper. No. Shifenjuan Yuruchi shook his head. A layer of fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. But it hurts just looking at it. The other girls also shook their heads silently, their hearts shaking. At this moment, they finally realized how much water Aozaki Mizuki put in during her usual training. Unohana Retsu is very strong. They all know and have seen it. That's why she became everyone's sister. But facing Aozaki Mizuki, there was simply no way to fight back. Mizuki, the attack was too harsh. Shiba Kankaku's forehead was covered with cold sweat. No matter how you look at it, this blow was too violent. Sister Lai, you'll be okay. It'll be okay. Shifenjuan Yuruchi swallowed. He can't bear to leave. That's right. Shiba Kongha came back to his senses and curled his lips. As the words fall, a stream of spiritual pressure, clearly visible to the naked, I spurted out from Unohana Retsu's mouth and quickly gathered into a shape, like a dark red ball of light. Immediately afterwards, she stood up suddenly, bent her body slightly, and ran forward quickly in a weird and peculiar posture. Her whole body was like a wild beast in a state of madness. Her mouth opened wide, and even her originally pale face turned a strange red under the light of the ball of light. False flash. Following a low roar from Unohana Retsu's mouth, the dark red ball of light began to flicker and quickly extended a dazzling beam of light. In an instant, the air seemed to be torn apart. The huge beam of light galloped towards Aozuki Shinetsu at an astonishing speed, setting off a gust of wind wherever it passed, carrying unparalleled power and pressure. Facing such a ferocious attack, Aozaki Mayuki just narrowed her eyes slightly, but there was an imperceptible smile hanging on the corner of her mouth. He slowly stretched out a hand, his movements light and graceful, as if there was no effort at all. Just like that, he easily caught the light cannon that contained spiritual pressure that could destroy the world. The light shone on Aozuki Mizuki's face, and an earth-shaking explosion exploded. Boom! At this moment, flames and heat waves swept across the entire training ground. The originally uneven rocky site was completely smoothed out in the blink of an eye, and all the female relatives who were watching had expressions of horror on their faces. When the smoke and dust dissipated, Aozuki Mizuki was revealed to be unscathed, and even her clothes were not dirty. As soon as Aozuki Jinue's feet moved, her figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. Super speed. Unohana Retsu glanced around, and the woman who had turned into a beast had lost track of her prey. The next moment, Aozaki Mizuki's figure appeared in the air in front of Unohana Retsu like a ghost. He raised his right leg high, then slashed it down hard, hitting the back of Unohana Retsu's head with his heel. The girls looked back and saw a cloud of dust. Bang! Along with the deafening loud noise, a powerful force suddenly erupted. Like a volcano erupting with suffocating pressure, he kicked Unohana Retsu hard on the head. The power contained in this blow seemed to tear the entire world apart, and the surrounding air was squeezed and distorted. Everyone felt their eyes blurred, and could even clearly see Unohana Retsu's flowing long hair flying wantonly in the air for a moment. Then, this stunning scene lasted only a moment, and Unohana Retsu disappeared from their sight at an alarming speed. The absolute power over Shinigami directly knocked down Unohana Retsu. In an instant, Unohana Retsu's whole body was deeply embedded in the ground, as if being swallowed by an invisible giant beast. Immediately afterwards, there was another earth-shaking, loud noise. The ground began to tremble violently, and countless cracks spread quickly like spider webs. The huge force caused the surrounding land to completely collapse and crack, eventually triggering a catastrophic explosion. Boom! A majestic wave of air swept away in all directions, and the dust and soil it kicked up were like huge waves, covering the sky and the sun. The earth let out bursts of dull roars, seeming to vent the pain and anger after suffering heavy losses. The billowing smoke and dust kept churning under the impact of the airwaves, forming a huge gray vortex, constantly devouring everything around it. Everyone stared dumbly at the fragmented scene in front of them, with expressions of disbelief on their faces and their mouths twitching slightly involuntarily. Is this going too far? Kuna Mishiro murmured, his voice full of shock and worry. She really couldn't imagine what kind of damage such a terrifying blow would bring to Uno Hanaretsu. This kick, just looking at it, makes people feel like death is coming, etc. How could Jinyue hurt Sister Lai, let alone kill her? Could it be that Sister Lai? The belated girls finally reacted. Their eyes all looked at Uno Hanaretsu, who was in close contact with the earth at this time, and then their pupils shrank suddenly. I saw that Uno Hanaretsu's body was trembling slightly. Then she pressed her hands to the ground and struggled to support her body. She didn't seem to be too hurt. Both of these two are as powerful as monsters. Indeed, but I think Jinyue is more powerful, right? Mizuki hasn't even liberated the Zanpakuto yet. If Sister Lai is as strong as a monster, then this little man is even stronger than a monster. All the girls had incredible expressions on their faces, as if they couldn't believe their eyes. However, at this moment, this hateful guy Zhenyu, he actually destroyed my playground. This is my territory. Can't you restrain yourself a little? Shifenjin Yoruchi shouted through gritted teeth. Her heart was almost broken. This training ground was one of her favorite amusement facilities. She didn't know how much effort she had put into it. Urahara Kisuk. Thinking of the question mark face of a certain man who was not present, Shifenjin Yoruchi couldn't help but nodded. Fortunately, Kisuk is here. Judging from his ability, he should be able to restore this place to its original state, right? Otherwise, I wouldn't even have a place to have fun in the future. Even so, it would probably cost a huge amount of money to rebuild this site. The last time she built the training ground, she had spent a lot of pocket money, but it took her a long time to save it. Is it possible that family funds are being embezzled this time? How much will this cost? No, I have to ask Jinyue to help me share some of it no matter what. Well, just count it as the common property between us husband and wife. Hearing this, all the women around them fell into silence. This eldest sister, shouldn't she care about other more important things now? Etc. What did she just say? Community property? You woman is still so brave, you actually want to run away behind Sister Lai's back. Aren't you afraid that Sister Lai will come to settle the score with you after she regains her senses? Aozuki Mizuki gently lifted Uno Hanaretsu's face. Her movements were gentle and careful, as if she was holding a rare treasure in her hands. Uno Hanaretsu was stunned in place. His eyes were empty and confused, and he had lost focus. The originally exquisite Captain Yuri on her body has now become tattered, withered, and scattered like flowers that have been damaged by a storm. Her eyes slowly focused on the smiling face full of pride and satisfaction, and her heart was shaken. Suddenly, the mask on her face suddenly cracked and shattered into countless pieces scattered on the ground. A full 5 seconds passed before Uno Hanaretsu came to his senses as if he had just woken up from a dream. Everything that just happened was like a sweet dream to her, but it was extremely real. In the inner world, she has completed a fight with her virtual self, which makes people feel very happy. The strong wind gradually subsided, and the thick fog that filled the air began to slowly dissipate. Thick smoke curled up from the ground and drifted toward the sky. At this time, a group of women had climbed to the shore of the hot spring with difficulty, supporting their delicate bodies with trembling hands. But his eyes were always fixed on the two people on the training ground. They observed every move on the court with great interest, not wanting to miss any detail. Through the hazy smoke, 2 figures could be vaguely seen hugging each other. The women's curiosity was completely aroused, and they were talking in low voices. How's it going? Is the battle over? Kotetsu Yongin asked anxiously. Looking like this, it should be over. Yadumura Lisa answered uncertainly. Why are they so fast? It took us much longer than this. Matsumoto Ranjika looked like she was thinking holding her chin with one hand and pouting her little mouth, which was really cute. Wait a minute, look, did those two guys kiss together? The sharp-eyed Shifenjuan Yuruchi suddenly stood up, pointed forward, and shouted, "What?" When the other women heard this, they were immediately shocked and asked. For a time, various emotions of surprise and dissatisfaction surged into their hearts, and each of their faces was filled with expressions of indignation. However, at this moment, a gentle breeze blew by, blowing away the last trace of thick smoke. The scene in the training ground was clearly displayed in front of the girls. Their eyes suddenly widened and their mouths opened wide, looking at the scene in front of them. Aozaki Mizuki stood in the center of the huge pit, holding a tender woman in her arms. This delicate, weak woman nestled in the arms of the tall man, and the two of them kissed each other. How shameless! Did they forget we were still here? Don't be impulsive, Team Yuruchi. Sister Yuruchi, that's the captain. If you go there now, you might die. Coming out of the underground training ground, Ozaki Meisuke's eyes were clear, as if he was not affected by the warm love of his lovers and was still full of energy. Judging from his current strength, even if a few of them plus Dao Ling come together, they will not pose a threat to him. This virtualization is indeed interesting, but the duration is still too short. Aozaki Mizuki recalled everyone's performance just now, shook her head involuntarily, and sighed. This ability to help Shinigami break through the realm should not be underestimated. It greatly improves people's physical fitness. It's just a pity that the duration was too short. Apart from Uno Hanaretsu, the only one who can last longer is the talented Kunimashiro. The bright moonlight shone on the ground, and the entire Siriidei was immersed in tranquility. Aozaki Mizuki was walking alone on the avenue of Noble Street, and the surrounding environment gradually became lively. He strolled leisurely on the road paved with white bricks, enjoying the slightly moist breeze blowing in his face, while listening to the hustle and bustle from market in the distance. The nobles living here are just a group of guys whose material life is excessively rich, leading to extreme emptiness in the spiritual world. In order to meet the growing needs of the nobles for spiritual enjoyment, a variety of entertainment activities and facilities have emerged on this street. At this time, the streets were full of people and lively, as noisy and crowded as a market. However, when Aozaki Mizuki appeared, the situation changed instantly. Or rather, when people saw him wearing a white haori with the word 11 printed on it. In the originally bustling streets, both servants and nobles invariably made way for a passage. "Look, sir, it's Maya Aozaki. The head of the family has warned you not to mess with that person. Wow, he's so handsome. This is Aozaki Meisuke-sama, the captain of the 11th Division. I must tell my father tomorrow that I want to join the Godei 13th Division. /U? Save it. Now all the noble families are vying to send their daughters to Lord Jinyue's family. For someone like you, even if you join the 11th Division, Lord Jinyue may not be able to like you." Similar discussions came and went incessantly. As long as anyone sees Aozaki Meisuke, everyone will look at him with a mixture of awe and envy. Aozaki Jinyue has long been accustomed to this attitude of the people in Noble Street. Although he is just an ordinary superior noble, he is already the highest title that ordinary nobles can achieve. In this current era, according to the laws of the Siriidei, compared with the middle and lower nobles and ordinary people, he does appear to be more noble. However, if there's only the nominal title of a superior noble without the support of family power, it is actually nothing in this place where the powerful gather. But the key is that this noble man has big fists. It's almost impossible to ignore. "Boss!" At this moment, after the boss who was busy in the store heard the call, he hurriedly ran out to greet him and said with a flattering smile, "Hey, it turns out to be Mr. Aozaki. You're here again. Well, I just have free time today, so I can hang out for a while. Let's do the same thing as before." After saying that, Aozaki Mizuki found a random seat in the store and sat down. This has become a habit for him. It is really interesting to sit here and hear all kinds of interesting anecdotes talked about by everyone around him. Okay, please wait a moment, and we'll be here soon. Upon hearing what Aozaki Meisuke said, the boss immediately understood and knew that this gentleman may have overworked again today. So he hurried to the kitchen to urge the cook to prepare the dishes quickly. Aozaki Mizuki slowly turned her head and supported her head through the window of this small, elegant-looking, but very luxurious antique shop. You can continue to enjoy the beautiful scenery of Noble Street. His attitude towards the weak is actually not very arrogant, let alone treating these ordinary people as slaves. After all, bullying ordinary people is really meaningless, unless these ordinary people stand on his opposite side one day. Although this is a noble street, there are not only nobles living here, but also ordinary people. Most of their status here is as servants, and some, like the boss just now, are ordinary people who provide services to the nobles. Lord Aozaki, your dishes are ready. The boss arranged the dishes neatly. I understand, go down. Aozaki Zenzuki nodded slightly, then put his eyes back on the table, picked up a piece of lamb kidney, and put it into his mouth. He doesn't need this thing to make up for his weakness. In his current situation, he is not physically weak. It's just a good habit developed over the years. When he used to do business with noble ladies, they liked to bring Aozaki Mayuki to this store. This store not only provides catering services, but also provides free accommodation services if you sign up for a long-term membership. Now, Aozaki Mizuki looked around the store and could see many old acquaintances greeting him. But having said that, in the entire Noble Street, only this shop makes the most delicious kidneys. Every time Aozaki Mizuki is hungry, but too lazy to cook, she comes here for a meal. At this moment, the sound of discussion coming from the next table, not far from them, suddenly caught his attention. Hey, have you heard? Master Xianghe has passed away. Oh, you're talking about this. I heard about it when I was patrolling this morning. I seem to have received an order from the captain. Your Majesty the Commander-in-Chief personally gave the order? Did something big happen again? It's not because of Shinigami's disappearance. Captain Eisen of the 3rd Division was sent to investigate, but there has been no news at all for so long, so Mr. Xianghe took the initiative to ask for help. Isn't one captain enough? Why does Lord Xianghe have to take action personally? Don't you want to make meritorious service to the family? Since Lord Xianghe became the captain, he has been working very hard to perform meritorious service. What's more, this matter has been highly valued by the captain. The two Kachiki branch house kids were having a heated discussion there, completely unaware that Aozaki Meisuke was secretly listening to their conversation. What's going on with this guy Xianghe? Why didn't you tell me this? Do you still regard me as your leader? Aozaki Mizuki put down her chopsticks and looked out the window at the busy traffic, thinking slightly, with an inexplicable light shining in her eyes. Eisen left Soul Society to investigate the disappearance of Shinigami in the present world, and Aozaki Maya knew about it. Tozen wanted to leave Soul Society for the same reason, and now Kachiki Hibiki has also used this reason to run away. Aozaki Mizuki knew, without thinking, that the so-called disappearance of Shinigami must have been directed and acted by these three guys. But even if Eisen directed and acted, Kachiki Hibiki should have told him. But he didn't say anything. While he was thinking, a hell butterfly flew in front of Aozaki Mayuki. The moonlight sprinkled on the ground like water, and several figures moved quickly like ghosts. In front, an Aaron car and a Su Zheng were running nonstop. Astonishingly, it was Harabel and a half-human goat humanoid Daxu, antelope knight-like Vastad, Nelly du Odshovank. Behind them, hotly pursuing them, were more than a dozen Yachukas-level Aaron cars. The human goat-shaped Vastad tried his best to follow behind Harabel, occasionally looking back at the enemy who was pursuing behind him. No matter how good her character is, she can't help but feel angry. Harabel, thank you for saving me, but those two guys are too strong. You should leave quickly. I will fight with them. Nelliel gritted her teeth and said, Calm down, Nelliel. Harabel shook her head slightly, with a trace of guilt in her eyes. This is not the time to show off your courage. If you can't stop them, they won't let me go either. What we need now is to work together to deal with the current difficulties. I don't know where those two guys are running now. There are some miscellaneous soldiers behind them. We still have a chance. Nellie is being hunted down because of them. Harabelle came to the rescue after learning that Nellie was being hunted by a group of Achuka's-class Aaronkar. Unexpectedly, the two terrifying beings in Shuya Palace were hiding in the dark and disappeared after severely injuring them. The two women fled all the way, and Harabelle explained the whole story along the way. Nellielu learned the truth, but did not blame her. This made Harabelle feel even more guilty and uneasy. Hearing this, Niliel just nodded slightly and didn't say a word more. How could she be happy after suffering such an unreasonable disaster? But Harabelle and the others are also victims. She doesn't blame the victims. If you want to blame, you can only blame that guy in Bale Gang who is eager to conquer. He always likes to look for trouble and collects subordinates everywhere. However, after she calmed down a little, she felt something was not right. Harabelle, why does she keep releasing her spiritual pressure? According to common sense, when being chased, in order to avoid the perception of spiritual pressure, one should try to contain the spiritual pressure as much as possible. She couldn't help but remember that she seemed to have seen a strange creature driven by Shinigami before, and it seemed to be sending some message. Just as she was thinking, she suddenly heard Harabelle speak. "I'm very sorry, Master Jinhua. It's me who has caused you trouble again this time." There was deep apology in Harabelle's voice, as if she had committed some unforgivable sin. These words made the surrounding atmosphere become solemn instantly, as if there was an invisible pressure hanging on everyone's heart. Niliel couldn't help but stop what she was doing, raised her head, and showed doubts. She looked up in the direction Harabelle was facing. "I only saw an empty space, and no one was found. Who is Harabelle talking to?" Nelielu was confused, just wondering. A voice suddenly sounded in the sky. "You did the right thing, Harabelle." These words were like thunder, exploding in the air. Niliel was shocked. Her eyes widened, and she looked around to find the source of the sound. "Rather, I'm very happy that you chose to believe in my power." There was a hint of relief and satisfaction in this voice. A warm current surged in Harabelle's heart. The owner of this voice had a special meaning to her. "I thought that when you encountered danger, you would choose to face it alone for stupid reasons like you don't want me to get hurt." Hearing this, Harabelle's face turned slightly red. She couldn't help but think of her past self, who always thought about sacrifice, which was how she was when she died for her grandson and the others. But she has changed now. "Who?" Neliel was startled and quickly made a defensive posture. She looked around warily, trying to find the source of the sound. The dozen or so Aaronkars behind them also stopped and looked around in confusion. They cannot sense the spiritual pressure of the source of the sound, let alone determine its specific location. The sound came from the sky. Was it Daxu who had the ability to fly? Harabelle, on the other hand, breathed a sigh of relief. She gently stroked her chest, stabilized her mood, and then said, "You promised me that you would survive. If it is an enemy you cannot face, I believe you will abide by your agreement and protect yourself." She seemed to be expressing her feelings to that unknown existence. However, the voice didn't seem to appreciate it. "Are you still doubting my strength? You really deserve to be punished for not believing in me." The voice was unpleasant. Harabelle couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed after hearing this. She knew that what she just said might be inappropriate, but she just wanted to express her care and trust for the owner of that voice. However, judging from the other party's reaction, maybe she really was overly worried. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Harabelle's face. "Neliel?" ? After hearing the conversation between the two, she looked at them with confusion. Harabelle is a Vastad-class Aaronkar who can punish her. She looked at Harabelle and was about to ask something. Harabelle nodded without hesitation and said, "Okay, I will accept any punishment." "Accepted." Nellie's eyes widened with an incredulous look on her face. However, what happened in the next second shocked Nellielu even more. "I saw a figure that was as dazzling as the sun, swooping down from the night, landing steadily behind them, standing with its back to them. The striking man glanced at them. Then he slowly raised his hand and uttered a voice full of magnetic charm. Heido number 91, Senju Jiaoyan Taipao. As his words fell, several huge and spectacular light cannons, emitting pink light, shot up into the sky like a volcano erupting. As the 10 Aaron cars within the coverage area of the light cannon were enveloped in pink light in the blink of an eye, screams rang out. Just in the blink of an eye, the bodies of these Aaron cars and the Zanpakuto they held in their hands were reduced to ashes in this pink light. Smoke drifts away. Aozaki Jinua looked at the spirits floating in the air, and the corners of her mouth slightly raised, outlining a sinister smile. Aaron Carr, someone with this skill, you are indeed here, Aizen. Niliel couldn't help but widen her eyes, with an expression of disbelief on her face. Shinigami? The master Harabel talks about is actually a Shinigami? And this Shinigami is so powerful. Even for herself, it is not easy to deal with more than a dozen Yachuka's-level Aaron cars at the same time. As a result, in front of this Shinigami, those Aaron cars were like ants, vulnerable to a single blow. What a terrifying power this is. Harabel also showed a look of astonishment. Before the last separation, she knew that Aozuki Mayuki's strength had reached a terrifying level. But at that time, Aozuki Mizuki's strength was still within the understandable category. But now, she can't sense the other party's spiritual pressure at all. This change shocked and surprised Harabel. But she quickly calmed down again. The danger is not over yet. The real enemy we have to face is not a group of Yachuka's-level Aaron car. Come out! Aozuki Mizuki's shout was not loud, but it was like a thunder resounding over the entire desert and reaching everyone's ears. As his shouts rang out, the originally peaceful desert suddenly became restless. I saw dark shadows gradually emerging from the endless depths of the desert. These figures gathered together densely, forming a white ocean. If you look closely, you will see that all of these figures are Aaron Carr. They have been lurking around, obviously waiting for someone to arrive. But now that their target has appeared, there is no need to continue hiding it. They're all Aaron cars. Aozaki Mizuki raised the corner of her mouth slightly, revealing a faint smile. There are actually hundreds of Aaron cars of the Yachuka's level. It's really a big investment. The Aaron cars let out a low roar, seeming to boost their morale for the upcoming battle. They brandished their long knives and rushed towards Aozuki Jinua. Their ferocious appearance made people shudder. However, facing so many Aaron cars, Aozaki Mayuki seemed unusually calm. He slowly took steps towards the Aaron car group. Every step is as steady as a mountain, as easy as taking a leisurely stroll. Harabel came back to her senses, and she wanted to catch up and fight alongside Aozaki Mayuki. But at this moment, Aozuki Jinua waved her hand to signal her not to follow. How come there are so many? Nellie looked at Harabel in surprise, her eyes full of doubts and worries. Harabel frowned slightly. She did not expect such a large number of Aaron car legions to appear. In her original imagination, the main enemies should only be the old king and the mad scientist. Obviously, she did not expect that the number of enemies would reach such an alarming level. I'm afraid it's not that the entire Achiyuka's Daxu in Shuya Palace has been completely transformed into Aaron car. Harabel's eyes were fixed on Aozaki Meisuki, who was walking calmly, and she felt a little more relaxed looking at that confident back. Although it is not clear whether this adult is really capable of resolving this huge crisis, seeing his relaxed appearance, I can only choose to believe him. Harabel was extremely happy that Aozaki Mizuki could come to rescue her. If you can't escape the predicament in the end, then you are willing to accompany him to death. I'm just sorry that Neliel lost her life. Master Jinua, Harabel shouted loudly, her voice revealing firmness and determination. What she originally wanted to express was that I am willing to accompany you to the battlefield. This is our common war. However, before she finished speaking, she saw Aozuki Mizuki nodded and then said, I understand that now is indeed a great opportunity. My queen, Please stay here and watch the battle quietly, and see how I lay Hueco Mundo for you." Before he finished speaking, Aozaki Mizuki waved his hand casually. Then he seemed to truly become a loyal knight protecting the queen, charging straight towards the Arankar Legion without hesitation. Harabelle couldn't help but fell into silence. Neliel glanced at her gently, causing Harabelle's cheeks to blush slightly. Before she could explain, she was surprised to see Aozaki Mayuki raise her hand. I saw Aozaki Mizuki shout softly, "Super Spirit Pressure Wall." With this soft drink, a transparent wall of spiritual pressure formed instantly and crushed towards the Arankars at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, the surroundings of Maya Aozaki seemed to have turned into a huge meat grinder. Like a ferocious giant beast, this meat grinder rushed into the middle of the Arankars, and then began to crush the bodies of the Arankars crazily. Only a scream was heard. In the astonished eyes of Harabelle and Nellie, Aozaki Mizuki's super soul pressed against the wall and hit the Arankars hard. Those Arankars were like paper, easily smashed into countless pieces. These Arankars with broken bodies turned into fine spirits and dispersed between heaven and earth. Aozaki Jinue slowly retracted her hand, and in front of him became a sea of spiritual beings. This war only lasted less than a second, and most of the Arankar army was slaughtered. Nellie's eyes widened with a look of disbelief on her face. She was able to grow to the Vastad level, and naturally she had seen many Shinigami battles. But she had never seen such a powerful and terrifying Shinigami like Aozaki Mayuki. Through the Kido shot, when she appeared, she deeply realized how powerful Aozaki Mayuki was, even beyond the ordinary captain level. However, she could not imagine that this man had reached such an incredible level of power. Those are hundreds of Ichuka's level Arankars. There are not 100 pigs left to be slaughtered. Each possesses a formidable power, enough to intimidate most Shinigami and Hollows. Niliel was stunned for several seconds, then shook her head helplessly with a wry smile, and stabbed the lance she was holding tightly into the ground. I originally thought of helping, but I didn't expect that Aozaki Mizuki had easily ended the battle alone. Nellie has always believed that, as Vastad, she has stood at the pinnacle of Hueco Mundo and can be called one of the most powerful people in the world. But it wasn't until this moment, when she really faced these strong men from the Shinigami world, that she suddenly realized. Even as Vastad, compared with these top experts, I am still far behind and not worth mentioning at all. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel frustrated. Not far away, watching Aozaki Meisuki easily defeat the Arankar army, a trace of doubt flashed in Harabelle's eyes. Those who were chasing them during this period were not just Ichuka's Arankar, but also the two top experts in Shuya Palace. Now only Achiyuka's appears, which is obviously abnormal. Could it be that he ran away because he saw the strength of Lord Zenzuki? But even if Thrall Apollo ran away, would a man as proud as Balegang run away? After killing all the Arankars, Aozaki Meisuki narrowed his eyes and looked around. Finally, the sight fell in the distance, where a group of surviving Arankar were running away. "They're all there. Please wait for me." As Aozaki Mizuki's words fell, a worried voice sounded. "Lord Jinue, that is the direction of Shuya Palace. Sar Apollo and Balegang may be there. I know, I'm going to find them. They all became Arankar like me. Their strength is terrifying. It's too dangerous there. Can I go with you?" Harabelle said hurriedly. "No, you take this new friend to the stronghold." Aozaki Mayuki chuckled. "The next battle is not for you to participate in. You go back to meet Ulquiorra and the others first." A full moon hung high in the sky, like a bright pearl, emitting dazzling silver light, spreading endless silver light to the silent Shuya Palace. The palace that was once just a pile of ruins has now been rebuilt with white boulders. It complements the high-hanging silver moon, creating a strange scene in Hueco Mundo. Swish, swish. A slight sound resounded in the sea of sand, and a figure rushed past like lightning. He didn't pause at all. nor did he stop to appreciate the beautiful scenery in front of him. He just relied on his keen spiritual perception to fly forward. Looking forward, you could see a brand new Shuya Palace. The dome of the palace presents a perfect arc shape, covering the entire palace. The white stone walls look solemn, and the low-level errand cars in white robes are carefully searching for something in the desert. Aozaki Mizuki didn't pay attention to these errand cars. His figure passed quickly, as if silently, and entered the Shuya Palace in the blink of an eye. Stepping inside the palace, what you see is a maze-like complex building, full of futuristic technology, as if it comes from another time and space. This unique style makes people feel that it does not seem to belong to today's era. It's not the ruins described by Haribel and the others. Aizen's aesthetics are still so pleasing to the eye. Aozaki Mayaki admired from the bottom of her heart. The white robe worn by his subordinate Aaronkar imitates the design of Aizen when he informed Shuya Palace in the original work. Although they may be about to start a life-and-death fight, Aozaki Mizuki has to admit that Aizen's aesthetics really leaves people speechless. Aozaki Jinue withdrew her thoughts and took advantage of the gap before moving forward to figure out how much chance she had of winning. After absorbing the Spirit King's kidney, my various abilities have far exceeded the level of spiritual pressure of the same level. There is no opponent for me at the same level. His fingers on the hilt of the sword opened and clenched, as if he was using every muscle in his body and simulating various possible situations in his mind. As long as one's own strength is strong enough to form a crushing force, any conspiracy will become meaningless. More importantly, he doesn't just possess powerful force. Fused with the Spirit King's right arm, he gained the ability to predict the future. No matter what kind of conspiracy there is, I can ensure that I am invincible. What's more, I don't have any backup plans. Conspiracies and intrigues are not your privilege. Aizen. After a brief summary, Aozaki Mizuki firmly believes that he will never lose. Bring me some fun. The corners of Aizen Sosuke's former right-hand man's mouth slightly raised, revealing a row of sinister white fangs. He felt that everything was under control, and he even couldn't wait to see what kind of pleasant experience Aizen would bring him. Attention, that man is coming. A low voice came from next to the throne. Dong Xian straightened his body slightly, and the corners of his white robe swayed gently in the night wind. There was a contemptuous snort in the palace. In addition to Tozen Kaname and Kachiki Xianghe, who were standing next to the throne, there were two figures standing aside. One of them is a white-haired old man wearing a white bone crown, and the other is a young man with long pink hair. Lord Aizen, is it necessary to go to such great lengths to deal with a mere Shinigami? The man with long pink hair asked doubtfully, with a hint of confusion in his eyes. Aizen Sosuke smiled slightly, took off his glasses, and pushed his hair back, showing a confident and sharp temperament. He responded softly, Sarapallo, don't underestimate this Shinigami. He is the key figure in my plan. He is the biggest obstacle to everything I want to achieve. Kachiki Xianghe clearly heard the mocking laughter of the old man next to him, and he couldn't help but feel a trace of doubt in his heart. He was thinking secretly, and he felt very puzzled by this. Present were not only Aizen Sosuke, who was the pinnacle of Shinigami, but also the two top experts from Hueco Mundo, plus the two captains, Kachiki Hibiki and Tozen Kaname. With such a luxurious lineup, even Aozaki Mizuki, who has the strength to kill all members of the Tsuneshiro family, has absolutely no chance of winning and is bound to die. The white-haired old man said with disdain, He's just a mere Shinigami. If he dares to stand in front of us, I'll cut him in half when I take action. While speaking, the old man glanced at Aizen, who was sitting on the throne. He exuded a strong, killing intent, as if he couldn't wait to teach this intruder who knew nothing about the world. Aizen chuckled. This murderous intention was obviously directed at himself. But he didn't care. He ruled this palace, and the former king of Hueco Mundo could only surrender to his force now. When Aaronkar, the people below, heard what Balegang said, they were very motivated and eager to try. They wanted to rush forward and fight immediately. Dong Xian was very satisfied with the taxi anger of everyone in front of him. If Lord Eisen hadn't given the order, he would have taken this troop and 2 Vastad-class Ehrenkar to stop the enemy. Thinking of this, he tilted his head subconsciously, and the invisible eyes under his sunglasses seemed to be looking at the noble son-in-law. However, the noble son-in-law remained silent. So Dong Xianyao snorted softly, then turned his head and ignored the other party. This Kachiki Xianghe has always been an impatient and aggressive person, but at this moment he is uncharacteristically silent. He must be feeling guilty. At this moment, the whole scene is filled with a tense atmosphere. Everyone is gearing up and ready to make a move. A fierce battle is about to begin. Everyone was speechless. Only the sound of slight breathing could be heard one after another. They stood quietly in the store, waiting for the critical moment to arrive. After about 2 seconds, a figure finally appeared at the gate. Aozaki Mizuki gently pushed the gate of opening. His eyes fell on the group of Ehrenkar who turned back to look at him, and he scratched his hair casually. In a distant place, there is a throne with a man sitting on it. Eisen was looking down at Aozaki Mayuki. This man has taken off his gentle disguise, and his arrogant and fierce momentum is surging like a tide. Even though she was hundreds of meters away, Aozaki Mizuki could clearly feel the edge. There are 4 people beside him, Tozen Kiname on the left and Kachiki Xianghe on the right. On the steps below them, 2 Ehrenkars stood. One of them, the pink-haired Ehrenkar, was stroking the hilt of his Zanpakuto at his waist. Another old man, Ehrenkar, rested his hands on a huge axe and looked at himself in the distance. The eyes of the 5 people were all focused on Aozaki Mayuki. They have a very high profile and cool posture, and those who didn't know it thought they were part of a fashionable boy band. Jinyue, long time no see. Eisen Sosuke stood up from the throne, walked a few steps forward and stood at the top of the steps, looking down at his former right-hand man, and said softly, "Oh my, what happened to Eisen-sama? You even got a new hairstyle? I have to say, this hairstyle is much more handsome than before." Aozaki Mizuki looked at the smiling Eisen in the distance, waved his hand, and said jokingly, "But I originally thought that Master Eisen came here specifically to have a fair duel with me. But it turns out there are so many people waiting for me. With Eisen's strength, it will be very easy to kill Haribel and the others. This also gives them the opportunity to ask for help, and the obvious target is themselves. These are just side activities. If you can't defeat these trash, what qualifications do you have to stand on the same level as me?" Eisen chuckled, then spread his hands and spoke slowly in a relaxed voice. He didn't care at all about Baelgang's extremely ugly expression. "Umph, it seems you don't know my strength yet. So aren't you afraid that I will call the teacher over?" Aozaki Jinyue curled her lips, raised her head, and cast her gaze on the virtual flashes shot by the Ehrenkars. Looking at his nonchalant attitude, Baelgang just showed a sneer. With so many Achuka's-level Ehrenkars releasing virtual flashes together, their power is enough to instantly kill an ordinary captain-level Shinigami. With such a small Shinigami, can everyone still be a monster like Eisen? Under Baelgang's shocked gaze, Aozaki Jinyue faced dozens of false flashes and did not even dodge. He saw a spiritual shield emitting green light standing in front of him. This shield looks extremely thin, but it gives people a sense of indestructibility. Single shield. You did it. On the top of the throne, except for Eisen, the other 4 people all had their pupils shrunken. They have seen this ability before, but the user is not Aozaki Mizuki. There are quite a lot of people, but you're not the only one who can shake people up. Aozaki Zenzuki smiled slightly, waved his hand, and a fiery red figure appeared behind him. "Leave it to you," Aozaki Mayuki said calmly. The woman in red kimono nodded, and the Zanpakuto in her hand instantly exuded a sharp aura. Ryujin Jaka jumped up and ran forward. She spanned several meters with each step. Her expression was relaxed and comfortable, and she waved her Zanpakuto casually, as if she was dancing some kind of ancient dance. Boom! Red flames wrapped around the sword, and the high temperature began to steam the world. Ryujin Jaka frowned slightly, and the temperature suddenly dropped. She jumped up and landed right in the middle of the Arankar group, with a long flaming knife in her hand, stabbing into the ground in front of her. Fiery hell! The ground exploded, and the pillars of fire spurted out, directly ignited the Arankars and their swords. The steel skin that could withstand the Zanpakuto's attack was instantly turned into fly ash. What ability is that? Sarapallo exclaimed and looked at the woman as hot as the sun. The woman clearly appeared out of thin air. Aozaki Mizuki, I want to kill you. Veilgang raised his battle axe and roared angrily. These Arankars were originally his men. They would still address him as Your Majesty on weekdays. How many of them will be left after this battle? However, they all felt threatened and immediately decided to free the Zanpakuto. Sip, evil concubine. Decay, Emperor's skull. Only 2 low growls were heard. The lower body of Thrall Apollo turned into tentacles, and 4 wings sprouted from his back. Veilgang turned into a white skeleton. Upon seeing this, Tozen Kaname and Kachiki Shangha each drew out their Zanpakuto. Swish! Aozaki Mizuki appeared on the steps of the king's throne in a flash, ignoring the guards under the throne who wanted to stop him. As Shinigami in Hogyoku's 3rd fusion state. Without special abilities, even a Shinigami or a Hollow can't make a few moves in his hands. These little minions were completely ignored by him. Boom! The heads of Al Apollo and Veilgang were directly pressed into the ground, and the powerful force made their faces begin to distort. Especially Veilgang. The skull-like head has cracks spreading out like fragile porcelain that will break at any time. The breath of death is useless. Everything around Veilgang was decaying. He put his hands on the ground and tried to stand up, but found that it was in vain. The power of decay and aging that we are proud of has no effect. Not even a hair on the opponent's body could be decayed. This is the 3rd person who can ignore his death aura, the first 2 being Aizensosuke and Sarapallo. Controlling aging is the ability he gained after becoming Arankar. Only these 2 people can use their powerful spiritual pressure to neutralize his abilities, and now there is a 3rd one. This deeply humiliated him. As a king who has ruled Hueco Mundo for millions of years, he has been humiliated like this over and over again. Your men are too weak. With a smile on her face, Aozaki Mayuki looked up at the adult who had been calm and collected from beginning to end. It's just beginning. Aizen chuckled and turned to look to his side. Xianghe, this is a good opportunity. Why don't you show me your loyalty? A tangled look appeared on Kachiki Xianghe's face. Aizen focused his eyes on Kachiki Xianghe's face and asked, Can you still turn back? Kachiki Xianghe's face froze, and then he let out a long sigh. Aozaki Jinue shook her head, showing a distressed look, but a smile always hung on her face. Xianghe, I didn't expect you to really betray me. If Your Excellency and Madame Yinling find out, I'm afraid they will be very disappointed, right? They won't know. Kachiki Xianghe gritted his teeth, put a hand on his face, and grabbed it. This is all your fault, Aozaki Mei, who allowed you to have this power, but not be willing to. As he spoke, a white mask with horns suddenly appeared on his face. Oh, did he give you that virtual power? Aozaki Mizuki looked at the familiar area and was slightly surprised. This is Kurosaki Ichigo's plug-in, but now it falls into the hands of Kachiki Hibiki. But you are indeed a selfish guy. I really saw you right. Aozaki Mizuki suddenly exerted force on her hand and crushed the heads of the 2 Arankars under her. Maybe it's because I'm also a selfish person. For Aozaki Mizuki, the only one of the 2 who has any value is Sal Apollo. But for an ambitious mad scientist, Nirvana alone is enough. This guy is not a peaceful master, and there is no need to stay. The moment Kachiki Xianghe rushed out, Aozaki Mizuki stood up. The next second, Aozaki Meisuki was already standing behind him. When he appeared again, Ozaki Mayuki had a head wearing a white horn mask on his hand, and the mask on his face was gradually disintegrating. Looking towards Kachiki Shangha, there was only a headless corpse that fit perfectly with the head in Aozaki Mayuki's hand. The movement was so fast that Kachiki Shangha didn't even have time to scream. Feeling the weakening spiritual pressure, Dongxian frowned slightly. This man is more ruthless than he thought. Many people in the Suriidei knew that they were good friends. Aozaki Mizuki was unambiguous in his actions, killing with one blow without leaving any room for error. Aozaki Mizuki smiled indifferently. When others were nice to him, he was also willing to be nice to others. But since you have betrayed, don't expect to show mercy. Death is the only destination. You are so heartless, Jinyu. Aizen looked at the person in front of him expressionlessly. The knife in a man's hand cut off the head of his former friend without any hesitation. Aizen's eyes were extremely cold, as if he had already known that there would be such an ending. But you don't seem as calm as you look. Aozaki Mayuki raised her eyebrows and looked at the body that was gradually covered with white spiritual pressure. Aizen is evolving, which shows that his heart is far less peaceful than it appears. It's really interesting. You understand my state very well at this time. Aizen slowly raised his hand and looked at it carefully, with a hint of uncontrollable excitement in his tone. You have indeed completed that thing. No wonder Kyoka Suigetsu has no effect on you. It seems that you have achieved evolution. The corners of Aizen's mouth rose slightly, seemingly quite satisfied with the result. It's better not to rely too much on that little trick. Aozaki Mizuki curled her lips in disdain. In fact, the moment he stepped into the palace, he noticed that Aizen had secretly activated Kyoka Suigetsu. However, the huge spiritual pressure gap between the two sides made him choose to ignore it. You already know Kyoka Suigetsu's abilities and weaknesses? Aizen suddenly showed a smile and slowly stretched out a hand towards Aozaki Mayuki. His voice was full of relief and joy. Jinyu, you are indeed a man who can stand side by side with me and be in the same realm. I still remember that you also don't like this world and hate the way it is now, right? So, haven't you ever thought about changing the world? Come on, come to my side. With your current strength and status, you are fully qualified to walk side by side with me. We can work together to create a better new world, a world that satisfies us. Just like in the past, Aizen once again threw an olive branch to Aozaki Mayuki and issued a sincere invitation. As for things like changing the world, I don't really care. Aozaki Mayuki smiled slightly, shook her head slightly, and said, But I have a question for you. What's the problem? Aizen looked at Aozaki Mayuki with some surprise. Obviously, he did not expect that one of the top nobles in the Soul Society today would so decisively express his acceptance of his own ideas. I saw Aozaki Mizuki picking up the Izen Senra in her hand, walking towards Aizen, and asked, Do you know the difference between a king and a mount? As soon as these words came out, Dong Xianyao's face became extremely ugly. Aizen had no idea of being humiliated, but was thinking seriously. The whole scene instantly fell into an eerie silence. After a short silence, Aizen spoke slowly. You mean dominating versus being dominated? His voice was very soft, but it carried an indescribable indifference that made people shudder. Yes, there is only one throne in the sky. Aizen nodded. Since there is only one king, the other one is destined to be his mount and be dominated by him. The corners of his mouth raised slightly, revealing an excited smile. Just let's see. Who can end the unbearable vacancy of the throne of heaven? Who can truly stand at the top? Ozaki Meisuki. When he said the last sentence, Aizen's tone suddenly became passionate, and his aura also increased greatly. His eyes were flashing with intense light, and his whole body seemed to have turned into a sharp sword, exuding unparalleled pressure. Aizen stopped talking, but the aura emanating from him still made people feel heart beating. As Aizen finished speaking, a figure fell from the sky and landed behind Tozen Kaname. This figure is thin and looks a little fragile, but it gives people a mysterious feeling. The Ryujin Jaka below was emitting blazing flames, as if it was about to burn the entire world. However, When this figure appeared, the flames went out instantly, as if suppressed by an invisible force. Aozaki Shinzuki glanced at Ryujinjaka. She held the Zanpakuto tightly in her hand, with a hint of displeasure in her eyes. The visitor was a male Arankar who was only about 1.6 meters tall. His hair was a reddish color, as dazzling as a burning flame. His mask is in the shape of a broken devil's horn, covering only half of his head. This unique look makes him stand out. However, compared with other Arankars, this Arankar's eyes looked very dull, as if it had lost its soul. His eyes were empty and lifeless, making one wonder whether he had normal thinking ability. The fire-eating demon Zig Genora. Aizen's voice came slowly, with a hint of imperceptible pride. When you heard this name, you probably guessed it, right? Aizen continued, his eyes shining with confidence. That's right. In order to deal with the powerful heat-type Kido contained in your Zanpakuto, I created Sieg specially. The ability he possesses is very special and unique, suppressing the power of the fire in your Zanpakuto. Aizen's words were full of confidence, and he seemed extremely satisfied with his masterpiece. He believed that with the presence of Siege, Aozaki Mayuki's strength would be greatly restricted. Coupled with the gem on his chest, his chances of winning will be greatly increased. With the power possessed by Aizen Senra, it is impossible for Aizen not to be on guard against it. The most terrifying of them all is nothing short of the destructive, heaven-defying Fire Kido ability. So, he used Hogyoku's power to transform an Arankar. Siege Genora was born to counter the fire characteristic of Aozaki Mizuki's Aizen Senra. However, as the price of sealing the flame, Sieg will lose language, consciousness, knowledge, and reason. Despite this, he still retains a strong combat ability that is enough to briefly clash with Balegang. The fire-eating demon, Aozaki Mizuki, couldn't help but tilted her head. Isn't this just using the same tactics you used against the old man on yourself? Do you want this guy to have a close fight with you? Does he have this qualification? Aizen, do you look down on me too much? Aozaki Mizuki rushed forward at an astonishing speed, like a meteor streaking across the sky, leaving a trail of afterimages in the air, as if it was about to tear the entire space apart. You're not naive enough to think that I still need to rely on that kind of power now, are you? Along with a soft drink, the Zanpakuto in Aozaki Mizuki's hand flashed with cold light, like a cold moon hanging high in the night sky, exuding endless chill and murderous intent. In an instant, a slash with cold light fell. The so-called fire-eating demon didn't even hold on for half a second before he was instantly cut in half by this extremely sharp sword light. The bloody scenes are shocking, and the air is filled with a strong smell of death. How come? Aizen frowned slightly, secretly surprised. He had to admit that he had underestimated Aozaki Jinyue's strength. Naturally, he would not think of letting the fire-eating demon face Ozaki Mayuki alone. Aizen's original plan was for the fire-eating great demon to seal the heat-type Kido of Aizen Senra while he fought against Aozaki Mayuki. But he couldn't react to the attack just now. Just when Aizen was shocked, Aozaki Mizuki's figure disappeared from the place instantly like a ghost. Immediately afterwards, Aozaki Mayuki missed his body as if teleporting. Burial of heavenly fire. Aozaki Mizuki hummed softly, and the Zanpakuto in his hand once again bloomed with dazzling light. Sorry, I've already finished cutting. As the words fell, the Zanpakuto slowly returned to its sheath. The whole movement was smooth, without any sloppiness. The next moment, a blackened wound suddenly appeared on Aizen's body. It was an extremely subtle scar, almost undetectable if you didn't look carefully. It was this seemingly insignificant slash that made Aizen feel unprecedented fear. Even with his dynamic vision in the second fusion state, he couldn't capture the trajectory of this slash. Jinyue. The mask on Aizen's face suddenly shattered, revealing a horrified face. He looked at the flames flickering on his body in disbelief, with an incredible look on his face. There is pain. I was chopped off. and he was still stabbed without the ability to react. But how is this possible? Just then, a huge pillar of fire spurted out from Aizen's body and shot straight into the sky, as if it was going to set the whole world on fire. So strong. Lord Aizen was actually killed. How is this possible? The Arankars under the throne were so shocked that they stopped what they were doing when they saw this scene and stared dumbfounded at what was happening in front of them. As for Arankar, who had a higher status like Nutra and Charlotte, their faces were even more horrified. As close ministers who had followed Baelgang, they knew better than anyone else how powerful and terrifying Aizen was. This is an existence that can subdue Baligan and thrall Apollo with force. But such a nearly invincible existence was actually killed by that young man with one knife. Damn it! Charlotte knelt directly under the steps of the throne and growled unwillingly. His unwillingness was not due to Aizen, but because of His Majesty Baelgang, whom he had always followed loyally. He witnessed with his own eyes that Aozuki Jinue crushed Baelgang's head effortlessly. Now that Aizen is also dead, who else can avenge His Majesty? The winner was decided in an instant. This man is so terrifying that people really want to compete with him. Neutra shouted in surprise. According to his original assumptions, a man who Aizen valued so much was definitely not weak. After they meet, they should start a thrilling and fierce battle. In the end, Baelgang may have the opportunity to take advantage of the situation when both of them are hurt, cut off Aizen's head, and regain the throne. However, what is the reality? Baelgang and Aizen were both killed, and everything ended so neatly. Nitra, it's too early to talk about victory or defeat now. Just at this moment, under Neutra's surprised gaze, Aizen's voice came again. He used an extremely weird and twisted posture. His whole body was completely dark, and he slowly climbed out of the burning pillar of fire. Unbelievable. Aizen is still alive. This kind of vitality is so amazing. Not only that, the silkworm chrysalis-like shell on his head also began to peel off gradually. Click! Almost in the blink of an eye. Countless cracks quickly appeared on Aizen's face. Immediately afterwards, those hard steel-like shells were all turned into powder like fragile porcelain. The pupa stage is over. The terrifying spiritual pressure swept away in all directions like a tsunami. This spiritual pressure was so powerful that everyone present felt the unprecedented pressure of death. However, due to the insurmountable dimensional level gap between the two parties, their senses instinctively chose to ignore the impact of this spiritual pressure, and soon they couldn't feel anything at all. Aizen's eyes sparkled with excitement. He gasped for air and slowly stood up. He could clearly feel that the power in his body was undergoing earth-shaking changes. The spiritual pressure is rising at an unprecedented speed, as if there is no end. His soul is constantly undergoing wonderful combinations and exchanges, pushing him towards a higher level of dimension. The third fusion state, Hogyoku completion stage. How so? A cry full of surprise broke the deathly silence of the scene. It was Aizen's voice. He looked down at his chest. The originally flawless Hogyoku was now covered with tiny cracks. He tried to reach out and touch it, but the moment his fingers were about to touch Hogyoku, the entire gem suddenly shattered. The fragments of Hogyoku were flying everywhere, like a gorgeous but tragic fireworks display. Aizen looked down at his empty chest blankly and stood there for a moment, in a daze. After a while, he slowly raised his hands to cover his face and let out a weird laugh. Is this guy crazy? Aozuki Mizuki looked at Aizen, who was laughing wildly in front of him, and muttered to himself. He tilted his head slightly, trying to decipher some clues from the other party's crazy smile. Aizen's potential is, of course, far more than this. In the original work, Aizen has reached the 5th stage. Now Hogyoku has been annihilated in the 3rd stage, apparently due to interference from some external factors. That's right, the culprit is none other than Aozaki Mayuki. He knew that Aizen was extremely intelligent. Therefore, when he learned from Kachiki Hibiki that Aizen was investigating him, Aozaki Mizuki had already anticipated that the affair between herself and Niryuri might be revealed. The Technology Development Bureau was invaded and Nirvana's research data was stolen, which made Aozaki Mizuki confirm his suspicion. But he was already prepared. Although Aozaki Mizuki is not a grandmaster in the field of scientific research, he has participated in many experimental projects after all, not to mention changing the technology beyond recognition. With the help of Nirvana, it is not difficult to use some tricks and add some ingredients in advance. With Nirvana's technique in hand, and only some time spent gathering materials, Aizen was able to complete Hogyoku without Urahara Kisuke's half-finished work. With Aizen's ability, there are many ways to obtain Nirvana technology, and it was difficult for Aozaki Mizuki to stop him at the time. Aozaki Mizuki simply followed the trend and placed Nirvana's technique in the most conspicuous place waiting for him to get it. And with the intervention of Aozaki Mizuki, this Hogyoku will naturally have some small flaws. Ha 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 ha. I understand. I have achieved my final evolution, and I don't need something like Hogyoku anymore. Accompanied by a burst of wild laughter, Aizen slowly took off the mask that fell off his face and showed a seemingly sincere smile to Aozaki Mizuki. Jinue, I should really thank you. I couldn't have done this without you. It was indeed the right choice to let you go, Aizen said softly, with an unpredictable smile in his tone. Before he finished speaking, Aizen's figure disappeared instantly. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Ozaki Mayuki. Waving a sharp blade in his hand, he slashed at Ozaki Mayuki without hesitation. Sparks are flying, dazzling and dazzling. This shocking sword cut through the thick earth under everyone's attention. Even the sky seemed to be torn apart, with a huge gap appearing. This kind of sword pressure, Charlotte and Neutra couldn't help but take a deep breath, and their pupils suddenly shrank at the same time. As a Chuka's class Arankar, they have naturally seen a lot of Shinigami sword pressure. But such terrifying power is unprecedented and unheard of. This kind of power is definitely not something that mortals can display. I finally have a chance to avenge His Majesty Bale Gang. Can that guy withstand such a terrifying blow? Charlotte and Neutra had different thoughts, and their eyes were focused on the center point of the sword pressure explosion, with an imperceptible glint in their eyes. Look, Jinue, this is my true strength. You really shouldn't be so arrogant. With a cheerful smile on his face, Aizen stared leisurely at the severed world in front of him. Just by relying on the state of the Zanpakuto that has not yet been released, it can cause such appalling destructive power. This has surpassed Captain Yamamoto. Of course, it still can't be compared with the residual fire sword, but that doesn't matter. He will become an existence alongside God. Jinue, you must have never witnessed such a powerful force, right? Your imagination is limited by your own weakness. He suddenly reached out his hand and smoothed his hair, combing the long hair neatly, with a hint of disappointment in his tone. I was ready to listen to your song of praise for me as king, but now it seems that I don't have this chance. There's still a chance, but I want to hear you sing my praises more. A familiar voice filled the smoke. To be honest, I'm quite envious of your Bankai hair gel hands. My hair is too smooth, and it's hard to change my hairstyle as easily as you can. The smoke gradually dissipated, and Aizen was shocked by a familiar figure. I saw Aozaki Mizuki standing firmly on the spot, and the sword pressure that cut off the sky and the earth gradually fell apart in his hands. Is this just crushing the sword with your hands? Charlotte's eyes widened, and her body trembled involuntarily. Aizen's face was filled with disbelief. His sword pressure was actually caught by someone's hand. Aozaki Mizuki actually caught the sword pressure he slashed after entering the third fusion state. You know, the foundation of this sword pressure's spiritual pressure far exceeds the Shinigami level. Even a captain-level Shinigami who is as powerful as a captain-level Shinigami, even a top captain-level Shinigami who has broken the boundaries of Shinigami and mastered the power of virtualization. In the face of such terrifying sword pressure, he is nothing more than an ant that can be easily crushed. However, Aozaki Mayuki was able to withstand this kind of sword pressure with her body. How is this possible? Aizen couldn't help but swallowed, always feeling a strange feeling. It's as if Aozaki Mizuki has transcended her own level of life. He felt that Aozaki Mizuki seemed to be standing in a very high position, as if he was standing in the sky, overlooking himself. This is impossible. How could something like this happen? It must be my own illusion. You should understand why this happens, right? Aozaki Mizuki crushed the remaining sword in his hand into pieces, and a faint green spiritual pressure was annihilated, and finally disappeared without a trace. Hearing this, Aizen was obviously taken aback. Aozaki Mayuki smiled slightly and said softly, "It's potential. You probably don't know that Hogyoku's power is actually to guide potential. Our evolution is based on potential. Are you saying that your potential is higher than mine, so your power is stronger than mine?" Aizen was stunned and lowered his head as if he had lost his soul. He has always been happy to find someone in the same realm, but now he finds that the person who is not worthy of him is himself? How could such a thing happen? How ridiculous! Aizen couldn't help but smile at himself. "Have you figured it out?" Aozaki Meisuki said. "Actually, I finally confirmed it after seeing your evolution. With the same evolution, I stand in a higher dimension, and I can still reach higher dimensions." As soon as he finished speaking, pure white spiritual pressure spurted out from Aozaki Meisuki's body. This spiritual pressure was as real as a layer of silvery gauze covering his body. Immediately afterwards, this layer of spiritual pressure began to continuously change its shape and finally turned into a boundless, beautiful, and strange scene. Accompanied by bursts of melodious and wonderful sounds, this magnificent scene unfolds before everyone's eyes like a colorful picture. In the blink of an eye, the entire sky seemed to be torn apart by a pair of invisible giant hands. In front of this mysterious realm that is like the origin of the world, everything in the world unconsciously bows down, showing its deep awe. The remaining Arankars of the Arankar Legion have long lost their former arrogance. Faced with such a shocking scene, it is difficult for them to even feel a trace of surprise or fear, because their thinking has fallen into stagnation. The spirit body wails, and the soul trembles. Neutra tried her best to make her body move, but all her efforts were in vain. In the face of that great existence that transcends dimensions and is like a god descending into the world, any resistance seems feeble. At this moment, a clear and sweet voice came into Neutra's ears. Okay, it looks like this farce should end. You also go downstairs to accompany the others. They have been waiting for you for a long time." However, after hearing this voice, Neutra's pupils suddenly shrank sharply. This voice was somewhat familiar to him, very similar to the woman who massacred them just now. That woman is so scary. She is not affected at all in this situation. What the hell is she? He couldn't get an answer. Neutra felt a pain in her neck, and then the scene in her eyes slowly fell. How was that possible? Aizen suddenly roared like crazy and kept waving the long knife in his hand. Jinue, how is this possible? But the next second, his vision suddenly blurred. Aozaki Mizuki turned into a phantom and suddenly disappeared from his eyes. He looked around, but couldn't see anything. Only the fear of death surged into his heart. But without Hogyoku, this fear can no longer drive him to evolve. Aizen instinctively raised Kyoka Suigetsu in front of him. After living as a Shinigami for many years, the only thing that can give him a sense of security now is this Zanpakuto, which he has never trusted. In Aizen's stunned eyes, his palm first fell out of control, and then a huge force made his arm lose consciousness. The broken sword was flying in the air, reflecting the moonlight on his face. That was Kyoka Suigetsu. Kyoka Suigetsu is cut off. An unimaginable force struck him, and he flew backwards against the ground like a cannonball. It's like a child's marbles game, like a marble being thrown. Hit the ground hard, collide, bounce up, fall again, collide, and then bounce up again. Under the impact of the absolute power, he was unable to resist and was directly knocked away. In an instant, Aozaki Jinue's body moved, and she used her quick steps to pursue him. The light of the sword keeps flashing, and the cold light covers the sky and the sun. Blood keeps spewing and splashing. Broken bones, internal organs broken, even burned by the heat of the sun. Every sword was a life-killing move, and it fell on Eisen constantly, turning dozens of miles around into ruins. However, Eisen's body is constantly repairing amidst the continuous destruction. Where the dust was filled, a powerful spiritual pressure storm suddenly arose, blowing away the billowing smoke like a strong wind. Eisen's figure appeared in front of him again. Surprisingly, nearly half of his body was broken into pieces. The arrogant expression that once evolved no longer exists. Instead, there was a look of numbness on his face after suffering a severe injury, and his whole person gave Eozaki Maya the feeling of, I have been screwed. You actually forced me to this point. Eisen clutched his chest and tried his best to stand up. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not achieve this simple action. Is it all over? Could it be? Have you already failed? So Suke, my mount, are you still alive? You were motionless just now. I thought you were dead. Aozaki Mizuki sat leisurely beside him, supported her chin with one hand, and said with a chuckle. Eisen glared at him fiercely, but said nothing. Although he lost the battle, he should be in the position of the dominated mount in the relationship between king and mount. But what Aozaki Mizuki said sounded too weird. But after all these years, this guy's habit of saying weird things hasn't changed at all, and still just as infuriating as before. The corner of Eisen's mouth twitched, and he almost fainted due to Ozaki Mayuki's lack of control. He would actually get angry when he heard such words before. However, in order to maintain his dignity as an adult, he usually responds with a smile. But now, he no longer wants to keep this disguise. You have such a powerful power, but you are willing to hide it. I really underestimate you, Jinyue. Eisen gritted his teeth and spoke word by word. He stared closely at Aozaki Mayuki and tried to stand up again. However, his battered body was still unable to escape the weight of life. In fact, his body was already in tatters, and the wounds he suffered were almost reaching the limit of his recovery power. He is not in the 5th fusion stage now, but in the 3rd fusion stage. Although it has greatly strengthened its own resilience, it has not evolved immortality. Aozaki Mizuki scratched his head indifferently and said modestly, My current strength is not strong enough. Of course I can't be too showy. His current strength is naturally invincible in the eyes of ordinary people, but there are many existences in Shinigami that go beyond common sense. Like Hyasub Ichibai and Yawatch, they're all old coins that play with the rules. How can the spiritual pressure be strong enough for them? You are not satisfied with such terrifying power? You are such a greedy guy. A strange light flashed in Eisen's eyes. He stared at Aozaki Mayuki, exhaled a breath of turbid air, and could still smell the smell of blood. It seems that the world is full of surprises and is not as boring as I imagined. I thought I had everything under control, but now I find that you are the one who hides the deepest. Aozaki Mizuki, under that careless disguise, what terrible ambitions and desires you hide. Eisen murmured softly, staring at the man in front of him with burning eyes. At this moment, Eisen's heart surged with unspeakable, complex emotions. It is not only recognition of Aozaki Mayuki, but also gratification for his correct judgment in the first place. Zhenyu, it turns out that you are a special being just like me, and you're a lonelier guy than me. The corners of Eisen's mouth raised slightly, and a trace of imperceptible pleasure flashed in his eyes. In fact, Eisen harbors 2 greatest wishes deep in his heart. One is to change this already rotten world. It is precisely because he is so smart that he understands too many truths. Therefore, we are full of disdain and contempt for the current world that is full of depravity and corruption. The second is to find a comparable and equally special existence. His talent is so high that he has been unable to find anyone similar to him for a long time. This smart man who likes to think wildly inevitably doubts his own existence as a Shinigami. For a long time, he has never given up searching for the figure that resembles him, a similar person who can understand him and is as different as him. Only in this way can we prove that we are not alone in this world, let alone a unique alien monster in this world. All along, he has felt that he is alone. No one can catch up with him or understand his innermost thoughts and pursuits. However, this feeling suddenly changed when he met Aozaki Mayuki. Aozaki Mizuki showed amazing talent and huge ambition. This made him realize that this person was the one who could truly stand side by side with him. "What do you want to do next?" "Kill me," Aizen asked. "I should still be a threat to you, right? After all, I know a lot about you." Hearing these words, Aozaki Jinue just waved her hands with a smile on her face. "Do you remember when we first met? You didn't kill me then, so I can let you go today." Aizen blinked, and his thoughts gradually drifted back to the past. "The first time I met was on that quiet night in Huaku District, East Rakongai. At that time, the moonlight fell on the ground like water, illuminating the entire lake and causing silver ripples." He looked down at the man with Shinigami qualifications sitting on the grass and slowly stretched out his hand. His target was the man's soul. The man's expression looked extremely panicked, and even a discerning person could tell that his expression was a bit exaggerated. But the man's eyes were unusually calm, as if he was just an actor with poor acting skills, performing according to the established script. This contradictory performance made Aizen very curious, and at the same time it aroused some desire deep in his heart. Aizen came to a conclusion almost instantly. Deep down in his heart, this man didn't take his own life seriously at all. It was a kind of madness, driven into madness by fear, and that fear came from the same loneliness as oneself. Aizen could see that he seemed so out of tune with this world. But this man didn't see anything special at the time. Why did he feel this way? Aizen didn't understand. But with just this glance, Aizen accidentally let the man go and took him under his command. Even now, Aizen doesn't know if he regrets his original decision. I saw him sighing and shaking his head helplessly. Aozaki Mayuki chuckled lightly, as if she had been a friend for many years, and said sincerely, "So, Suke, have you forgotten your great ideals and don't want to change the world? I want to ascend the supreme throne, but to be honest, I am not good at things after standing at the top. Then when the time comes, it will be up to you to help me manage this world. How about creating a beautiful world that we all enjoy?" Aozaki Mizuki handed back the olive branch Aizen gave. Aizen was silent for a long time and did not answer directly. Instead, he raised his head and asked, "Jinue, do you still feel lonely now?" "Almost not, but if you lie in bed alone when sleeping, you will occasionally feel empty. But this feeling is different from before. At least it won't make people feel scared." Aozaki Jinue shook her head gently and said calmly, "What about you?" I can't feel it anymore." Aizen breathed a long sigh of relief, his voice so low that it was almost inaudible. Su Circle, Suyi Palace. In this quiet land, the silver moonlight shines like a veil, illuminating every corner. However, the sight in front of him was impossible to ignore. Countless collapsed and broken walls seemed to tell that an extremely tragic war once took place here. Traces of being burned by the fire of the sun, as well as marks of being bombarded by Void Flash and Kido, can be seen everywhere. These ruins bear witness to that thrilling battle and also foreshadow the suffering that this palace has experienced. Dongxian will lead a large number of Echuka's Arankar, as well as Arankar, such as Haribel and Ulquiorra, and devote themselves to the restoration work of Shuya Palace. Their busy figures shuttled around every corner, working hard to restore this once glorious palace to its former glory. On a damaged tower, Aizen Sosuke stood quietly in his room, looking out the window. There, Aozaki Meisuki was teasing with a female Arankar, attracting the attention of the people around her. Aizen looked at this scene and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. A few days and nights ago, he had a life-and-death struggle with that guy. Now, not only did she give up the palace where she lived recently, but she also became that man's nominal companion. Aizen didn't have much dissatisfaction with becoming a companion with that man. After all, they're the same kind. Aizen is still very tolerant towards people of the same kind. However, when he thought of the king and mount theory mentioned by Aozuki Mayuki, Aizen couldn't help but sigh slightly. This metaphor made him feel an inexplicable helplessness and unwillingness. There's a relationship of dominance and dominance between the two, which is actually quite normal. After all, he is just a loser, while Aozuki Zenzuki is an out-and-out winner. It is really unimaginable that that man could be in the same state as himself so quickly, or even surpass him. Could it be said that my potential is really not as good as his? Aizen couldn't help but sigh. It turns out that the person who really doesn't deserve to feel lonely is myself. Maya Aozaki. This name seemed to be deeply imprinted on his heart, and he could not get rid of it no matter what. After the power of Hogyoku, which he was most proud of, also failed, he finally chose to admit defeat. In the past, instead of living humbly as a companion, he would have chosen to die. But now he has lost such courage. There is really nothing to miss when you are alone. But he had only just confirmed a few days ago that he was not alone in this world. Am I actually greedy? Am I actually afraid of death? The more Aizen thought about it, the angrier he became. So he simply lay down on his large bed and closed his eyes. For the first time in his life, he voluntarily gave up thinking. 1 week later, late at night, in Shuya Palace, the bedroom of Hueko Mundo's husband, self-styled Ozaki Meisuki. Huh, do you want to improve your strength? Hearing Harabelle's words, Aozaki Maya was a little surprised. Harabelle nodded, her pretty face blushing slightly. She also knows what Hueko Mundo's husband means. Shuya Palace has just changed its owner, and it is a time when everything is in ruins. You have entrusted me with the important task of becoming the queen of Hueko Mundo, but with my current strength, I am afraid that I will not be able to do the job. And yesterday, I heard from Sun and Sun that Master Jinue has a way to help us improve our strength. I really feel that their spiritual pressure has increased in the past few days. In order to better fulfill the mission entrusted to me by Master Jinue, I am brave enough to ask you to help me improve my strength. Hearing this, Aozaki Mayuki nodded. The method that Sun and Sun mentioned to improve their strength was naturally the power of the cauldron produced by the cooperation between him and Hogyoku. All the girls in Soul Society have experienced this power firsthand. It is mysterious and powerful. You can tap your potential and greatly improve your strength. Before Aozaki Mizuki attacked Shuya Palace, he saved Harabelle again. Since the first long separation, Aozaki Mizuki has also come to Hueko Mundo many times. But each time it was a short stay to simply connect with everyone and not stay for a long time. But strictly speaking, the time we have known each other is not too short. These years of getting along have allowed Sun and the others to see clearly the true character of Ozaki Mayuki. Aozaki Mizuki is in the same boat as them. Therefore, this time they had to take the initiative to repay his life-saving grace. Today's Hueko Mundo is in a stage where everything is in need of improvement. As the ruler of Hueko Mundo, Aozaki Mizuki naturally has to go all out and work hard to govern. Faced with everyone's enthusiastic behavior, he tried to evade it in every possible way. But in the end, he still couldn't resist the girls teasing, and he had no choice but to accept it when he was too annoyed. He couldn't help but yawn. He really hadn't slept a wink in the past few days. Of course, judging from his physical fitness, there is no problem of lack of energy at all. This is just because he has been an ordinary person for too long and is used to it. Aozaki Mizuki slowly said, "That's actually a special ability I possess, but I'm afraid it would be a bit presumptuous to implement it." There was a hint of helplessness in his voice. "Your special ability?" Harabelle raised her head and looked at him blankly. "Will it cause you trouble?" She originally thought it was some kind of technology, but she didn't expect it to be Aozaki Mayuki's own ability. "No, let's just say I like doing this kind of thing," Aozaki Mizuki said seriously. But I want to confirm one last time. Are you really ready to do this? You can't go back on it once you start. Harabelle took a deep breath and nodded firmly. Do you think Lady Harabelle can succeed? Apache asked, lying on the bed. It should be successful. After all, Maduki-sama likes Harabelle the most. Mila Rhodes's slender and toned legs are crossed, and her arms are folded across her chest, highlighting her healthy complexion. I'm not worried about Lord Jinhua. When I went to find Lord Jinhua only hesitated for less than half a second. I was afraid that Lord Harabelle would shrink from a battle. Apache pouted. It's not like you don't understand Lady Harabelle's character. She likes to keep everything in her heart and doesn't like to speak out. As soon as these words came out, Mira Rhodes was suddenly stunned. She had forgotten this. How about we go cheer for Lady Harabelle? Mira Rhodes asked. Cheer up? I think you're greedy. Apache rolled his eyes angrily. The two were chatting, the door was pushed open, and Sun walked in panting. How is it? Has Lady Harabelle succeeded? Mira Rhodes asked excitedly. Of course. With me taking action, there is no reason to fail. Sun said, patting his less obvious chest. Really? Apache asked suspiciously. Looking at Sun like this, it doesn't look like Lord Harabelle has succeeded, but it seems like she has succeeded. I'm not going to lie to you. I waited at the door for an hour and then left when I heard the sound. Sun said. Mira Rhodes and Apache looked at her with disdain. No wonder your face is so red. It turned out that you just left after having fun with yourself. It's really too much. I didn't even call them. Those were Lord Shinetsu and Lord Harabelle. The two people they love the most are together, and they can't even imagine how happy they would be. For a long period of time that followed, Ozaki Mizuki lived as usual, living an ordinary and calm life. Every day he is either doing errand car for Daxu in Hueco Mundo, or he is having S*X with the female errand cars. Life is about the same thing, which can be said to be extremely boring. In fact, he really didn't have much to worry about. With Aizen, Tozen Kaname, and a group of errand cars stationed in Hueco Mundo, there was no need for Aozaki Mizuki to worry too much, and the entire Hueco Mundo was peaceful. Thanks to the unremitting efforts of the errand cars and Aizen, the reconstruction of Shuya Palace is progressing rapidly and is nearing completion. Aozaki Mizuki often appears at the renovation site, giving pointers and comments on various projects. Occasionally, when the interest arises, I will even do the work myself and participate in some of the designs. For example, in order to demonstrate his unparalleled achievements in unifying Hueco Mundo, he once ordered Aizen to cast 2 giant statues on both sides of the Shuya Palace gate, one on the left and one on the right holding a long sword and standing towards the sky, so as to highlight his tallness. After listening to Aozaki Meisuki's guidance, Aizen couldn't help but have black lines on his head. He didn't hesitate at all and flatly rejected Aozaki Mayuki's suggestion. This man looks quite outstanding, and when he puts on his clothes, he looks even more elegant and talented. It can be seen that he is like a normal person and has a universal pursuit of beauty. According to common sense, such a person's understanding of architectural beauty should not be so strange. But considering that he has always been an unreliable character, it seems reasonable to say such a thing. Of course, it was impossible to make a statue, and it was impossible to make a dead man. He couldn't afford to lose this man. Time flies so fast. 1 year has passed in the blink of an eye, and it has been a full year since Aozaki Jinhua occupied Shuya Palace. And during this period of time, idleness is idleness anyway. Aizen and Aozaki Mizuki continued to conduct errand-carization experiments in Shuya Palace to expand the power of Shuya Palace. It stands to reason that without Hogyoku, Aizen no longer has the ability to errankerize. But after a year-long self-research, he discovered that when Hogyoku collapsed, his body seemed to possess some of Hogyoku's abilities. Aozaki Mizuki was not surprised at all. He knew that in the third fusion state, Hogyoku was actually part of the fusion person's body. Simply put, Aizen Sosuke is now a half-finished Hogyoku in human form. With the voluntary cooperation of the Daxu, the entire experimental program progressed in an orderly manner. Groups of Yachukas with superior strength lined up in an orderly manner and entered the laboratory. A Daxu in the shape of a fluttering moth was standing outside the door nervously, waiting. In front of her, a Daxu that resembled a cheetah slowly walked into the laboratory. She recognized the leopard's identity immediately. It is Daxu, who is only called a hero by other Achukas. Although this title sounds like a compliment, it is actually a mockery of it by many virtual people. Because this leopard-shaped Achuka is named Grimjow Jackajak. On the first day he came to Shuya Palace, he tried to challenge the current ruler of Hueco Mundo. However, what is unexpected is that not only did he fail to challenge the ruler, but he was also severely tortured by the Lord's maids, Luo, Li, and Minori. Despite this, the superior man did not put the challenger to death, but magnanimously gave him a chance to become stronger. Call him a hero. In fact, it is a kind of irony for a weak person like him who dares to overestimate his own capabilities and challenge a strong man at the top. However, Moth Daxu is not keen on giving others nicknames or mocking others. What really concerned her were the two maids who defeated Grimjow. I heard that they could only be regarded as mediocre among Yachukas in the past. But after receiving the power increase from that adult, he was able to easily defeat the top Achiyuka's level Daxu. Thinking about this, Moth Daxu couldn't help but feel a little excited. As a hollow, she also wants that kind of power. Now I just hope that after completing the Arankar transformation, I can meet that adult's expectations. Based on some reliable gossip, the way the adult helped Arankar become stronger seemed unseemly, and he was very picky about the object he helped. Just when she felt uneasy, the door to the laboratory slowly opened. A handsome, blue-haired guy wearing a broken mask appeared in front of everyone. He was simply covered with a piece of white cloth and held a long knife in his hand. Completely ignoring the curious glances of the people around him, he walked out as if no one else was around. Next, Aizen stood at the door, pushed up his glasses, and frowned. The moth Daxu hurriedly flapped its wings and flew to the door. After seeing Aizen's expression, from the corner of his eye, he could see a dark-skinned man disposing of the body. After all, it is being rankerized with a power equivalent to that of a semi-finished Hogyoku, so there is still a chance of failure. Moth Daxu asked cautiously, "Lord Aizen, is there something wrong?" For Achiyukas, the struggle against degradation is a lifelong one. If you can't become stronger, then one day he will degenerate into a low-level Daxu Jillian. Not only will all memory and sanity be lost, but there will also be no possibility of evolving into Yachukas. This Arankarization is a hard-earned opportunity. If it succeeds, we will no longer have to worry about the threat of degradation. Taruti Sandovich, Aizen asked, holding a file. "It's me." Moth Daxu nodded eagerly. "Female?" Aizen asked in confirmation. Moth Daxu replied, "That's right. You're in the wrong place." Aizen put down the file and said calmly, "The female Daxu's Arankar experimental area is on the other side." "I know, but His Majesty Aosaki is not here today." Moth Daxu responded quickly. "He didn't come today again?" Aizen muttered to himself angrily. This guy, Aozaki Mizuki, said he was in charge, but he really didn't care about anything. During the year they ruled Hueco Mundo, Aozaki Mizuki only did one serious thing. That is to rankerize Daxu. The Arankarization of the female Daxu was all given to him. But with this guy's urinary nature, it's common for him to be lazy and take advantage of others. Aizen didn't get along with him for a day or two. "I know this guy so well. You don't have to think twice to know which Arankar you must be fooling around with. Yesterday, it was Harabel. Today, it's Nellie's turn, right? Why does he know so clearly?" Because Aizen's work and rest schedule in Shuya Palace was all arranged by Aizen. Am I being a little too good to him and letting him push too far? Aizen sighed. After a year of getting along, he found that although the other party talked about the king and the mount, he never seemed to regard him as a subordinate, but really regarded him as a friend. This made him, who was a little unwilling to lose at the hands of Ozaki Mei, feel a little bit subtle. Sometimes, he also wants to try to treat Aozaki Mayuki as a so-called friend. But he has never had a friend, and he really doesn't know how to get along with Aozaki Mayuki as a friend. It really gave him a headache during this time. This matter is undoubtedly a huge challenge for him. Then wait until tomorrow, Aizen said expressionlessly. Halfway through speaking, he suddenly turned his head and looked into the distance, with a faint smile on his lips. Looks like we don't have to wait until tomorrow. Teruti followed Aizen's gaze. A figure of a 1.5-man sheep is flying over. Why is it called 1.5-man sheep? Because it's a man riding on a half-goat. No, more accurately, it's the master of Hueco Mundo, riding on the top of a great virtual world. Moth Daxu couldn't help but tremble. The human sheep knight seemed to be rushing over, but the impact of Arankar, the Vastad-level returning sword, was something she could dodge as an Arankar-less Achukas. She could only choose to close her eyes and wait for death. After a while, she found that the expected pain from the impact did not come, and she opened her eyes slightly. Master Jinhua, please don't move when I'm running next time. It will be difficult for me to control my body. The half-goat knight stopped steadily in front of Moth Daxu, turned his head and looked at the man on his back and said this. You can't blame me. Aozaki Mizuki took back the hands that were originally on the opponent's waist. He scratched his head indifferently and then jumped off the antelope knight's sheep. Neliel's speed is really too fast. If I don't catch something, I will feel very insecure. It turns out Sosuke is here too. I'm not too late, right? As Aozaki Mizuki said, he put his arm around Aizen's shoulders without any scruples. The corners of Aizen's eyes twitched slightly, but he didn't react too much. He simply said, well, you came at just the right time. Take this. After saying that, he handed a file to Aozaki Mayuki's hands. After Aozaki Mizuki took the file, he glanced at the familiar names with a look of surprise on his face. Teruti? Yes, yes. Moth Daxu on the side responded quickly. Very well, come with me. Aozaki Jinhua nodded, then waved his hand behind Moth Daxu and said loudly, the other female members of the team will also come together. Ever since, Aozaki Mizuki, Moth Daxu, and the Antelope Knight. In this way, he left Aizen's laboratory with a group of strange-looking Daxu. Aizen silently looked at his shoulders that had just been hugged by Aozaki Mayuki and sighed deeply helplessly when a familiar voice came from behind. Lord Aizen, what's the matter, Dongxian? The substitute in this world sent a message. Regarding that matter, Captain Yamamoto asked you to return to Soul Society to report the situation. I see. In another laboratory, Aozaki Mizuki stretched out her hand and walked towards Teruti. At that moment when the slender fingers touched my forehead, Moth Daxu only felt a warm current emerging from his body. The next moment, it seemed as if a pair of big hands began to knead her body crazily, knead her into a ball, and then shape her into various strange shapes. She felt like her body was being torn apart, but she didn't feel any pain at all. On the contrary, there is an indescribable sense of comfort. This comfortable feeling made her intoxicated and lasted for several minutes. Finally, she found that the gentle palm was gradually moving away from her and slowly opened her eyes. However, as the palm left, she suddenly felt an unprecedented surge of power emerging from her body like a tide. The force was so powerful that she could barely control it. Aozaki Mayuki stood quietly in front of her, her gentle eyes shining with satisfaction. A crisp click sounded. The mask on Moth Daxu's face shattered. Well, this is I. Teruti excitedly raised her slender hands and touched her face. She was surprised to find the hard white bone mask that originally covered the face has disappeared, replaced by soft and smooth skin. This is just like the real Arankars we usually see. The mask breaks, revealing the human appearance. Teruti's eyes widened, and she looked at everything in front of her excitedly. She felt her new face, and a surge of excitement and joy filled her heart. This means that she finally got rid of the fear of degradation and became a new and stronger individual. And all of this is thanks to the help of Aozaki Jinhua. I really succeeded. Teruti looked at everything in front of her with joy, her eyes full of excitement and excitement. She couldn't wait to turn her eyes to the other two people in the laboratory, her voice trembling with excitement. Your Majesty Aozaki. Lady Nellie, I succeeded. Is this true? Have I really become Aaronkar? Aozaki Mayuki narrowed her eyes slightly, with a faint smile on her face, and said with certainty, Yes, Taruti, you succeeded. After speaking, he even clapped his hands gently, as if to encourage Taruti. He has long been accustomed to such scenes. These Daxans, unless they are those with extremely cold personalities, will show similar reactions after completing Aaronkar and regaining their rationality. Nellie, who had returned to her human form after being released from the return blade, folded her arms in front of her chest, looked at Aozaki Mayuki quietly, and raised the corners of her mouth slightly. Another virtual one has successfully broken through the shackles and found itself. This is undoubtedly a happy thing. Aozaki Mizuki stared at Taruti, her eyes shining with thought. He nodded occasionally, as if silently assessing something in his heart. After a while, Aozaki Mayuki broke the silence. Taruti, do you see the door at the back? Through that door you can see Rory and Minori. They will test your various information to help you better understand your own strength. Go ahead. Hearing this, Taruti nodded vigorously without hesitation and replied in a firm voice. Yes, Your Majesty Aozaki. Her voice was full of anticipation and excitement, eager to know what kind of power she had now. After receiving the clear instructions, Taruti immediately turned around and walked toward the corner, her steps brisk and firm. But just after taking 2 steps, she was suddenly stunned. She seemed to have thought of something unspeakable, and after hesitating for a moment, she said hesitantly, Your Majesty Aozaki, understand. Aozaki Mizuki seemed not surprised by this, waved her hand casually, nodded and said, Want to increase your strength? Come to my room tonight. Now go find Luo, Lee, and Minori. In fact, almost every female Daxu who completes Aaronkar in his hands will ask this question. The desire and greed for power among most Daxu have never disappeared. However, there are also a small number of people who simply covet his perfect body. Aozaki Meisuki has long been tired of hearing questions like, Can you please tell me how to improve your strength? But he will still go out of his way to help everyone solve their problems. After all, it's not like he has nothing to do, so why bother helping them complete their evolution? All I can say is that I understand everything. Aozaki Mayuki glanced at Nellie and thought, It's not to solve their problems. Wouldn't it be nice to just lie on the bed and sleep in with Nellie in your arms while doing nothing? So you agreed? Taruti showed an excited expression and said happily, Yes, Your Majesty, I'll go right away. Aozaki Mizuki looked at Taruti's leaving figure, thoughtfully in her heart. At this time, Nellie pouted her small mouth and stared at him silently behind Meisuke Aozaki. Watching Taruti leave, Aozaki Mizuki turned around, and a green shadow flashed past. Immediately afterwards, Nellie dragged a clear afterimage at an astonishing speed and crashed into Aozaki Mayuki's arms in the blink of an eye. A loud boom sound came. Aozaki Mizuki was knocked out. Zhenyu is going too far. As the soft and waxy voice sounded, Nellie's head in the horn mask arched into Aozaki Mayuki's arms and shouted coquettishly. Her behavior was so cute that it almost broke Aozaki Mayuki's heart. Nilu, you get up first. Aozaki Mizuki flew back several meters. But in order to avoid damaging Aizen's carefully designed laboratory, he still used a little force to stabilize his body. Of course, Nellie has not turned into a child at this time. The name Nilu is probably Aozaki Maya's nickname for Niliel. Nellie herself also liked this title very much. No, I want Jinuet to touch my head. Niliel hugged Aozaki Mayuki's waist tightly and refused to let go. Aozaki Mizuki really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Faced with such a lovely girl's request, he really couldn't refuse. In desperation, he had no choice but to reach out and gently stroke Nellie's hair, feeling the silky touch. Niliel looked like she was enjoying it and hummed, as if this was the happiest thing in the world. She obviously looks like a royal lady, but she behaves like a child. This kind of contrast is really interesting. Aozaki Mizuki looked at her cute appearance and couldn't help laughing. Nellie did not have the experience of becoming a child in the original work, and she was not afraid of danger when facing the Arrancar army when they first met. Aozaki Mizuki thought she would be a cold lady. But after getting along for a long time, I discovered that this woman is actually an enlarged version of Xiao Nilu in the original work. He is calm and reliable when fighting, but can become clingy and cute in private. It can only be said that human nature will not change easily. Aozaki Mizuki looked at Nellie with a bright smile, and her eyes suddenly softened. In fact, the person who usually assists him in conducting Arrancar experiments is not Neliel, but Sun. If Neliel were to assist, doing this every day would only seriously affect work efficiency. Neliel is responsible for the defense of Shiya Palace. It was just that I had nothing to do today and wanted to stay with Aozaki Meisuki, so I was brought here. Thinking of this, Aozaki suddenly asked, "Have those two people been found?" Those two people? Nellie tilted her head. Those two Arrancars do not belong to Shiya Palace. Aozaki Mizuki reminded. You said we have launched a blanket search for Hueco Mundo and have found some clues. Nellie put her arms around Aozaki Meisuki's neck and said, "But do the two people you mentioned really exist? Can they actually become Arrancar on their own?" "Don't believe it." "No, I believe in Jinue the most." Neliel shook her head. "I'll ask my companions to find her quickly." In Soul Society, the atmosphere in the captain's office was solemn and depressing. Yamamoto Genri Usai Shigekuni, one of the most powerful Shinigami in the history of Soul Society, he was sitting on an office chair, his eyes as sharp as a hawk, staring at the man opposite him. Aizen Sosuke stood there quietly, with a serious expression and a heavy aura exuding from his body. After the two looked at each other for a long time, Yamamoto broke the silence and said in a low voice, "Tell me, what exactly happened?" Aizen nodded slightly. He gently pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose, took a deep breath, and then said in a solemn tone, "I have investigated the recent disappearance of Shinigami." Yamamoto's eyes always fell on Aizen without relaxing at all. "According to my investigation, I found that there is a Vastad-level Great Void named Sal Apollo in Hueco Mundo. He is a mad scientist and the chief researcher of Shiya Palace." Aizen's tone was solemn, as if he was wary of this scientist. In order to realize his crazy experimental plan, he captured various spirits as experimental subjects. Because of this, the Shinigami stationed in the present world have also become one of his targets. Aizen's words made Yamamoto frown even more. Yamamoto touched his long beard and seemed to think of something. After thinking for a moment, he said in a deep voice, "The Technology Development Bureau detected an imbalance in the number of souls in Hueco Mundo. Is it also caused by Nasser Apollo's experiment?" Aizen nodded and replied affirmatively. "I can't give an accurate answer, but your judgment should be correct. As far as I know, before he captured Shinigami, he used Ichukas from Hueco Mundo as research material." After the words fell, the two fell into a brief silence. "What about Captain Kachiki? He went to the present world to assist you. Why can't I contact him? Where is he now? Why didn't he come with you to see me?" Captain Yamamoto frowned. Aizen shook his head, with a hint of helplessness on his face. "Well, actually, I don't know where Captain Kachiki is going. The great void named Sal Apollo was terrifying in strength. Captain Kachiki and I teamed up to barely defeat it." Aizen paused and continued. "But after killing Apollo, we encountered a skeleton-shaped void. That Daxu is even more powerful. It seems to be related to Nassar Apollo. I heard Sar Apollo call him His Majesty. Faced with such a powerful enemy, Captain Kachiki and I tried our best, but we were still unable to resist and could only barely escape. After that battle, I lost contact with him." After Captain Yamamoto heard this, his face turned livid. He has nearly 3,000 years of experience. After becoming the captain, he sent an expeditionary force to Hueco Mundo more than once. He can be said to have a very good understanding of Hueco Mundo's situation. Hearing Aizen's description of the skull's shape, his heart sank. Isn't that the king of Hueco Mundo, Baligon? He recalled his experience of fighting against Daxu at the same time as Baelgang when he was young. Although I tried my best at that time, I failed in the end. Later, the Daxu was sealed by the Zero Division, which ended a major crisis that plagued the Siriidii. It could be seen from this that Baelgang, who jointly commanded Hueco Mundo with the Great Su at that time, was by no means an idle person. With the captain-level strength of two third-class spirit powers, Kachiki Xianghe and Aizen Sosuke, it would be very difficult to escape from Baelgang. Based on his understanding, Aizen could almost be said to have no ability to fight head-on with him. As for the Kachiki Hibiki River, he is famous for being an expert in civil war and an outsider in foreign war. Muramace's ability is very powerful when used on Shinigami. But to deal with Hollow, the most important ability is equivalent to being disabled, and only the few accompanying Kido are of some use. I'm afraid it will be a disaster if we encounter Baelgang. Yamamoto let out a long sigh. He felt sorry to think that Kachiki Xianghe might die. After all, no matter what, he can be regarded as an excellent junior. But more than anything, I was worried about that old friend who might lose his virtuous son-in-law. I'm already quite old, and I still have to go through this kind of thing where a white-haired person gives a black-haired person a gift. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but think of his little disciple. Fortunately, although that brat is not easy to worry about, he is strong enough and his fists are hard enough. Otherwise, with his trouble-loving personality, sooner or later he would have to send someone to the black-haired person. After countless days and nights, accompanied by a crisp sound, "Brush it!" the boundary gates slowly opened to both sides, and Aozaki Mayuki jumped out of it quickly. The location where he appeared happened to be at the boundary gate of the superior noble Aozaki family. This is the private territory of the Aozaki family, so there's no need to worry about being discovered by outsiders. Aozaki Jiue shook her body slightly, stretched her muscles and bones, and then walked in the direction of her home with brisk steps. He couldn't wait to take a comfortable hot bath and relax himself. He was really tired these days. Those errand cars were having too much fun. Alas, let's not mention it. There's nothing much to say. When he pushed open the door to the room, he saw Matsumoto Ranjaku quietly staying in the room. I saw her lying sideways on the tatami, grabbing the snacks on the table and putting them in her mouth, looking very leisurely and comfortable. "Little cutie, why are you lazy again? Aren't you afraid that Chojiro will say something about you?" Aozaki Jiue approached her with a smile, half kneeling and hugged her gently from behind. "Humph, what are you talking about? You must have gone out to fool around again and lost track of time, right? Today is a day off. Even Mr. Chojiro can't control me." Matsumoto Ranjaku turned his head and pouted, obviously signaling Ozaki Mayuki to take care of it. Aozaki Mizuki understood this and lowered her head for a kiss. "It's not like you don't have a room, so why are you staying here? Tell me, what do you need from me?" "Bad guy." Matsumoto Ranjaku licked her lips. "Team Lighting is here to find you. I couldn't find you, so I took the order for you and will wait for you here." "Team Writing, what order did the old man give again?" Aozaki Meisuke asked. "Old man, are you not dizzy? You want me to go kill people in Rukongai?" "Our 11th Division is the combat division of the Siriidii. It is not our duty to massacre civilians." Aozaki Mizuki slapped the table and said, "Do you still care about this?" Yamamoto raised his eyelids slightly. Aozaki Mizuki glanced at him, knowing that the old man's eyes were insinuating his experience in Rukongai. There was really no mercy in killing people at that time. "I killed a lot of people when I was in Rukongai, but now I want to be a good person." Aozaki Mayuki curled her lips. "For such bad things, you should go to Senior Brother Jingle. He has a heart and is the best person to do such a thing. Do you know how to take care of feathers?" Yamamoto even laughed angrily, but he was also a little relieved. "Yes, there is progress, but these are extraordinary times. Hueco Mundo's Daxu has lost more than half of its size due to some reasons. We need to balance the two realms. Anyone could do this, right? I'm the captain of the Godii 13. The 11th generation Kenpachi is tall and majestic in the hearts of the team members. I don't know how many fans there are in the Serii. Aozuki Jinue thought for a moment and shook her head firmly. You asked me to do such a thing? Doesn't this ruin my reputation? Can those gentle and kind little sisters in the Serii still like me? Yamamoto's eyes twitched. He squeezed the crutch in his hand and resisted the urge to draw the knife. He knew that this kid didn't want to kill anyone, not because of his kindness or conscience. But people in their position really don't need such noble qualities as kindness. His own kindness was lost in some nook and cranny 1,000 years ago. However, in order to protect the world, although he is willing to wield a butcher knife, this kind of thing cannot be taken for granted. Don't worry, this mission was completed well. Not only did you have no fault, but you also made merit. The Godii 13 will not forget your merits. Yamamoto sighed and shook his head. He didn't know if the 1,000 years of peaceful life had made him weak. The task I gave you is to clean up the criminals in the 80th district of Rakangai. Sinner? That's no problem. Aozaki Meisuke scratched his head. Within 3 months, we promise not to leave anyone behind and clear out the 80 district. Just a sinner. Yamamoto frowned and said in a serious tone, don't go too far. He didn't want the young apprentice he had high hopes for to turn into a murderous lunatic. A lunatic cannot be a leader. I know, but are there any good people in that kind of place? Aozaki Mayuki waved her hand. Yamamoto was silent. He had nothing to say. Good guy? Of course it's impossible. Good people can't survive in that kind of place. Aozaki Mizuki looked at her teacher and understood that this was the best answer. Even Kenpachi Zaraki, a character that many people like in the original work, was a murderous evil spirit before joining the Godii 13. He only likes to fight, and he doesn't care what kind of people die under his sword in the battle. As soon as Aozaki Mizuki returned to the 11th Division, she met Aizen, who had been waiting for a long time. Congratulations to Captain Jinue. This time he will achieve another great military exploit. Your Excellency, the Chief Captain, really likes Captain Jinue. Aizen nodded and signaled. So, Suke, are you trying to be sarcastic with your words? Aozaki Jinue raised the corners of her mouth slightly, revealing a sly smile. Captain Zenzuki is worrying too much. Aizen responded with a smile on his face. No need to deny it, Sosuke. The yin and yang spirit is also a necessary skill among friends. It's quite an improvement if you are really unwilling to implement it. There is actually no need to force yourself to accept it. Assuming that you are a superior noble, and with the character of the captain, I will not force you to do something you don't want to do. Aozaki Mizuki waved her hands indifferently. I can't even remember how many sins I have committed. Even if I kill more people, it won't be a big deal. Besides, the old man has high hopes for me, so I should at least do something to show it, right? Aizen was slightly startled. In his memory, his friend was an extremely selfish person. Aozaki Mizuki's words were obviously concerned about Yamamoto's feelings, which really surprised him. Under his doubtful gaze, Aozaki Mayuki chuckled. Don't look at me with that look. Human beings are complex and difficult to understand creatures. I'm still very selfish. This is also a kind of selfishness. Does selfishness mean standing in one's own perspective and coveting the bonds with others? Aizen asked. That's probably it. Aozaki Maya nodded and said, Isn't that the case for all human beings? They connect with others whether they want to or not. I'm like this, and so are you. Sounds reasonable. Aizen laughed. Should I call you the great philosopher Aozaki Meisuke? Aozaki Jinue shook her head. This is a good joke. Keep up the good work. Looking at Aozaki Mayuki, Aizen showed a somewhat ugly smile after being briefly surprised. In the first team building, Yamamoto, Jinryu Sai Shigekuni, sat at the tea table. He gently picked up the teacup with his right hand, slowly brought it to his mouth, and then took a steady sip of tea. Suddenly, a figure flashed into the room with a whoosh sound. What happened? Yamamoto's voice remained calm, without a trace of waves, showing the calm demeanor of the captain. Report to the Commander-in-Chief. The captain of the 11th Squadron, Kenpachi Aozaki, led 200 soldiers and left the Suradiai area and headed towards the North Rukongai. The lighting team members knelt on one knee and lowered their heads to report. Oh, are they going to start from Zaraki District? Yamamoto frowned slightly. According to the establishment of the Godiai 13 divisions, each division is divided into 10 squads, with approximately 10 to 30 people in each squad. Therefore, 200 soldiers are almost equivalent to the entire strength of a squad. 200 soldiers are not that many compared to the tens or millions of troops in various countries in the world. But don't forget, any one of these 200 people will be considered a Superman in this world. However, Rukongai's 80 district is a vast area filled with all kinds of vicious and cruel villains, including many powerful people. The purpose of keeping these people is to contain and balance Hueco Mundo's power. Taking 200 people to sweep the 80th district was quite reasonable. But Yamamoto didn't understand why he had to report such a trivial matter to himself. And Captain Uno Anaretsu of Division 4 also went with us. The person continued. What? Yamamoto's hand shook and the tea in the cup spilled all over the floor. He looked aside in astonishment, as if he couldn't believe what he just heard, and confirmed again. Uno Anaretsu? Yes. The lighting team member spoke firmly. Yamamoto suddenly felt his blood pressure soar. Did these two guys come together to kill Rukongai to pieces? Immediately notify the 8th Division and the 13th Division, and ask Captain Kyoband and Captain Jushiro to follow. If we find that the two of them have acted out of character, we will be ready to stop them at any time. Yamamoto gave the order with a serious expression. Faced with such a powerful and terrifying duo, probably only his two other proud disciples could barely cope. Yamamoto felt tired when he thought about the scene where those two restless guys might kill each other in Rukongai. After hearing the instructions, the lighting team members nodded and quickly disappeared into the room. Not long after, Jushiro Yukitake and Jushiro Yukitake left the squad station in a panic and ran towards the North Rukongai direction. As they ran, they prayed silently in their hearts. As senior brothers of Aozaki Mayuki, they knew that this naughty junior brother was very terrifying. As a student who has followed Yamamoto for hundreds of years, I probably know how cruel the real Uno Hanaretsu is. Just as Yamamoto learned, after Ozaki Mizuki led his men to leave Suriidei, they headed straight to Zaraki District without stopping. Along the way, it didn't stop at all. Take a squad as a unit, spread out the search, and search the entire Zaraki area to find them. Don't just kill people. Remember the information clearly, not only where rogues gather, but also in the wilderness. After you get information about that Ronin, don't act without permission. The Ronin is not weak. If there is any situation, report it to the captain as soon as possible. In a wasteland in Zaraki District, the officers of Squad 11 shouted orders at the top of their lungs. The first task Aozaki Mizuki gave them was not to kill people, but to find people. But after the mission was completed, the information given to them was pitiful, only 4 pieces in total. Born in the Zaraki district, named Zaraki or Zaraki Kenpachi, powerful as a captain, probably accompanied by a little girl with pink hair. The first 2 pieces of information are almost equivalent to none. Most of the people here have no names, and there are countless people who have named themselves after Zaraki district. But when they heard that someone dared to call themselves Kenpachi, the team members suddenly became furious. However, the captain personally gave the order, and they could not disappoint the captain. You still have to do this well, and don't let your emotions affect you. After receiving the order, the team members drew their Zanpakuto and dispersed as ordered. They began to look around for the person Aozaki Mayuki was looking for, and at the same time completed the tasks assigned by the captain. Zaraki District is located at Rukongai number 80, which is full of vicious people. Once you take action, there will never be any mercy. However, Aozaki Mizuki was not idle either. He always kept his spiritual pressure perception turned on. Rukongai's resources are completely different from those of Siriidii, but its area is not small. When the younger brothers were almost gone, Ozaki Mayuki turned her head and looked to her side. Are you going to play with him yourself later? Or am I going to do it? Unohana Retsu put his hands into his sleeves and said with a gentle smile on his face, "It's up to you. No matter what the final result is, Kinpachi should not belong to me." "Who said that?" "I will become your exclusive Kinpachi." Aozaki Mizuki snorted dissatisfied. "Don't be such a talker. You clearly know that's not what I mean." Unohana Retsu walked up to Aozaki Meisuki and held his hand with a smile, seemingly giving him comfort. "But then again, how did you find out about that person? Is it possible that you have been investigating that man? Are you doing these things for me? If it wasn't for me, then what reason would there be for you to do these things? It must be just for me." Thinking of this, Unohana Retsu couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. She couldn't help but feel a pity in her heart, looking at the silly child in front of her, feeling heartbroken. Although he paid a lot silently, he was always silent. This kind of clumsy yet delicate tenderness really makes people don't know what to say. "I didn't do anything in particular, I just happened to know these things." Aozaki Mizuki scratched her hair and answered honestly. "How can such words deceive people? He can't even lie, he is so cute." Unohana Retsu couldn't help but laugh, feeling a little happy. The two stood quietly on the edge of the cliff, bathing in the breeze, their emotions gradually warming up, and they couldn't help but embrace each other. Witnessing this scene, Ikamaru Jin showed a look of disdain. "This is a battlefield. Can you two be any braver?" Fortunately, Kunimashiro was also sent out to perform the mission, otherwise I don't know what would have happened. He sighed helplessly, turned around and said, "I will contact all the chairs, and I will notify you as soon as there is any news." Okay. No problem, you go ahead." Aozaki Mizuki waved her hands impatiently and said with great disgust. Ikamaru Jin's eyes suddenly twitched, and he gritted his teeth, feeling a little unhappy. "Who am I doing this for? Talking to me like this? Who else will help you when you do this? Ian, thank you for your hard work. I'll treat you to dinner tonight, and I'll cook it myself. What's so hard about such a small thing?" "No need. I have work in the evening." Ikamaru Jin snorted and left without looking back. Aozaki Mizuki quietly held Unohana Retsu and sat on the edge of the cliff, overlooking the bloody scene below and the continuous miserable howls. Blood and knives seemed to be dancing in the forest, which the two perverts watched with gusto. In comparison, the gangsters in Zaraki District are indeed stronger than those in Huaku District. However, there are actually very few people who can truly compete with captain-level powerhouses, such as Kiganjo and Zaraki. Without professional training, most of them are still at the level of ordinary soldiers and low-level officers. Faced with a professional Shinigami team led by the chief officer and armed with Zanpakuto, this group of so-called big villains has almost no resistance and can only be slaughtered. The two of them chatted easily while admiring this unique beauty. After about dozens of minutes passed, Elskine suddenly frowned and turned her head to look in the direction she came from. In that direction, an eye-catching spiritual pressure is gradually approaching. This spiritual pressure is extremely powerful and definitely belongs to the first-class spiritual power level. Its momentum is sharp and compelling, with a kind of madness and aggression. However, even though the spiritual pressure is so powerful, it still feels repressed and powerless on the surface. It's like a wolf in sheep's clothing. That side is the direction of Tsalu District. Have you found him? Unohana Retsu sat up straight from Aozaki Mayuki's lap and followed his gaze, eyes flashing with excitement. Getting closer and closer, even she could feel the spiritual pressure. It was no stranger, and I had never forgotten the spiritual pressure from that day on. Crazy and violent like a wild beast. It's the spiritual pressure that belongs to monsters. Who? Stop, don't go any further. Are you from District 79? Our target is not you. If you don't want to die, go back to District 79. Accompanied by bursts of scolding, several members of the 11th Division pulled out their knives and blocked the way forward. Their eyes were bright, and they stared straight ahead. In their sight, a tall and thin man was walking towards them step by step. The man had long, messy hair, a hideous scar on the left side of his face, and his face looked very ferocious. He held a long knife in his hand. The guard was in the shape of a three-dimensional polygon. The blade was slightly uneven, and the handle was wrapped with a white cloth strip. Even the slowest person can see that the sword is the Zanpakuto used by Shinigami. However, Suriidii never officially issued a Zanpakuto to Rukongai. In this case, it is very likely that this man once killed Shinigami and then obtained the Zanpakuto belonging to Shinigami. But what is surprising is that this man who looked like he had killed countless people had a little girl with pink hair lying on his shoulders. The girl seemed to have no fear of the sword around her, and even smiled and clapped her hands. It is as if the bloody battle that is about to break out is regarded as an interesting game. The long-haired man was followed closely by two young men. One of the young men had a round head like a marble. The corners of his eyes were smeared with bright red eyeshadow, and his narrow eyes shone with an unruly light. The other one has medium to short hair and is wearing a sexy yukata with a purple main body and red, green, and green patterns printed on it. They looked at the Shinigami blocking the way. The bald man raised his eyebrows. Well, it seems that those embarrassed guys didn't lie. Shinigami is indeed here. We are here to attack the criminals in the Zaraki district under the orders of the Suriidii. If you are idle, please retreat quickly and you will be spared your innocence. Among the crowd, Izumo took a step forward and said with a frown, "What?" The visitor seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world and burst into laughter. Izumo's face became very ugly. He doesn't like killing innocent people indiscriminately. But his well-intentioned reminder was met with ridicule. No matter how good-tempered he was, he couldn't bear his anger. Just as he was about to step forward, a hand stopped him. Flowing water? Izumo turned around and looked doubtfully. "Don't be impatient, Izumo." Lu Shui looked straight ahead. "Look at the man and the child at the head. Are they similar to the people Jinyusama mentioned?" After hearing Lu Shui's words, Izumo couldn't help but be startled. "I will notify Lord Miyuki immediately." "Hey, I heard that Captain Shinigami is here too. Which one of you is the captain?" The bald man looked perverse and raised his knife to ask each Shinigami. The team members looked at the man in front of him indifferently and did not answer his question. "That's right, you guys are so weak, you can't be the captain." The bald man shook his head, looked at Shinigami on the other side, and asked again, "Hey, is any of you the captain?" The famous Shinigami suddenly became a little annoyed when he heard this repeated rude question. How dare a Rukongai gangster act so arrogantly in front of them? Have you really made a fool of their combat team? He held the long knife tightly with both hands and glared at the bald man. "You be asterisk, 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 asterisk D. Are you kidding me? How dare a mere Ronin provoke the captain?" As he spoke, he stepped forward, raised his long knife, and made a gesture of slashing at the bald man. But before his blade could fall, the bald young man suddenly took a few steps, then raised his knife and slashed toward Shinigami. This knife is extremely fast, and if it hits, it will probably cause considerable damage to Shinigami. At this critical moment, a hand suddenly appeared like lightning and accurately grabbed the bald man's face. Then, the hand shook hard. He actually slammed the bald man's entire body into the ground. The bald man felt a burst of severe pain, and he couldn't help but let out a miserable scream. He struggled to get up, but found that his body was completely unable to use any strength. At this time, a cold voice came into his ears. "Kid, you have some abilities, but don't be too arrogant." The person who spoke was Lu Shui, who had just taken action. He looked at the bald man on the ground coldly, with a trace of disdain in his eyes. "We are willing to talk to you, but we are not afraid of you." At this moment, the long-haired man carrying the little girl suddenly laughed and said, "Oh, I didn't expect you to have some abilities. Then let's start with you." "What?" Before Lu Shui even had time to say the words, he saw a worn-out long knife appearing in front of him. He only felt a strong breath of death coming towards his face. Immediately afterwards, his pupils shrank suddenly. A hand suddenly stretched out from the side. He blocked the long knife coming straight at him with just one finger. It's Lord Shinzuki. Captain is so strong. It's so cool to hold a sword with your bare hands. I want to learn it too. The team members kept exclaiming, and Lu Shuei came back to his senses. Under Lu Shuei's surprised gaze, Aozaki Mizuki quickly kicked out and hit the long-haired man hard in the stomach. As the long-haired man flew out upside down, Aozaki Mizuki's left hand quickly reached out like a swimming dragon, grabbed the pink-haired little girl, and held her in his hand. Lord Shinzuki! Lu Shuei couldn't help showing a grateful expression. Master Jinyu actually saved himself again. This kind of kindness will never end in a lifetime. Aozaki Mizuki didn't look at him. He just stared at the little girl in his hands, with a smile on his face. Is it him? Aozaki Mayuki turned her head and looked to her side and asked. Unohana Retsu appeared beside him silently. There was a creepy smile hanging on the corner of her mouth, which made people shudder. I will never forget that face and the feeling of Ryatsu. Her tone was calm, with a kind of certainty. After hundreds of years, he has indeed changed a lot, but we can still see some similarities, so he should be correct. Aozaki Mizuki nodded. Then I'll go play with him. You have to be careful and don't be careless. That man is very dangerous. Unohana Retsu said softly, his eyes falling on the pink-haired girl. As for this child, leave it to me to take care of her so that she won't get in the way during the battle. Good-looking big brother, Kusajishi Yuchiro won't get in the way. The pink-haired girl hung in the air, crossed her arms in front of her chest, and retorted angrily. She has been keenly aware that this big brother, his actions just now were actually to protect herself. You're such a weird little girl. But from now on, Xiaoyaki and Liu, it's better for you to just stay aside. Aozaki Jinyu smiled helplessly and shook her head slightly. Despite the girl's protests, Aozaki handed her over to Unohana Retsu. Strangely enough, when girls stay with Unohana Retsu, they seem to suddenly become much quieter. At this time, Zaraki Kenpachi, the long-haired man who was beaten away, also climbed up from the pit with difficulty and looked at Aozaki Mayuki with a smile on his face. He actually caught my slash with one finger. This is something I have never encountered before. Shinigami, you are indeed very strong. Completely different from those guys I met before. Are you their captain? Are you the most powerful among you? Hearing these words, Aozaki Mayuki just smiled and spread his hands easily. You're right to think so. That's great. I'm just here to find you. Let's have a good fight. Zaraki Kenpachi was so excited that he waved his long sword with a ferocious smile on his face. Only an opponent like you can give me a happy fight. What a coincidence. In order to abide by the agreement I made with a certain person, I came to you specially this time. Promise? The smile on Zaraki's face became even more terrifying, as if he felt that he had been greatly insulted. Aozaki Mizuki raised the corners of her mouth slightly, waved gently, and said softly, as if to appease the other person's emotions. Don't be so angry. Although I did come here for someone, I am actually quite interested in you. I also like warriors like you who have great strength but simple minds. If I win, how about you come with me? Zaraki Kenpachi. Question mark. Why do I always feel like something doesn't sound right? This doesn't seem like a nice thing to say, but it's also praising my strength. Although I know that I am not very smart. Is it too much for you to say to my face? Could it be that the Godii 13 is always like this when recruiting people? Forget it, I can't figure it out. I'll fight it first and then talk about it. Thinking of this, a ferocious smile appeared on his face. Then he waved the sharp blade in his hand and slashed towards Aozaki Jinyu. I saw Aozaki Mizuki calmly, clenching his right hand into a fist and then slowly extending his little finger. He pointed his nails directly at the sword in Zaraki Kenpachi's hand, then suddenly used force and thrust out as fast as the wind. In an instant, there was only a crisp and pleasant sound of metal collision that echoed around. The swords and fingernails of the two men were instantly intertwined, and they were fighting for dozens of rounds in just a short time. Seeing this, everyone around them had expressions of astonishment on their faces. Obviously, they had not expected this fierce battle to take place. It will be so intense. None of the team members could have imagined that such a powerful person was hidden in this Rukongai. This person can actually face Master Jinyue and have a fierce confrontation with him. As for the bald man and the handsome man, they were so shocked that their jaws almost dropped. They never expected that there would be someone in the world who could block Zaraki Kenpachi's fierce slash with just his fingernails. They have all fought against Zaraki Kenpachi and are well aware of his terrifying power. That guy is a ridiculously strong monster, and this captain of the Godii 13 is simply a monster among monsters. Hey, this isn't a joke, is it? The bald man thought to himself while pulling the handsome man back as hard as he could. Zaraki and the captain of the Godii 13 were fighting inextricably. The fierce battle between the two triggered a terrifying spiritual pressure storm. The air around him seemed to be twisted into extremely sharp blades. If they are not careful, even if they have the strength of a chief officer, they will fall into an extremely dangerous situation. At the same time, Lu Shuei and Izumo also took the same action and quickly took their partners away from the battlefield. That big brother can actually suppress a Jien? Kusajishi Ichiro couldn't help but murmured in a low voice. Hearing her words, Unohana Retsu, who was holding her, shook his head slightly. That's not right, little sister. That big brother is not suppressing that man. That is just a game played by the big brother alone. Well, you are right. It is indeed. It can only be regarded as a game. Kusajishi Ichiro held his chin, blinked his big and lively eyes, thought for a moment, and nodded seriously. Do you think so too? Unohana Retsu was a little surprised. She originally thought that children of this age would definitely stand on the side of her family without hesitation and refute her fiercely. However, Kusajishi Ichiro shook his head and replied seriously. That handsome big brother hasn't drawn his sword yet. He just used his nails to deal with it, and it seemed very easy. He is obviously comfortable now. If I guess correctly, that big brother's strength should be far greater than the current Aegean. Unohana Retsu smiled slightly. A hint of appreciation flashed in his eyes, and said softly, Oh, it seems that our little Ichiro is also a child with unique vision and talent. It's just Ichiro, I really miss it. Can I ask who gave you this nice name? Unohana Retsu asked curiously. Aegean took it. Kusajishi Ichiro raised a small hand excitedly and said proudly, I see. Unohana Retsu whispered thoughtfully, then looked at Kusajishi Ichiro meaningfully and continued to ask, Then are you interested in learning Kendo, Ichiro? Maybe you can become as powerful as my big brother in the future. In no mood, Kusajishi Ichiro shook his head hastily. Learning Kendo, or something like that, makes you very tired once you hear it. So you don't want to do that kind of thing? Yeah. Unohana Retsu lowered his head in a slightly disappointed manner. This was a good young man who practiced swordsmanship. But when she thought of Maya Aozaki, she felt that it was no big deal. If you don't want to, forget it. Unohana Retsu said. There was nothing to regret. She had already found the best seedling, and the best seedling did not disappoint her. Zaraki Kenpachi also noticed that something seemed wrong. At the beginning, he was very excited, and every swing of the knife was full of power and passion. But soon his brows wrinkled, because no matter how hard he tried, he could not break through the defense of the opponent's nails. Moreover, the opponent just defended blindly and did not take the initiative to attack. This was obviously a deliberate attempt to let go. It's kind of interesting. Zaraki Kenpachi grinned, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. The strength in his hands suddenly increased, and at the same time, the spiritual pressure on his body began to rise. Feeling the change in Zaraki Kenpachi, the eyes of the bald man and the handsome man lit up. Zaraki Kenpachi is finally going to show his true strength. This time, let's see if the Shinigami captain is still willing to draw his sword. They didn't even notice it themselves. Subconsciously, they have changed their goal from defeating Captain Shinigami to making Captain Shinigami draw his sword. However, just as they stared at Zaraki Kenpachi in surprise, Aozaki Mizuki also reacted accordingly. He appropriately increased his spiritual pressure based on Zaraki Kenpachi's changes. The strength of this spiritual pressure is exactly the same as Zaraki Kenpachi. This guy can actually continue to increase his strength. The bald man and the handsome man couldn't help shouting, with expressions of disbelief on their faces. Could it be that the powerful spiritual pressure he displayed in the fierce battle with Zaraki Kenpachi just now was just a small part of the strength he displayed at will? For a moment, both of them couldn't believe what was happening in front of them. At this moment, the surrounding soldiers of the 11th Division gathered around to watch. When they saw the two men fighting fiercely, the team members all showed expressions of great surprise. Wow, this guy can actually fight with the captain for so long. It's really amazing. Where did this monster come from? I've never heard of such a #1 figure before. No wonder Captain Aosaki specifically ordered us to find him. The captain is so far-sighted. After he joins our division, we will have 2 captains. Wouldn't it be possible to surpass the 1st Division and become the strongest division? Hearing these comments, the bald man and the handsome man couldn't help but look at each other with puzzled expressions on their faces. Why do you sound like your captain will definitely win? Although your captain seems relaxed now, Zaraki has no limits. The winner in the end will definitely be Zaraki. On the battlefield, Aozaki Mizuki waved one of his hands casually and started a fierce confrontation with Zaraki Kenpachi. However, he felt a little boring about this battle, because Zaraki Kenpachi's strength has not reached the expected height. So much so that he had to suppress his own strength to avoid ending the battle prematurely. Now Zaraki Kenpachi is not even qualified to make nail clippers for him. Judging from the strength currently displayed by Zaraki Kenpachi, probably at the level between an ordinary captain and a second-class spiritual super captain, he is still half a step away from the veteran captains of the Godai 13. But this is understandable. After all, there are many people in the 80th district whose spiritual pressure can rival that of a professional Shinigami. But there won't be a single top expert with true captain-level strength for hundreds of years. If he didn't severely suppress his own strength, this guy who loves fighting would probably have no fun at all. It's a pity that I don't have much time to spend time with him, so I might as well put some pressure on him. With this persuasive mentality, Aozaki Mizuki began to gradually improve his strength. Spiritual pressure, speed, strength. In the blink of an eye, Aozaki Jinue has completed an all-round improvement in abilities. Faced with his sudden strength, Zaraki Kenpachi was obviously caught off guard. Aozaki Jinue suddenly drew out the Eternal Zen Senra. The sword in his hand flashed, and his body swayed. TSK. In an instant, a long and narrow scar was left on Zaraki Kenpachi's body. Phew! Scarlet blood bloomed like flowers on Zaraki Kenpachi's body, forming a shocking picture. Looking at the wounds on his body, Zaraki Kenpachi showed a somewhat surprised expression. But then, his smile became even crazier. "You are really strong. It's great. It's so exciting." Zaraki Kenpachi shouted, swinging his sword again. There was obviously a wound on his body that was constantly gushing blood, but he seemed to feel no pain. Continue to attack your opponent with all your strength. At this moment, he moves faster, has greater strength, and has higher spiritual pressure. Aozaki Mizuki smiled with satisfaction. For the man in front of him, pressure is indeed the best motivation. When fighting against powerful enemies, Zaraki Kenpachi will constantly liberate himself and burst out with more powerful strength. The frequency of sword fights between the two became more and more frequent. The spiritual pressure emitted was like 2 towering majestic mountains, which made the Shinigami present breathless. Every confrontation was accompanied by huge sounds and strong vibrations. As Aozaki Mizuki improves his strength time and time again, Zaraki Kenpachi becomes more and more fierce. This feeling of getting stronger every time made his blood boil, and the feeling that his opponent suppressed him again and again made Zaraki Kenpachi so excited that his body trembled. However, just when he was concentrating on the battle, suddenly he felt something strange. My own spiritual pressure seems to be blocked by an invisible wall, and I can't break even a little bit forward no matter what. It suddenly stopped and stopped growing. At the same time, his own strength seemed to be gradually starting to distance himself from the other party. Zaraki Kenpachi, who realized this, couldn't help showing a look of astonishment and disbelief on his face. He has never felt so powerless because of his own lack of strength. He has always relied on his powerful strength to leave his enemies behind. He even needs to suppress himself in order to experience the pleasure of fighting. Now, for the first time, I experienced the feeling of being thrown away by the enemy. This is really an unprecedented novel feeling. However, this feeling did not make Zaraki Kenpachi feel depressed, but made him more and more excited. This is a truly enjoyable battle. Zaraki Kenpachi roared lowly, opening his mouth with a ferocious smile, revealing a mouth full of ferocious white fang. His emotions became more and more intense, as if all the blood in his body was boiling and burning. If it were an opponent of comparable strength to him, I am afraid that he would have been affected by his crazy momentum and fall into the frenzy of fighting. But Aozaki Mizuki was not like this. He couldn't get excited at all. Zaraki Kenpachi has raised his spiritual pressure to the limit. If Aozaki Shinzuki hadn't blocked it with her own spiritual pressure, the surrounding team members would have been stunned. But all seemed pointless. The gap between the two seemed to exist in different dimensions and was simply insurmountable. Zaraki indeed has a monster-level talent, but at the end of the day, he's still just a Shinigami. As a whole, as a Shinigami, reaching this point is already the limit of what he can achieve. But this is not Aozaki Mizuki's limit. During the fierce battle, Aozaki Mizuki even had time to look back at Uno Hanaretsu. Uno Hanaretsu sighed softly, then showed a relieved smile. His eyes became calm, and then nodded. Aozaki Mizuki smiled back. This disrespectful behavior made Zaraki Kenpachi's brows furrowed tightly, and his eyes flashed with angry flames. He waved the long knife in his hand, as if he wanted to pour all his dissatisfaction and anger into it. Although new wounds are constantly being added to the body, blood is flowing out. But he had no intention of retreating at all. Instead, he became more courageous and vigorous, slashing hard with his sword. Seeing this, Aozaki Jinue showed no sign of weakness. I saw him holding the handle of the knife tightly with his right hand, lifting the long knife and swinging it upwards. Only a crisp sound was heard, and Zaraki Kenpachi's blow was successfully blocked. However, before Zaraki could react, Aozaki Jinue quickly adjusted her posture and then slashed down diagonally with the long sword. In an instant, another long, narrow, and deep wound was added to Zaraki Kenpachi's body, and blood spurted out from it. He couldn't help but take a few steps back, his steps staggering slightly. Aozaki Jinue's figure flashed, as if teleporting. Its speed is so fast that it is simply dizzying. In an instant, he had bypassed Zaraki Kenpachi's wildly waving chopper, trying to block it, and rushed in front of Zaraki Kenpachi like a gust of wind. A seemingly weak and slender hand came out as quickly as a dragon entering the abyss, and pinched Zaraki Kenpachi's neck with precision. The 5 fingers tightened hard, and the huge claw force surged in like a frenzy, reaching the depths of Zaraki Kenpachi's throat. Zaraki Kenpachi's face instantly turned red, and his breathing became more rapid. His eyes widened, his face full of shock and unwillingness. However, Aozaki Mizuki did not give him any chance to breathe. His arm suddenly exerted force, and with a flick of one hand, Zaraki Kenpachi was thrown high into the air. Zaraki Kenpachi's body lost its balance in the air, teetering like a kite with its string broken. Aozaki Mizuki jumped up, her body as light and agile as a flying bird, and suddenly jumped to a higher position than Zaraki Kenpachi could fly. Immediately afterwards, he adjusted his posture in midair and prepared to end the battle. Instead of slashing with the long sword in his hand, he threw out dozens of heavy punches with thunderous force, pouring towards Zaraki Kenpachi like a violent storm. I saw Zaraki Kenpachi's body beaten beyond recognition in the blink of an eye. It was so miserable. In the eyes of everyone, Zaraki Kenpachi's body only paused slightly in midair. Then, like a cannonball, it sank deeply into the ground with that huge force. Zaraki Kenpachi was lying on the ground, eyes wide. His body twitched involuntarily twice, and then his eyes lost their luster and became dim and lifeless. Although Zaraki Kenpachi has tenacious vitality, but after suffering severe injuries to many parts of his body and a heavy blow to his brain, he had no choice but to lose consciousness. Looking at the Zaraki Kenpachi embedded in the ground, Aozaki Mizuki was like a dancing butterfly falling lightly from the sky. His movements were elegant and graceful, like a noble nobleman, gently lifting the long sword and putting it into the scabbard. In fact, Aozaki Mizuki also wanted to see how strong Zaraki Kenpachi really was. However, he did not have time to help Zaraki Kenpachi practice his Zanpakuto. In the original work, when Zaraki Kenpachi learned Shurkai, he went through countless life and death tests and died countless times. Aozaki Meisuki doesn't have that much time and energy to spend on him. For Aozaki Mizuki, as long as he can fulfill his agreement with Uno Hanaretsu and become a veritable Kenpachi, that is enough. What's more, if Zaraki Kenpachi still can't beat Shurkai after learning it, and then takes out Bankai, he might regret it. After all, even he didn't know at this time that the little girl who had been following him was his Bankai. The soldiers of the 11th Division were stunned for a moment, and then they came back to their senses. The battle is over. The team members let out a deafening cheer together. Captain wins. As expected of Aozaki Kenpachi, Mizuki-sama is the strongest. Amidst the cheers, the bald man and the handsome man hurried to Zaraki Kenpachi's side. After confirming that the latter was still breathing, the two of them breathed a sigh of relief. However, immediately afterwards, they all looked at Aozaki Mayuki with the eyes of a monster. Over the years, they have followed Zaraki Kenpachi and experienced countless battles. Whether it was a one-on-one fight or a group fight, they had never defeated this terrifying man. The guy in front of him, named Aozaki Mayuki, actually won so easily. Moreover, the Zanpakuto has not yet been liberated, and there is not even a single stain on his body. The two of them are also strong men who are rated as somewhat capable by Lu Shui. From the thrilling battle just now, it was obvious that the woman with the word for written on her clothes and Yaki Anliu were absolutely right. This Shinigami captain is so powerful that it far exceeds the level of his own boss. For him, this battle is just an easy game. Well, just when Madarame Ikaku was in a tangle, thinking about whether to step forward to save face, Zaraki Kenpachi suddenly slowly opened his eyes. Although there was no intact part of his body, he did not remain unconscious for too long. Sure enough, you're not dead yet. Ajien. Kusajishi Yichuru shouted happily and jumped on his neck. Zaraki Kenpachi ignored the girl on his shoulder. He slowly stood up, looked up at Aozaki Mayuki, and showed a ferocious smile. Captain Shinigami, you are indeed very powerful. Are all the Godii 13 people like you? He murmured to himself, his eyes flashing with excitement. I really want to go to that place and have a good fight with them. However, the battle is not over yet. Let's continue. He reached for his knife. Aozaki Mayuki came over. He first picked up the long knife, and then gently placed one hand on the blade, as if he was admiring the murder weapon. Zaraki Kenpachi frowned, with a trace of displeasure on his face. He didn't want to lose the knife just yet. For him, he prefers a fierce battle with swords to a fist fight. Give me the knife back, and let's continue, he roared in a low voice. Get it back to you? Aozaki Mizuki turned her head. Her eyes swept over Kusajishi Yichu meaningfully, and finally returned her eyes to Zaraki Kenpachi. Before that, it seems we still have things to resolve. He raised the corners of his mouth and said with a half-smile, What's up? Zaraki Kenpachi asked in confusion. You haven't forgotten, have you? If I win, you have to follow me, Aozaki Meisuke said with a smile. From now on, the 11th Division will have Ikamaru Jin for text and Kenpachi Zaraki for martial arts, so he can sit back and relax. If Squadron 11 receives a similar mission again in the future, just send Ikamaru Jin to control Zaraki Kenpachi to attack. There is no need for him to take action himself. You won. Zaraki was stunned. When did it happen? Just now, when you lost consciousness. I could take your life. Aozaki Mayuki chuckled and said, What? The man who calls himself Kenpachi is trying to cheat now. Is that so? Zaraki Kenpachi turned to look at Kusajishi Yuchiro on his shoulder, with a trace of doubt in his eyes, as if he really didn't know what was going on, and asked. Kusajishi Yuchiro nodded excitedly and replied excitedly. That's right, that big brother just now was so powerful that he knocked a Jin unconscious in one fell swoop. Wow, he's so handsome. That's right, then I really lost. After hearing this, Zaraki Kenpachi scratched his head and turned to look at Aozaki Mayuki. Okay then, I'll go with you. Can we continue fighting? Aozaki Jinue shook her head and explained seriously. That's not possible. I still have business to do. The teacher gave me a task. Hearing the word teacher, Zaraki Kenpachi's eyes instantly lit up. He asked, Teacher? You still have a teacher? Is he stronger than you? Aozaki Mizuki thought for a moment, then nodded. In some cases, he even made me unable to fight back. In fact, every time he sparries with the old man now, Aozaki Meisuke will not fight back easily. He was afraid that he could not control his strength and accidentally break the old man's fragile body. After each sparring session, the old man was so moved. He always rubs his red hands and laments that his stupid apprentice is thick-skinned and fleshy. At the same time, he bravely expressed that his old bones were still strong and asked Aozaki Mayuki to come over. If you learn from the teacher, you will definitely become stronger, Aozaki Mizuki said with a wicked smile. If you remember correctly, Zaraki Kenpachi also learned kendo from Old Man Yamamoto in the original work. It's just that he gave up after only one day of study. I don't know what kind of torture this guy suffered at that time. And this guy is so obsessed with fighting. If he has enough motivation to learn from the old man, he won't have so much free time to bother himself. And Yamamoto, an empty nest man, doesn't have to work with himself whenever he has nothing to do. In this way, wouldn't it be the best of both worlds? Sigh, I'm so smart that I can come up with such ideas. Life is really as lonely as snow. Can I get stronger? Zaraki Kenpachi showed a wild smile like a beast. Through the battle just now, he had already felt the gap between himself and the other party. This made him a little unhappy. After all, if the disparity in strength is too great, fighting will be completely unsatisfactory. That's why before he met Aozaki Mayuki, he had been suppressing his true strength intentionally or unintentionally. The reason is that he is too powerful, so much so that in Rukongai, there is simply no opponent with whom he can have a hearty battle. Now that we meet such an opponent and have the opportunity to become stronger, that's great. Well, I will challenge you when I become stronger. Zaraki Kenpachi nodded heavily. Where are you? Aozaki Mayuki tilted her head, her eyes falling on the girl on Zaraki Kenpachi's shoulder and the two people behind him. Should you go to Suriidei with us? Or stay in Rukongai? I'm going with a Jien. Kusajishi Yuchiro sat on Zaraki Kenpachi's neck, waving his little hands excitedly and shaking his body left and right. The bald man and the handsome man looked at each other and said in unison, We want to follow him. Very good. Then from today on, you will be members of the 11th Squadron. Aozaki Mizuki nodded slightly and clapped her hands. I am the captain of the 11th Squadron, and I am also the Kenpachi, the 11th generation Kenpachi, Aozaki Mizuki. Well, it just so happens that all the team members are here now. Since we will all be the same in the future, comrades of the squad, why don't you introduce yourselves to everyone? Zaraki Kenpachi scratched his hair and said nonchalantly, My name is Zaraki Kenpachi. However, he hasn't finished speaking yet. The surrounding soldiers of the 11th Squadron suddenly became commotion, as if a cauldron had exploded. You really dare to call yourself Kenpachi? How arrogant! Captain Aozaki is Kenpachi. Kenpachi Aozaki killed the previous Kenpachi and was recognized by the captain, so he got the title of Kenpachi. Who do you think you are? Oh, I actually admitted that I had killed the previous Kenpachi. It seems that the Tekken education I gave them before was still useful. Aozaki Mayuki smiled. Then he saw Zaraki Kenpachi grinning widely, laughing, and said, "Sooner or later, I will defeat him and steal the title of Kenpachi one day. Just wait for me to become Kenpachi." Aozaki Jinue shook her head helplessly, then smiled and comforted everyone. The name doesn't really matter. He has a title, but has not changed his name. The members of the 11th Division still recognize him as Kenpachi. The key lies in strength. A true Kenpachi is one who has strength. Under the guidance of Aozaki Mizuki, the atmosphere gradually became less intense. After that, the other three people also began to introduce themselves. Little Lowly, Kusajishi Yichu, Bald Man, Madarame Ikik, Hadi, Ice River Yumika. Senior brother, I've been watching for a long time. If you don't want to come out to see your junior brother and you have nothing to do, go back and tell the old man for me that we have a new member in the 11th Division, on a high mountain not far away. After receiving the message from Tenti Kongra, Jushiro Yucatake and Jushiro Yucatake looked at each other. Junior brother is really powerful. We didn't leak the spiritual pressure fluctuations, but he was actually aware of them. Jingraku Shunshui said with a contented expression, gently picked up the wine glass, raised his head, and drank it in one gulp, showing an expression of enjoyment. This spiritual perception is simply terrifying. He must have deliberately allowed us to do all the pranks he usually does. You were in such a hurry when you went out that you even brought wine with you. Jushiro Yucatake looked surprised and reached out to take the wine glass handed over by Kairaku Shunsui. Haha, why don't you bring some wine with you when you go out? Jingraku Shunsui waved his hand casually and said with a smile, "This mission is so boring. If you don't drink some wine to quench your thirst, you won't be able to stay here." Jushiro Yucatake took a sip of wine. Then what should we do next? Should we go back and tell the teacher? In my opinion, the current situation does not seem to be anything to worry about. They should not mess around. Junior brother is very measured in his actions and seems to be able to suppress Captain Unohana. Let's go back. The corners of Jingraku Shunshui's mouth raised, revealing a smile. This time, my junior brother has subdued such a powerful captain. I don't know how happy the old man will be when he finds out. I really should tell the teacher this good news. I never expected that such a powerful person would be hidden in a place like Rukongai. Jushiro Yucatake smiled, nodded, and sighed. Judging from the spiritual pressure alone, that Ronin has obviously surpassed us. Coupled with the fierce fighting ability like a beast, its strength must not be underestimated. Congratulations to my junior brother for gaining a strong general. The 11th Division should be the strongest division under the 1st Division in the future. In his opinion, Old Man Yamamoto is still the invincible existence among the Godai 13. The first team, led by the Old Man, is naturally the strongest team. Time flies, and 2.5 months have passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, the soldiers of the 11th Division came to the 1st Division with a heavy report, and their faces were filled with pride and satisfaction. This report marks the successful completion of the Rukongai sweep mission. Since powerful members such as Zaraki Kenpachi joined, the work efficiency of Team 11 has been greatly improved, even if Aozaki Mizuki just paddling easily every day. They were like an indestructible fighting machine, completing an arduous task quickly and efficiently. Along with this joy, a formal report about Zaraki Kenpachi joining the 11th Division and becoming the vice captain alongside Ikamaru Jin was also delivered. Although this situation is not common among the Godai 13, it is not unheard of. Just like in the 13th Division, Aozaki Mizuki's sister-in-law Kotetsu Kayon and her colleague Katsubaki Sentaro together hold the positions of 3rd seat and acting deputy captain. Mr. Yamamoto readily accepted Aozaki Mizuki's unreasonable demands that did not comply with legal procedures. He was even more convinced that his little disciple was an expert at poaching people. First, he successfully recruited Shiba Ishin, the captain of the 10th Division, and now he has Zaraki Kenpachi, whose spiritual pressure surpasses Shunsui and Jushiro. And that guy from the Technology Development Bureau named Nirvana. Although his strength is average, he has to say that he is quite smart and cured Jushiro Yukitake. The more such talents come, the better. I never have too many. This guy is so dedicated to helping me solve my problems. When he recommended Ozaki Meisuke to be the captain of the 11th Division, he wanted to take advantage of his opportunity to kill Kiyoshi and let him experience some experience as a captain. Unexpectedly, his performance was truly amazing. Whether it is to rectify the discipline of the squad or to go deep into Rukongai to find outstanding talents, they all demonstrate the abilities and qualities that an excellent leader should have. Yamamoto is very pleased with the outstanding performance of his young apprentice. Captain Jinue, you did a great job. In this mission, you have achieved the goal beyond expectations. Not only did he complete the mission assigned by Central 46, but he also found penultimate talents for the Siriidei. The Imperial Court will definitely reward him. Yamamoto drank tea leisurely and smiled happily, but it was not pretty. As for your request for Zaraki Kenpachi to come to study and practice, I agreed and let him report to the first team every week from then on. Next, I need to rush to Central 46 to attend a meeting. I don't have time to practice martial arts with you today, so you should go back first. After the words fell, Yamamoto left gracefully, accompanied by Chojiro. Looking at Yamamoto's leaving figure, Ozaki Mizuki put her hands on her hips and thought to herself, reward or something. It doesn't matter to him at all. After all, he has been promoted to a superior noble. What can Central 46 reward him? Is it possible that he can still become one of the 5 nobles? Impossible things. It's just another addition to the list of achievements euphemistically called preparations for being transferred to Xinjiang District in the future. He now controls one of the most important armed forces of the Godei 13, so why would he go to the Mao District to do some idle work? Looking at Aozaki Mizuki's lazy face, Aizen narrowed his eyes. What really matters is, from now on, with Ikamura Jin and Zaraki Kenpachi as his right-hand men, he basically has nothing to worry about. One has brains, and the other has strength. If they can work together, they can solve a lot of troublesome things. As the saying goes, everything is light when nothing happens. Wait a minute. Aozaki Mizuki was suddenly stunned. That's not right. The last time he served as captain, he didn't get any witnesses from the team members. In order to establish prestige, he directly tore down the team building to pieces. This time, the battle between Zaraki Kenpachi and himself was witnessed by team members, but Kusajishi Ichiro and other team members airborne here. Could it be said that history will repeat itself again? What a joke. This team building belongs to him. If these guys dare to destroy his team building, he will make them use their lifetime wages to pay off their debts. With an ominous premonition, Aozaki Jinue hurriedly rushed towards the team building of the 11th Squadron. The worries in Aozaki Mizuki's heart came true. When he returned to Squadron 11, he saw collapsed houses and dilapidated walls. Zaraki Kenpachi was still standing in the ruins, waving his sword. Apparently, he saw that his younger brothers were enjoying the fight, and he couldn't help but join in the melee. Fortunately, it seems that he still saved some face for Aozaki Mayuki and did not kill the members of the 11th Division. Aozaki Mizuki took action without hesitation and gave the troublemakers a severe lesson. Ayu is so amazing. In the team building that had not yet been affected, the only uninjured girl among the foursome clapped her hands excitedly. It's useless to please me. You guys will have to pay off my debts for the next 3,000 years. Do you understand? Aozaki narrowed her eyes, glanced at everyone, and said sternly, Yes. Madarame Ikiku and Yumichika Ayasekawa responded loudly with their faces bruised and purple, their bodies trembling slightly. Work for 3,000 years? Doesn't that mean that they have to work for this guy for free for the rest of their lives? As for Zaraki Kenpachi, he could not respond. Aozuki Jinwa hit him hard, and his body was lying beside him at the moment. Aegean is of course no problem. Kusajishi Yuchiro raised his hands high and said loudly, "There's nothing wrong with Aiken. What about you, Yuchiro-chan?" Aozuki Mizuki grabbed the little devil's head and said, "I have not forgotten you, the instigator. In fact, with the current strength of Madarame Ikaku and Ayasekwa Yumachika, it is impossible to make much noise. If it hadn't been for this little devil who had been fanning the flames and encouraging him, how could Zaraki Kenpachi end up in person?" The final discussion would not have turned into a team battle, but people still want to buy a lot of toys and snacks. Kusajishi Yuchiro was lifted up in the air, flapping his two little hands, and said pitifully, "How much do you spend on those little things?" Aozaki Mayuki said with the corner of her mouth twitching, "This little devil is really not afraid of anything. Okay, don't cry. I will save your salary for you first. From now on, it will be regarded as your pocket money. You can come to me to get it when you need it, but you have to work for me honestly for 3,000 years. You are not allowed to be lazy or absent from work for a day." At the gate of the 3rd Division, Aizen took the files sent by the team members. Just as he was about to go back, he saw Aozuki Mizuki's team members carrying stretchers walking in rows. Seeing the wounded appearance of the team members, he frowned slightly. He knew that there were new people joining the 11th Division, and it seemed a little difficult to manage now, although Aozaki Meisuke himself is intact. But it is obviously not a wise move to rashly take this uncontrollable beast under his command. Do you accept this kind of person casually? Why is Aozaki Mizuki's heart so big? Late at night, Aozaki Mizuki sent all the wounded to the 4th Division. Looking at the injured team members, Unohana Retsu couldn't help but want to laugh. This team has really not changed at all in thousands of years. Not only can their lives depend on each other when facing foreign enemies, but they can also be scarred by their colleagues. We haven't seen each other for many years. Although it may be a little late to start reminiscing now, you do look different from before. Unohana Retsu cast Kaido and said to Zaraki Kenpachi on the hospital bed, "Huh? Who are you?" Zaraki Kenpachi looked confused. Unohana Retsu's eyes twitched, and a strange black energy seemed to emanate from his body. Before meeting Aozuki Mayuki, this man, named Zaraki Kenpachi, was her favorite opponent. What's going on now? I obviously always keep the other person in my heart. Even though he has grown from the child back then to the adult he is today, he can still be recognized at a glance. I originally thought that the other party would be like me. Remember that fight, remember your old enemy, and look forward to another thrilling life and death contest with yourself. But the other party didn't remember him at all? The clown is actually me? Could it be that the swordsmanship of which he was so proud could not even leave the slightest impression on him? Calm down, Lai. Aozaki Mayuki walked behind her with a smile. He gently held her hand and patted the back of her hand tenderly, as if comforting an injured animal. This guy has amnesia and basically can't remember what happened at that time. Amnesia? Really? Unohana Retsu's face gradually returned to calm, but there was still a suspicious look in his eyes. Of course, even if I would lie to you, how could this stupid guy lie? Aozaki Mizuki's tone was full of joking, and she seemed helpless at Zaraki Kenpachi's simplicity. As if to verify what Aozuki Meisuke said, Zaraki Kenpachi asked just right. "You know me? We met once back in Rakangai, when you were a little kid." Unohana Retsu caressed her chest softly. The originally ferocious scars there had completely disappeared. She couldn't help but sigh. That fight is still a pleasant memory. Fighting? Have you ever fought with me? Zaraki Kenpachi showed a somewhat astonished expression. He did not remember such a thing at all. After spending nearly 2.5 months with the members of the 11th Division, he knew that the 4th Division was responsible for medical and logistics affairs. He didn't expect that this seemingly delicate and fragile female captain would actually fight with him once, but he had no memory of it at all. However, the looming murderous aura just now seems to prove that this past statement is not true. Just from that murderous aura, one can infer that this woman is very similar to herself in nature. I just don't know how strong she is and whether she can give herself the same pleasure of fighting as the man next to her. But you didn't die, and I didn't die either. Was it tie that time? Zaraki Kenpachi asked in confusion. That's not the case. I lost that time. Uno Anaretsu admitted frankly. Oh, really? After hearing the answer, Zaraki instantly lost interest in the woman in front of him. At this moment, the only enemy he longed to defeat was the terrifyingly powerful man standing next to Uno Hanaretsu. Uno Hanaretsu narrowed his eyes slightly, and a cold voice sounded. It is true that I lost that fight, but if we do it again today, the outcome is still uncertain. Zaraki Kenpachi did not respond. He really didn't know much about the woman in front of him, so he had to turn his attention to his boss. What Lai said is right. Aozaki Mayuki shrugged, helplessly. Today's Uno Hanaretsu has broken through the boundaries between Shinigami and Hollow, and there is still room for improvement in its strength. As for the gap between Uno Hanaretsu and Zaraki Kenpachi, it is not that big to begin with. If the two of them fight again now, it's really hard to say what the outcome will be. That's great. Zaraki Kenpachi grinned, revealing his sharp white fang, and laughed ferociously. It just so happens that I don't remember that battle. If you want to challenge me, I will accompany you at any time. Just what I wanted. A mysterious smile appeared on Uno Hanaretsu's lips. Let's see who will be the loser this time. A few days later, Aozaki Mizuki accompanied Uno Hanaretsu and Shifuen Yoruchi to the first team. Uno Hanaretsu and Zaraki Kenpachi failed to fight in the end, because her strength is still on the rise. Her idea was to use the best posture, preferably without blurring, to defeat her favorite opponent. After all, if that kind of power is used now, it will inevitably cause unnecessary trouble. Captain's meeting room. All the captains gathered together, except for the missing captain of the 6th Division, Kachiki Xiangha. The top members of the Godei 13, wearing white haori, stood in 2 rows in the first team captain's conference room. Everyone looked towards the door. Yamamoto glanced at his young disciple with a somewhat emotional expression. He put his hands on the crutches and said loudly, "The Godei 13, the captain meeting has officially begun. Captain Kachiki, come in." Under everyone's gaze, an old white-haired figure walked in with an elegant gait. On top of the black Death Tyrant uniform, they wore the familiar white feather fabric, and what caught everyone's eyes was a more familiar face. Acting captain of Division 6, Kachiki Jinling, the old man from Yinling, who had finally lived a retired life, was finally pulled back to this familiar place. The moment he stepped here, it was as if time went back and the past years flashed before his eyes. However, the years have left a deep mark on his face, and the originally resolute face is now full of vicissitudes of life. Everyone looked at Mr. Yinling, and their reactions were different. Some people showed regret, while others were silent. Everyone knew that the disappearance of his son-in-law was undoubtedly a heavy blow to the old man. It is precisely because of this that this old man, who already enjoyed the happiness of his family, came back to life. Under Yamamoto's order, Kachiki Jinling once again shouldered the important task of captain of the 6th Division less than a few years after his retirement. All this seemed so logical, but only he knew the helplessness and bitterness in it. After the inauguration ceremony, a group of captains led by Aozaki Mizuki gathered around to express their condolences and grief. No one has the slightest doubt about Kachiki Jinling taking over the 6th Division. The legitimate son, Kachiki Sojin, holds an important position in Mao District, while the legitimate grandson, Baikuya Kachiki, is not strong enough and can only temporarily serve as the deputy captain of the 6th Division. Under such circumstances, apart from Mr. Yinling, the Kachiki family really could not find a more suitable person to take on this important task. Faced with the comforting words from everyone, Mr. Yinling's face remained as calm as an abyss. He nodded slightly and responded to everyone in a calm tone. This old man who has gone through ups and downs has long been accustomed to hiding his emotions deep in his heart and will not show any weakness in front of outsiders. Aizen narrowed his eyes as he heard Ozaki Mizuki lamenting about Kachiki Silver Ridge. This guy's acting skills are really incredible. That sad and gloomy look and the intimate cry of Xianghe on his lips. If he hadn't seen the other party chop off Kachiki Hibiki's head with his own eyes, he would have thought that Kachiki Hibiki's death had nothing to do with him. After Ikamaru Jin and Zaraki Kenpachi served as vice-captains at the same time, Ozaki Maya's life was indeed easier than before. But really speaking, among all the divisions, the original work of the 11th Division was relatively easy. The first team is responsible for overall control of the overall situation. Executions and assassinations are handled by the 2nd Division. The protection work of Central 46 is entrusted to the 7th Division. Intelligence collection is the responsibility of the 8th Division. Maintaining law and order in the Imperial Court falls within the scope of the 10th Division's tasks. Matters such as soul burial and purification of the void are handled by the 13th Division. During non-war periods, in addition to regularly going to the real world for duty, daily participation in training, and encountering Daxu invasions, it can be said that a specialized combat unit like the 11th Squadron has almost nothing to do. Because of this, Ozaki Mizuki had free time in the past and spent all day wandering around fishing without doing any serious work. However, he will still personally take part in special missions that have been rare in decades, such as the crusade against the criminals in the 80th district of Rukongai. After all, Rukongai has captain-level characters such as Kiganju and Zaraki Kenpachi. No one is sure whether more such masters will emerge from Rukongai. But now, with the emergence of Zaraki Kenpachi, the situation is different. Those tasks that originally needed to be handled personally can now be safely handed over to the people under his command. In short, Ozaki Mizuki has become extremely leisurely now. In his spare time, he frequently traveled between Soul Society and Hueco Mundo. Occasionally, he would walk on Rukongai, hoping to meet people who interested him. This kind of life is really carefree and comfortable. On this day, Ozaki Mizuki led a white-haired boy and a black-haired girl to Junrinen's Shiba family's old house to practice swordsmanship. After some hard training, Ozaki Mizuki generously took them to enjoy a delicious culinary feast. After enjoying the meal, Ozaki Mizuki even thoughtfully prepared a take-out meal for the white-haired boy's grandmother. Why did he suddenly become kind-hearted and treat this young man so well? Because this boy's name is Hitsugaya Toshiro, and he is also a super genius in the original work. When Ozaki Mayuki invited the Shiba family to return to the Siriidei, she made a point of meeting him once. The black-haired girl named Hinamori Momo also met at that time, when she and Hitsugaya Toshiro were playing together. After the three of them chatted for a while, Ozaki Mayuki, as Jun Junrinen's eldest brother, took the young man under his wing without hesitation. At first, Hitsugaya Toshiro was filled with conflicting emotions. But after all, he is still just a child, both physically and mentally, and it can be easily solved with a little fooling. As long as he and his grandmother are nice, nothing will be a problem. Now, facing various demands from Ozaki Jinue. Although he kept complaining verbally, his body followed the instructions very honestly. For example, when practicing kendo, despite muttering about it, it was of no use to him. But he insists on training for several hours every day, and his diligence far exceeds that of Matsumoto Ranjaku. If you want Matsumoto Ranjaku to practice seriously, that is not something that can be solved in a few words. After enjoying the culinary feast, Ozaki Meisuki ordered Hitsugaya Toshiro and Hinamori Momo to take the packed food and go home first. Then, he walked alone in the direction of South Rukongai, where he might meet someone he was interested in. However, after walking for a while, Ozaki Jinue suddenly stopped. He noticed a slight vibration coming from his body. After groping around for a moment, Ozaki Mayuki took out a token with a skull pattern on it. The back of the token turned out to be a small screen, exuding a faint luster. After the screen lights up, you can see a man with a brown panel appearing on the screen, without any hesitation in his expression. Lord Aozaki. Aozaki Mizuki heard it clearly, and the Sir shout was quite smooth. Tozen Kiname obviously has no barriers to Aozaki Mayuki. After all, even his original boss, Aizen, recognized his friend. And after he knew that Aozaki Mayo destroyed Tsunushiro's branch house and killed Tsunusshiro Tokunada, he never disobeyed Aosaki Mayo's orders again. What's the matter? After a moment of silence, Dong Xian said in a deep voice, "The person you are looking for has information." On the vast, snow-covered desert, a group of Arankar were running in a hurry. They all wore uniforms of white. An ordinary Su can immediately recognize them at a glance. These people are the big shots from Suyi Palace, can be selected by that king and undergo Arankar transformation. It means that they are all at least Yachuka's level experts. However, when they saw their panicked expressions with their own eyes, the onlookers Su-kun felt very unbelievable. After all, there is that invincible king who rules Shuya Palace with absolute force. Almost everyone in Hueco Mundo is aware of his reputation. Who else dares to provoke this group of Arankar who follow the king? No one answered their questions. The only idea of the Arankars is to rush back to Shuya Palace as soon as possible to find the two adults who rule Hueco Mundo. But, recalling the extremely powerful spiritual pressure that just came from afar, the faces of the Arankars became extremely ugly. They couldn't imagine it. It turns out that Balegang and Sarapalo, who once ruled Hueco Mundo, were not the only Daxu who possessed that kind of terrifying spiritual pressure. There is an equally terrifying monster lurking in Hueco Mundo. Just get closer. That powerful and oppressive spiritual pressure makes it almost impossible to breathe. I almost fainted. The leading people looked at each other, and their eye contact revealed the same idea. What they discovered this time was probably the person the new ruler of Hueco Mundo was interested in. If you can successfully complete the task assigned by that adult, you may be able to receive rewards and improve your own strength. Why can only females do it? For the sake of strength, their males still have the courage to sacrifice themselves. The eyes of the Arankars shone with excitement, as if they were already looking forward to a bright future. In Hueco Mundo, where strength is valued, if there is no outstanding appearance that can win the favor and protection of that adult, strength must be the most important thing. However, at this moment, Arankar, the leader, suddenly shouted, "Stop!" This sudden move shocked everyone, and their eyes focused on him. I saw him kneeling on one knee without hesitation, his expression serious and solemn. "Your Majesty is here. What are you doing standing still? Do you want to seek death?" All of you kneeled down. As his words fell, panic expressions appeared on the faces of many Arankars. They quickly raised their heads, and when they saw the familiar figure, they hurriedly knelt down on one knee without any hesitation. "Your Majesty, Your Majesty!" The Arankars shouted in unison, their voices full of awe. "Okay, stop doing all this nonsense and get up." Amidst the respectful shouts, Ozijinua waved her hand casually, signaling everyone to get up. His tone was calm, but it made the Arankars tremble slightly. This is the majesty brought about by killing Balegang and Thrall Apollo. Putting aside Thrall Apollo for now, Balegang has ruled Hueco Mundo for 1,000,000 years. His power was well known, but he was still easily killed by this king with absolutely powerful force. In the vast sea of silver sand, the Arankars lay scattered on the ground. The Arankar team, which originally consisted of nearly 20 people, now has less than 3 people standing. Everyone's face was full of horror, and their eyes were cast toward the top of the sand dunes in the distance. There was a figure sitting there, wearing a black rag, his eyes slightly lowered, revealing a sense of dejection and helplessness. Beside him, there was a girl wearing the same black rag, looking down with interest. Stark, look, those guys, their masks seem to be as incomplete as ours." The girl hit the uncle next to her heavily on the waist with her elbow. But Stark didn't respond. Compared to those Arankars, all his attention was focused on the light-footed man behind these people. The man was wearing a black death suit and a white feather fabric. When the feather fabric flutters in the wind, you can vaguely see the word 11 embroidered on it. His figure is tall and slender, like a tall and straight mountain peak. The long black hair fell down on his shoulders like a waterfall, gently brushing against his fair skin, exuding a soft and mysterious aura. Looking from a distance, he seemed to be a gentle and graceful young man. But this is undoubtedly just an appearance. Stark has come a long way since his birth in Hueco Mundo. However, standing in front of this man at this moment actually brought him unprecedented pressure. This pressure does not come from the oppression of spiritual pressure, but from a fear deep in the heart. It seems that if you are not careful, you will be completely wiped out from this world. You are different from us, and you are also different from Sue. Are you the king of Hueco Mundo, the being they call Shinigami? He stared at Aozaki Mayuki in front of him and asked in a calm voice. You're right, I am Shinigami. Aozaki Mizuki nodded slightly and agreed. Strictly speaking, Shinigami is just a professional title rather than referring to a certain type of life. The general Shinigami belongs to the life concept of whole, which is opposite to empty. Although his current life level has surpassed the category of spiritual life of whole. But actually calling yourself Shinigami is not a problem at all. As long as Old Man Yamamoto still lets him stay in the Godai 13, then he will be a Shinigami. Aozaki Mizuki looked at the two people on the sand dune with strong interest in her eyes. As he expected, these two guys were the people he was interested in. Corty Stark and Lilionette Gingerbuck. Stark, the decadent middle-aged uncle, has nothing to say except that his spiritual pressure is high. But Lily Knight is different. She must speak carefully. She has soft, light green short hair. The mask next to her left eye is dotted with purple flame patterns, and her pink-purple eyes are as dazzling as gems. All in all, this girl is simply adorable and has a promising future. After returning to Shuya Palace, she must ask her own royal designer Aizen to design a set of beautiful new clothes for her. At this time, Stark frowned slightly and asked, Are you here to kill us? Or do you want to force us to surrender to you like them? Although he has never actually met Shinigami, he still knows a thing or two about the rumors about Shinigami. In his past knowledge, Shinigami and Kion were sworn enemies. When the two meet, they will inevitably experience a life-and-death fight, and only one can survive. However, today gave him a new understanding of Shinigami. The group of people who fell on the ground were all guys with damaged masks, just like themselves. They claimed that the Shinigami ruled Hueco Mundo, and that they were here on their orders. This means that the Shinigami who rules Hueco Mundo does not necessarily have to kill him when facing him. Aozaki Jinue smiled slightly and comforted. You don't have to worry. I have no interest in taking your life. But I have just taken over Shuya Palace a few years ago, and I lack combat power as strong as you. He and Aizen often travel between Soul Society and Hueco Mundo, and will not stay in Hueco Mundo for a long time. Although Tozen Kaname is still a little transparent among the Godai 13, he has enough time. Aozaki Mayuki and Aizen can also use Kyoka Suigetsu to cover up and help him stay in Hueco Mundo. But his strength is too weak to fulfill the important task of guarding Shuya Palace. As for Nellie and Harabel, under the careful guidance of Aozaki Mizuki, they have indeed made significant progress. However, there is still a certain gap compared with top Arankars, such as Balegang and Thrall Apollo. The corners of Stark's mouth raised slightly, revealing a slightly sarcastic smile. Oh, listening to what you say, do I have to be grateful to you for not killing me? Aozaki Jinue waved her hand gently and smiled nonchalantly. You're welcome. If you have to say thank you, then go thank the cute little girl standing next to you. Her name is Lilionette, right? If it weren't for the beautiful little Arankar next to you, I would have disabled you and taken you back. Stark was speechless for a moment. Although they are two souls split from one individual, Lily Knight is much weaker than herself. Every time he encountered danger in the past, he relied on his strength to avert the danger. Unexpectedly, the situation turned out to be the other way around today. Instead, I needed to be grateful to this noisy girl. Thank you so much, Lily Knight. Stark looked at the girl and said, The little girl with short, light green hair next to her finally couldn't hold back her temper and stood up with a chuck. She made gestures to the two of them and muttered, "Huh? Why do you listen to him so much? That's our enemy. And you dare to say that I'm good-looking. I'm going to be angry. I'm really going to be angry. Watch the tricky guy just die for me." Before she finished speaking, Lily Knight jumped up and pulled out a gleaming scimitar from the broken corner of her helmet. However, as soon as she jumped less than half a meter high, her head was firmly grasped by a strong hand. "Stark, what do you want to do?" Lily Knight angrily complained. Stark sighed helplessly and explained, "Haven't you noticed yet? That man is clearly standing within the range of my spiritual pressure, but he is not affected by my spiritual pressure at all. That man is definitely not an opponent you can handle. Well, although I don't want to take action, it seems that there is no other way at the moment. If you want us to surrender to you, you can't just talk about it without doing anything, right?" Although he met Aozuki Miyuki not long ago, Stark relied on his keen insight to smell an unusually strong aura of death from the other party. This man, seemingly gentle, always talks to himself with a smile. But Stark could sense the danger hidden behind the smile.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.